This guy casually handed someone a knife. That one act turned brothers into bitter enemies. Then he gave away a book, and just one glance at it was enough to change people's lives forever. Some were so moved they were willing to do anything for him. One day he's sitting in Lingcheng watching a movie, tissue in hand, when suddenly, bam, he's yanked across to the Great Correction. Before he can even process what's happening, a newspaper slams over his face. He peeks under it. It's a letter. From someone with a body literally 4 meters long, and his phone, completely filled with armor notifications. Just as he's about to flip the situation around, the system drops a book on him. But there's a catch: he has no spiritual energy. 0. The letter inside, basically a death sentence. His only option: open a blank storefront and sell books out of a tiny run-down house. Then he spots something, a millstone and a strange cold solution. Using nothing but his wits and a smooth sales pitch, he manages to move some inventory. What he doesn't know is that the guy who casually glanced at that cold solution just broke through to Grand Master level on the spot. The customer is stunned. Could this bookseller actually be a hidden master? He has to find out. He rushes to tell his teacher. The teacher scoffs. What true wisdom could a book written in plain ink possibly contain? But the master picks up a single copy, and without even trying, a sliver of his essence takes on human form. The energy flows into his body, loosening blockages, untangling knots, and just like that, he breaks through to Marshal King. All because of a book sale. Our guy can finally afford a proper meal. He's free from the iron grip of poverty. Life is looking up, but the universe doesn't let him enjoy it for long. A group arrives in the distance. Their presence sets off warning signals. These aren't ordinary people. Turns out they're Wolf Clan members, victims of a brutal county lord. One wolf dog spots the book. Its eyes go blood red. It lunges. But our guy is quick. He grabs the wolf dog by the scruff, taps it gently on the nose, and poof, it vanishes, transported away. Meanwhile, our guy has been living simply, looking totally ordinary. But there are ancestors watching his every move, and they can tell this man's skill level is anything but average. The two of them end up in his backyard. One glance at the female statue near the entrance and Lu Qingshan has a spiritual awakening on the spot. Before anything else can happen, the butler interrupts and tries to make introductions. The visitors panic, assuming they're being confronted by a lone shark. We're just thieves, please don't arrest us. Lu Qingshan figures this guy Feng is just messing with them. He takes a few steps back to observe. What the two visitors see next stops them cold. Feng casually picks up a blade, a colorful ceremonial knife, and cuts with it. One clean motion. The 8 little wolf dogs watching are stunned silent. Zulan tries to match the move and gets knocked flat. Feng doesn't even blink. He cuts 3 of these ceremonial knives a day. Each one holds enough power to raise an entire sect. Every single cut is like splitting the sky in half. The power is almost impossible to comprehend. Feng looks at the wolf dogs like they're shooting stars, interesting for a second, then forgotten. This colorful knife is just something he hands out casually. No big deal to him. Then the news comes in. Qingshan sect and Xunwu sect are clashing on Huashan Mountain. Feng Yi, ever the entrepreneur, immediately leads the local villagers to the base of the mountain to watch. Free entertainment. The two sides unleash everything they've got. Ying Xunwu circles around and floors Lu Qingshan. Realizing he can't win straight up, Ying Xunwu pulls out Feng Yi's colorful knife. One slash, the sky tears open, the earth splits apart. Ying Xunwu gets dragged away by Yan Mu and disappears. The Qingshan sect leader sees Ying Xunwu flee and is about to take it out on Feng Yi, but Lu Qingshan steps in. He reads the room perfectly. All he wants is peace for Zhongping City. What a glorious day for the martial arts world. And our guy, he watches the whole battle, then shrugs and says, "Entertaining, I'm going out to play." The crowd agrees, packs up, and heads home. No big deal. Then comes the relationship drama. Despite being basically a genius, his matchmaker gives him the good guy card. Women, he decides, are just obstacles to earning money. He's walking down the street, stewing on it, when he spots the matchmaker, Pang Yin, walking by. His heart skips. He instinctively tries to connect, but Pang Yin gives him the coldest look imaginable. "It's not you, it's me. Just go back to your matchmaker." Our guy is frozen on the sidewalk, completely hollowed out. Then Pang Yin runs into his senior brother and casually mentions that our guy spends all his time writing useless martial arts manuals. The senior brother's eyes light up. "Wait, Lu Qingshan." He immediately drops Pang Yin and runs to look at the manuals. He has the sect assistants help him organize everything. Back at home, our guy hasn't left his room in 3 days. The door is finally unlocked. Inside, absolute chaos. Paper everywhere. What happened in here? How does someone this capable end up this broken? Someone knocks. "Boss, need help." Our guy turns around. "Help? I was thinking about barbecue, actually. One person's not enough for a full grill. Was going to hit a street stall." The visitor blinks. This man has the emotional intelligence of a rock. But wait, maybe he's just hiding the pain behind food talk. So the visitor goes direct. "Your emotional intelligence, what about it?" Our guy stares. "Emotional intelligence? You mean friends? That matchmaker was trying to take advantage of me anyway." Women only drain my earning potential. Stop talking and help me move these books. I need to upgrade the cart. Come on, let's get to work. The visitor looks at the books. What even are these? 3 kingdoms but with men, 3 women and 1,000 men. He's baffled. These can actually sell. The first contact goes to a dance troupe protection group, and what our guy gives them isn't instructions, just a casual piece of advice. He ends up chatting with an old man who keeps saying he can't see through him. Our guy is internally screaming, "Old man, I invented the technique you're trying to use. Of course you can't read me." But the old man's thinking something completely different. Even after all this time, he still can't crack this guy. Is he actually better than me? The old man grits his teeth and tries one more time. "Come on, let's go." Our guy slaps him twice and the old man goes down. He scrambles up furious and notices something strange under his foot. He looks closer. A heavenly stone, an incredibly rare treasure, right here in the dirt. This stone used to belong to the dance sect. It was cursed to take down whoever touched it. It fell through the cracks and ended up here undetected. Our guy picks it up without a second thought. The old man has no idea what it is, just thinks the young man is showing off again. "What, you just randomly found this and wanted to show me?" The old man silently thinks, this guy operates on a completely different level. No wonder he's so confident. But brother, you're still a little too clever for your own good. The old man decides to counter. He pulls out his own prized item from behind his guard, a holy dingpai. He's smug about it. Surely even this prodigy can't see through the extraordinary nature of this artifact. Our guy glances at the handle. Why is the pattern carved in this position? That must be incredibly inconvenient for daily use. He spots a water phoenix design, then says flatly, "Oh, you've been carving this thing deliberately so I'd repair it." The old man goes beet red. This kid is unbelievable. Our guy doesn't need heavy tools. He fixes the dingpai using nothing but technique. The old man is grinding his teeth, waiting to see what he has left to throw at him. Our guy casually finishes the repair, and what comes out is a top-grade divine artifact. The martial emperor himself once competed to borrow something of this caliber, and our guy used it as a snack bowl. On a nearby hillside, the Kingshan sect female elder nudges her leader. "Is there really anyone in this broken-down house worth our time?" The leader tells her to open her eyes. Wide, she follows his gaze. Our guy is tapping the repaired dingpai, and a faint divine dragon materializes in the sky above it, just a casual tap. The leader grips the elder's arm. A 7-foot holy dingpai, no question, and look at the man, the same aura radiates from him. Since ancient times, only the 7 venerables of martial emperors could wield something like that. Leader stares hard. That face, familiar. Could this be the legendary madman who passed through the 6 saints of Xinjiang 30 years ago? The female elder nearly faints. She just wants to hand over their weapons and leave fast. The Kingshan sect leader is already calculating how bad it would be if he's too slow getting to Yin City, and then our guy finishes. One final strike on the dingpai. Golden dragons pour out from the flat ground, streaming into Yin City, dissolving into the sky. He sets it down, satisfied. The 2 sect members are speechless. He casually generated top-grade holy energy. Just like that, what do they even do now? The female elder sees our guy approaching with a spirit ring. She exhales. He doesn't seem like a threat from the heavens. She glances at the old man. Could it be? Did this ordinary-looking old man just take a half-grade artifact and turn it into true holy-level power? The old man is silent, blank-faced. "Throw in a dancer," our guy says. "Can't take this back at no cost." The old man nearly chokes. He lost so badly. Does he even have enough money for this? Our guy reads the silence. "Old man can't afford it. Fine, I'll give you the dancer. Consider it a gift." The old man is hit by wave after wave of emotion. He swears on his life he'll serve this man, be destroyed by him, die 10,000 times for him, and as if the universe heard him, thunder cracks overhead. Lightning strikes down. "The contract is sealed. You have the Tao. I can make him do anything." Our guy kicks him. He's not paying. He's using dramatic speeches to form a blood oath. Way too unreliable. The old man wails, "I am noble and virtuous." Our guy is absolutely done with this conversation. He drives the old man away and turns to the 2 others who have been standing there silently for several minutes, suddenly fighting each other. Am I that terrifying? He wonders. Turns out they came to return a broken kitchen knife. A broken knife. These people are something else. Whatever, he'll accept it. This glass bead is nice, warm, great hand warmer for winter. The Kingshan sect leader and elder stare in disbelief. The legendary flame bead of the Zhen Shen fortress, used as a hand warmer. We're not taking it back. Here, this new book is for you. They both feel the martial arts power radiating from the book's pages and immediately spin around and bow in a perfect 180. They leave happy. Our guy watches them go. The book is pulling fans already. His first batch. After they leave, the center reports the carriage is ready. Our guy looks at it. It screams money. "Do we look wealthy to you?" His heart sinks. It'll take days of vegetable-only meals to offset this, but the book has been given, so forward it is. Time to shine. Back at the new mountain gate, the sect leader and elder are arguing over the novel they brought back. The argument ends when 3 new lumps appear on the elder's head. The sect leader, now unusually thoughtful, says, "This place we're about to pacify, it's no ordinary territory. It's been a sacred resting ground since ancient times. He pauses meaningfully. I'm going to play a big game next. Think of it as the prelude to the Five Gods' marriage. Han-si looks cool on the outside. Inside, pure suffering. No money means a trip to the pharmacy. The server finds him and says Boss Mao is waiting. He meets Boss Mao, who wants to discuss the books. The man goes on and on about how brilliant they are. Our guy listens. Are you describing my own story back to me? He asks about publishing. Boss Mao immediately argues and says it's unnecessary. Our guy stands up, says no thanks, and walks out. No money, but plenty of dignity. Then Boss Mao's daughter Yuener shows up asking about the author of Dream of the Red Chamber. Boss Mao scolds her for not studying and calls her arrogant for caring about some country bumpkin writer. Yuener, offended, storms off. Boss Mao, furious, locks her in a room. Our guy can only watch from outside before heading back into the street. And then he runs straight into the 8 Vajra pens and Jade Seal due from earlier. 8 Vajra pens explains that Jade Joint is extremely talented at cultivating wood energy and came specifically to teach him a lesson. Mid-sentence, Jade Joint uses her self-developed dragon foot technique and connects it to 8 Vajra pen's subtle weak point. Unexpectedly, this opens 8 Vajra pen's Dharma body, making him even more powerful. Here we go again, our guy mutters, squatting on the ground. Her constitution is something else entirely. Once the dust settles, Jade Joint exudes a strangely intense energy. 8 Vajra pens looks at our guy, gets an idea, and leans in. He tells our guy he has a way to get the book published. He's president of the Chamber of Commerce. This is a personal favor. But then he says something that makes our guy's face burn. He wants our guy to kiss Jade Joint. If a gorgeous long-legged woman offered you a kiss in exchange for your dreams, what would you do? Our guy takes a breath. It's selling his looks. But poverty has a way of changing your standards. He moves in and Jade Joint steps back, not out of disgust. She feels unworthy. She turns and walks away, leaving behind only the glow of someone who didn't think they deserved it. Our guy stares at the space where she stood, radiating the energy of a man who just got rejected before he could even try. They follow 8 Vajra pens to the Baohang Chamber of Commerce. Chairman Yingxing is there. Within seconds of introductions, 8 Vajra pens launches a full attack. Our guy is nervous. Business hasn't even started and it's already a duel. Luckily, 8 Vajra pens walks away fine. Our guy sits down and plays it cool. Yingxing asks Jade Joint about the young man's background. Our guy's uncle is the 10th Venerable, but in front of certain people, even that title demands respect. When Yingxing hears this, he looks like he's been hit by a truck. He staggers. Then immediately pivots to warm greetings and personally rushes to print a publishing plan. His manager steps in to question it. Yingxing kicks the manager across the room. Publishing approved. He even scolds our guy a bit. The old man definitely has a thing for him. That can't be normal. Days later, Legend of the Condor Heroes is published in Jiangping City. Author, Qing Shan. The elder reads it and immediately tries to cut it with a sword. Within hours, an imitation craze breaks out across the city. Young people are lining up to cosplay their favorite characters. From broke selling vegetables to receiving visits from the Chamber of Commerce chairman in under a week. 30 years of grinding. One moment of turning a corner. Meanwhile, at the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, Chairman Mao is furious. An outside decree has arrived, drafted by the board. Why is the Chamber of Commerce giving away power? He storms through the gates. Which chamber is he even chairing anymore? He's so broke he can't afford to cook. Our guy looks at the books and dishes in front of him. If the books sell, they eat meat. His tofu-holding hands are trembling. Yes, he's been thinking about how to conjure meat out of tofu. Then the Baifeng Chamber of Commerce steward shows up. Our guy nearly begs the sky for mercy. If this meeting hadn't come now, the pharmacy was the next stop. He sprints out to greet the man. The steward sees the cleaver in hand and assumes this guy means serious business. He instantly pulls out the chamber's exclusive savings card. 100,000 gold. Our guy stands there. 100,000 for him. He's been poor so long that his hands shake. He doesn't want the steward to see him cry, so he holds it together just long enough. The players watching assume he must be some rich kid. They rush back to report to the guild and ask him to join later. Our guy loses it. He grabs the center and Yaelang and showers them in hugs. 100,000. He finally understands what it feels like to be rich. He dances in the courtyard, fully committing to the celebration. Then he turns around and runs into Chairman Mao. Chairman Mao is carrying 1,000 gold pens and laughing. That's more than you'd earn in a year. He's in full villain mode, offering a shady collaboration. Our guy starts to push back, but plays along just enough. When he finally refuses for real, Chairman Mao's face twitches. He lowers himself, drags out his ultimate off of 10,000 gold pens, more than you'll see in a decade. Our guy silently pats the Baifeng Chamber Merchant card. Old Mao stares. That card alone is worth at least 100,000. Our guy turns around and sees him out. Mao shuffles away, defeated. Our guy grins. This is what power feels like. 5 gods level confidence. Wolf Medicine Prince is just background noise now. Even a random transformation of 5 Eastern strongmen has to bow in the wind. Pang Yin thought he had leverage. Please. But then Pang Yin shows up again, and this time when Yi Lujai passes by and sees them together, Pang Yin immediately starts performing, claiming our guy harassed him. Our guy is cold, he's not his father, he keeps walking. The pressure builds to a near breaking point, almost enough to drop him to the ground right there. But his companions Yu Jai and Jin Deng step in without a word. Yu Jai takes 5 steps back, Yu Jai is speechless. Jin Deng hits from behind and pins Yu Jai to the floor. 4 kings, our guy exhales, patting his chest. Good thing you two felt the pressure. The enemy stares at both attackers, completely baffled. Huang Yin ends up in the earth prison. Luo Langsu steps back and issues judgment directly. From this day forward, Huang Yin is expelled from Kingshan. Huang Yin's nose blades. Why? Because of Yu Feng. Yu Jai doesn't sugarcoat it. Yu Feng, you are not worthy to teach. Huang Yin drops. The whole situation is baffling, an invitation twisted into a burden management gone sideways, and then a wave of overwhelming pressure appears out of nowhere. Wu Feng is selected to manage the Wu Guan. His surname alone carries weight. His speed is unmatched. He's the obvious choice. But as he prepares his final move inside Wu Guan, he senses the invitation star. He runs, and then the door bursts open, golden light, completely transparent, cutting through everything without wind. A devastating move, pure and clean and impossible to stop. Our guy is terrified. He finally turns around, no big disaster nearby. Good. He checks in center, tells him the wolf dog is gone. Our guy instantly knows. Grandpa Wang is gone. He panics, sprints outside. Sure enough, little crying wolf is out on the street, causing all kinds of havoc. He drags him home. To make peace, little crying wolf gives a universally accepted thumbs up. Fang Huai satisfied nods. The bone situation becomes an event. Pai Gu Dao senses the windless aura coming off the bone. 6 books were taken. Pai Gu Dao isn't saying anything, but the look says everything. Our guy steps up to help. If you don't mind, I can assist with a slow approach. Pai Gu Dao jumps back. Woman has no attachment to great love. Our guy is important. This bone belongs to your family anyway. He's fuming now. Even a small roll is pushing back against him with bloodlust. Before he can finish his sentence, Pai Gu Dao has gone back to the dance sect, carrying the news. The sect leader hears that Master Wuchen had bones on him. 6 were taken. He erupts, too infuriating. A war order goes out. All masters descend the mountain. He wants to personally handle this generation. First blood before the envoy is claimed. Zhang San, chosen by the dance sect, rushes to investigate. He reaches the 5th hall, underwhelming, inferior to the others. Our guy clocks him immediately. Quick-witted, a registration opening is happening these exact days. Zhang San blurts out, "How do I get to the dance sect?" Then immediately facepalms. "I'm too nervous. I said the wrong thing." Our guy just pats him on the shoulder. "Choose the dance sect." Zhang San stares at the serious expression and recalibrates. "Oh, just asking for directions. Turn left." Our guy is deflated. "Even this kid looks down on me. How pathetic am I?" Zhang San keeps going, pressing harder. The place is deserted. Not many disciples are there. Our guy snaps. He points at Zhang San and tells him to get out. Zhang San grins, measuring the reaction. Stores it away for his report back to the selection committee. He wants to exceed the dragon's name. He can only silently bear it. Unbelievably young and already this sharp. The old man arrives next, with friends in tow, initially unfriendly, assuming rebel. But when they see the items casually placed around the space, the subtle layout, the suppressed power within a casual artifact display, they scatter instantly. Our guy, cold-blooded, doesn't even bother being impressed with himself. He calls them back down. He had to. Their reactions were getting out of hand. These men are masters who haven't broken through their realms in hundreds of years. They're convinced this is an informant from the upper class. They swear brotherhood, talk of past glories. The old man and his brothers couldn't handle the closed-off power any longer. They're flat on the ground, face first, overwhelmed. For middle-grade cultivators, all suppressed simultaneously, as if entertained by the host. The old man eventually asks, "Come help me to the beach, it's awkward for me to move." The middle-grade students exchange looks. Something about this place holds secrets they shouldn't discover. They hang up a list, a 5-character list, on the wall with a snap. The 4 watches the red stone list pulls them into a luminous trance. But our guy realized they couldn't handle reading a single word. He swaps the list out, just for the 2 of them. They're so moved they cry. The more they cry, the more people around them notice, drawing out 5 spirit disciples who'd been eliminated in the preliminary rounds. The old spirit stone, now brimming with renewed confidence, decides, this guy is just a novice. Definitely not a high-ranking young master. He proposes his plan. Bai Beifeng, hearing this, is furious and prepares to fight. But his own disciple has already seen my reputation. The master of 5 disciples orders an attack. The disciples rush out, flying into position, only to run directly into the 4 old men feeling out the entrance. The master of 5 disciples shows 0 respect. Seeing the 4 elders, he doesn't step back, he attacks. But just before impact, Ningchen senses something wrong. These old men carry the unmistakable aura of the 5th middle school. He looks closer. They're quite remarkable. Ning Shiwu's ghostly expression is legendary. These bored old men just destroyed one of Songju's top fighters without breaking a sweat. Ningxiwu gets hit and tries to run. The old men cut off his escape and grab him from behind. The underworld tries to intervene with power, but the old men wave it off and trap Ningxiwu inside a realm of Chinese characters. The Empress's finger seals the boundary completely. Ningxiwu, keeping his cool, tries to explain. Just a misunderstanding, he's nobody, no hard feelings. Chu Kuangxi isn't buying it and raises a palm to finish him. Ningxiwu snaps, starts crying, pretending to self-harm, anything to buy time. Then the old men notice our guy nearby and rush toward him. Ningxiwu, seizing the moment, tries to clean himself up fast, make a good impression. The old men are about to explain everything. Our guy cuts them off. No need, I know. Then quietly to the group. When you're bored, you like picking up small problems too. He leaves it there. The old man blinks and asks what to do about Ling Xing. Our guy looks at the kid, too young, too annoying. Teach him a lesson, make him admit what he did. You can watch for half a minute. Then he walks away. The 4 5th grade students also leave, smirking. The old gossips are going crazy, interpreting the half-minute limit. Was that a test? Ling Xingwu, terrified and confused, can't move. Chu Wudai says, show what you've got. Ling Xingwu panics, dumps every hidden power and effect of the letter on the table, then bolts. The old men's faces split. They give everything to Ling Xingwu. Nothing is free. Ling Xingwu, now wielding the energy of Huangwen's great general, finds our guy. He doesn't dare cross him again. The old men coldly recall, this is the master's will. Whether you can take it depends on your fate. Then one of them points directly at Ling Xingwu, and he runs for his life. If someone lives only off soft benefits, what comes next? Ling Xingwu flees. The first thing he does back at Xunwu sect is beat Zhang San in front of everyone. Even so, the murderous aura radiating off him makes everyone realize, with his crippled condition, revenge against that great man is off the table. In this era, the only move is to run. Then Ling softly asks, what exactly is the 10 Venerables doing without any management? The cold-blooded man answers, for 5 sects, 1 5 sect, and even a 5th brother. Liang Xunwu exhales. Against absolute strength, pride is useless. Lu Qingshan is a god-tier figure, so our Xunwu sect must gather everything we have. I need you to set aside your pride and use the skills and beauty you've cultivated your whole life and become his woman. Liang Er's face goes red, not unwilling, just afraid Yifeng will look down on him. Hearing this, Liang Xunwu is disappointed. Those who achieve great things need courage. Ling straightens. 10 Venerables, I understand. Meanwhile at Pingjiang Chamber, Chairman Mao is doing his Baofeng performance. His daughter, pale injured, has been summoned. He reveals that for the chamber's survival, she must sell herself. What he doesn't expect, her beautiful face conceals something far more dangerous beneath it. Our 5 gods, standing in a warehouse full of spiritual energy, looks around. You're just handing this away. The next second, under the watchful eyes of the delivery man, our guy casually pretends to be Bai Suzhen and hums a song about third brother in a weirdly flirtatious tone. His relatives and the delivery man stare at him with expressions that can only be described as deeply confused. He's embarrassed. He grabs the awkward odds and ends and keeps moving. But the delivery man is sweating. There's a terrifying aura radiating from that book. An identity, a presence, real and undeniable. Next day, Baofeng arrives to warmly invite our guy to a poetry competition. He glances at the thickness of the pen in his hand. The past doesn't matter. What matters now is the literary talent of this generation strong enough to rival 5,000 years of accumulated wisdom. And if several women get jealous and start acting out, what do? You hide and watch. Luckily, he's fast. The annual poetry competition officially begins. No family background, just talent. The 4 great literary minds of the generation combine to create a poem that stuns every passerby into silence. This is the world of the powerful. Our guy gets swept into the test. He calls out to someone frozen in the crowd, wake up. At this moment, the second leader, who's been quietly investigating our guy, also arrives at the scene. Her figure is striking, and she's immediately surrounded by every lecherous scholar in the area. She sees our guy and nearly falls into his arms. He dodges quickly. She gets grabbed by some other talented scholar instead. Enraged, she sends all of them flying. Then Yunren spots our guy and carries a message for him. But our guy, still deeply resentful of the Pingjiang Chamber, distances himself immediately. Yunren tries to explain. The second leader interrupts, trying to draw attention. The 2 women lock eyes, sparks flying, a fight brewing. A passerby transforms into a spirit and drops a scripture. What kind of ordinary scroll could possibly capture the attention of both goddesses at once? And just then the side camp shows up. They try to drag our guy into cultivation again, refusing to let him leave. He keeps his expression flat, indifferent. Pang Ying completely loses it, screaming that he's always been a villain, a lifelong traitor. Our guy wants to argue, but there are too many people watching. He stays calm, says his goodbyes. His friend grabs him and yanks him back. He turns around to fire back, but someone else gets there first, slapping his friend hard across the left cheek while his daughter watches from just in front of him. Pang Ying, now truly unhinged, is about to show his true colors. The daughter hides behind our guy, Before Pang Ying can move, the second leader walks over and slaps him again. Hard. She's staring him down. Our guy watching from the side is honestly a fan right now. Pang Ying reaches for his weapon, blocked by one hand. He tries again. The second leader puts him on the ground with a single kick. Our guy has retreated to a safe corner. Girl fights are genuinely terrifying. The second leader spots him across the room. He's been watching in defeat. He acknowledges her original intention to help. To thank both of you, dinner tonight. Better together than apart. Both women light up. This is exactly what they wanted. If a lone nobleman wanders into a place of romance and blood, what awaits him? Obviously he wants to find out. But as a five gods tier figure, what he gets is a full battle instead. 3 women, red smoke, and a dinner that becomes a tournament. A passing officer mentions that the 2 red-faced men in the group of youths are actually quite surprising. Is the boss done? Our guy says nothing, just, silly kid, you wouldn't understand. The officer recalls the young ladies from earlier had no presence compared to this. He quietly realizes he's not on the level needed to decode any of this. This is a different world entirely. At the banquet, the waste spirit of the 5th sister of the Deep Star arrives at the 5 halls, and this banquet turns out to be his one and only wedding. He mistakenly assumes Yi Feng is now under him, but Yi Feng is no longer anyone's pawn. After some back and forth, it comes out that Yi Feng went to a brothel and acted rudely. The spirit man doesn't hold back on commentary. Then he spots a broken wind and sucks it straight into his palm. Then a man with a cleaver and a dog appears. The spirit man thinks this is small fry. What's the problem with taking it? But when the central figure questions him, the cleaver radiates a power like an imperial decree, pressing the spirit man flat to the ground. He's not being petty anymore. He immediately prepares to talk his way out of it. The central figure in a perfectly cool tone, if there's a next time I won't be this restrained. The spirit man, face down on the ground, notices the dog is also giving him attitude. One thing for the man to be this powerful, but a dog, really? Then the dog releases its full aura, a physical pulse that tears straight through his chest. The spirit man feels like he's been struck by lightning. He was attacked by a dog. And judging by the pressure and the energy signature, this dog could swallow a corpse. The unfathomability of this situation is truly off the charts. On another front, Chairman Hua of the Bao Bao Association provides her daughter with a blue waist. A red moon spirit, forceful, delicate, arrogant, suddenly gets a righteous fight launched at her. Kicked down and about to be punished for rule breaking. After the misunderstanding is cleared, peace is restored. When dinner time comes, the forced-face contestant heads upstairs. Not long after, Mao Yuan and Ye Ling arrive at the battlefield. The war between the 2 women and the man begins. Mao Yuan opens with palace-style cute energy, maximum effectiveness. Ye Ling counters with line advantage, picking up a wine glass and draining it in one shot as if to say, cuteness is not weakness. Mao Yuan follows the climate, initiating with close-knit tactics. The waste spirit tries the soft approach, sends a massage letter, constantly keeps the pressure warm. Mao Yuan is right behind, claiming years of experience make her the ideal candidate. One layer isn't enough, clearly both women are here to rattle him. He writes them both off and decides to eat. The real opponent isn't the other woman, it's this stubborn, difficult man himself. So at the critical moment, the player finally uses the ultimate move, Du Diju, the landlord card game. Yi Feng's fighting spirit ignites. This isn't a game, this is war. He issues a warning to the waste spirit, who considers whether she can bear the pressure. Yi Feng recruits the daughter to make 3 players. The waste spirit's defense is lower. She hasn't even lost to the spear shadow yet, and Yi Feng, this absolute wolf, is already reorganizing the seating chart. Meanwhile, Yi Feng has no idea what either of them is planning. He leaves to get props. The 2 girls immediately form an alliance. Mao Yuan shares her strategy. Both are quietly panicking about what tonight will cost them. Yi Feng returns with a massive smile. The 2 girls go pale. They're vibrating with barely contained panic. What exactly is happening? In this grand showdown, the 2 deployed every trick they had, but their opponent is genuinely impossible to get off the ground. Who can beat this man? Then Ye Ling plays the landlord card. The initiative shifts back to their side. Yi Feng returns to the room and lays out the main event. Seeing this, the 2 girls realize the situation is more normal than expected. They climb onto the table, ready to settle in, and Yi Feng immediately chases them down. We haven't even started and you're already ruining the battlefield. 2 farmers, 1 landlord, let me explain how this works. Then the atmosphere in the room changes from competitive to deeply confused. How am I supposed to dodge that? The girl says. You're betting with a dog, not a mouse. But right now, even if it were a dog, she couldn't do anything. Yi Feng pulls out a double guarantee of safety. The other girl matches with something that makes even dogs back away. And in the end, the landlord wins by 100 points. The girls beg for mercy. The locals are thrilled but then go back to their own games. The girls finally use their command weapon. When Yi Feng returns, they try again. Yi Feng sees it coming, pours double for everyone, and all 3 drink in one go. Yi Feng's expression shifts. Is it actually working? 2 girls, blushing and pulling his hands toward them. What do? Yi Feng finally uses his command weapon in full. In his dog-like state, the resistance fades. Might as well let it happen. Yifeng is the first to move, practicing the red second stance. His face is burning. Mao Lion and Han Zhan seize the moment to document everything. Ling Yuyu waits to make her move. The two girls work together without restraint. Yifeng has nowhere to go. It's me, okay, I'll play the card. He wanted to test it. Even though something looked familiar twice in quick succession, he's not a saint. The two girls have already changed, and now a man has to excuse himself. Yifeng retreats to the other room and solves the problem. What he doesn't expect is that his strength overwhelms them. When he opens the door, what he sees inside is more beautiful than a lily blooming. Weren't you very into me earlier? Yifeng, a true child of the 21st century, calmly closes the door and thoughtfully places a bone outside to distract the dog. But inside, he's collapsing. Why does even a lily refuse him? He gave every chance. Useless. Director Mao is deeply troubled. Not only is Tongshan gone, his daughter has been claimed by another woman. Meanwhile, inside the dance selection, Huang Mao's faction is in chaos. Zheng Zhangzhai, the treasure, gained nothing from this episode except hitting someone else's daughter. Bird Bell gets a year of punishment. The matter is closed. In another place, 3 werewolves follow Ling Mo and walk straight into a trap. This was all his setup. He announces he's going after Yifeng. The 3 werewolves move. Ling Mo doesn't flinch. As long as he activates any single one of his trump cards, even the real Yifeng can be wiped out completely. Ling Mo launches at Tongshan. He claims he has a method to kill Yifeng. Want to see? Inside the scene, the 3 werewolves are locked in. This place is an ancient battlefield soaked in bones. It holds natural law and divine prohibition. Even gods can hardly escape. They no longer care about that. The only thing that matters is what Ling Mo is holding. Ling Mo reveals his trump card, the Heavenly Bell Great Town, a legendary treasure passed down for millennia. Once activated, all under heaven benefits, but the user dies a terrible death. Ling Mo already has his backup plan. With his accumulated power and luck, even the Heavenly Tao can't hold him. He tests it. Old Wu tries to force the Great Town, and Ling Mo shatters the attempt in one blow. Why would a trusted ally do something like this? Simple. Immortality. With the Great Town's fortune, death becomes optional. Qingshan Men is about to emerge from seclusion. Uncle, why are you being so cruel? A report arrives. Wu Huangling wants to borrow the pig loudly. Asking me is useless. I already gave it to the Great Town. Old He Shang being this temperamental is unexpected. He wants to write to the Great Town and go retrieve it together. So you can never be a small-time crook. Outside, the winds of war rage. Inside, the desire to not just cooperate but to kill is very real. One of the crooks became the first lackey, and it was Tianlang Yao facing the clutter. Something seemed afraid of resisting. After reading the reaction, the crook understood immediately. This was likely arousal. He needs proper military surgery. He pulls out a small one, looks like he's about to strike. Tianlang Yao can't hold back. He's desperately trying to escape. But the moment he fires, something is about to come out. The man named one of the crooks is Tianlang Yao, a necromancer with unfathomable cultivation. The king of the dead. Right now, he's pretending to sleep. He has no idea the killing move is already here. He senses the terrifying aura just as the door to the small, dilapidated house swings open. Why is there a messy room? A terrifying monster. His fear only grows. Then one of the crooks lunges and pins the small room to the ground. After venting fully, Yin Mos gets a robe and is told to stop rolling. Then he turns to kill the sun. Ling Mos finishes treating the bottom and waits for the half-customer to open the cool machine. In the secret chamber, lightning and thunder. Silver Domain sweeps the area, welcoming the man above the pipe. Yin Mos was sleeping and had no idea he'd been trapped in the valley by the Heavenly Sound Great Town. Even a 5th brother, for the sake of cultivation, would fold under the power of the 5 venerables. Yin Mos's face is burning. His attack is completely useless. How is this possible? You're not in the pipe. How are you like a horse group? Yin Mos stares. He's lost his cultivation. But his 5th saint physical body is still intact. He'll use it to kill. The words leave his mouth. You're dead. Except Yin Mos wakes up and thinks it's a dream. He's been directly killed by Dumming Valley. He's scolded instantly and runs. He can't understand why Yin Daisian didn't work. Even if it had, how did he kill Dumming Valley supposedly with a day's worth of epidemic protection without cultivation? Doesn't matter. Run. Before he can leave, a black silver guard appears in front of him. Xiao Qulang, one of the 4 madmen. 5th sect cultivation. Master of the market ship for 10,000 years. Yin Daisian himself. Yin Mos, missing his seal and being roasted from all sides, has nothing left. After the heavenly Yin formation failed, he panics. And then Xiao Qulang, wrapped in black silver, appears. Yin Mos decides no seal means he can act. Wrong. He senses the aura of a master locked in the old core of the chain. He can feel the past. Finally killed him. What? Little crying wolf is unharmed by his attack. A massive hand slams him deep into the ground. Why are you blocking me? I have no grudge against you. A laugh, a terrifying thought. Could you be a god? Wrong, I am merely his attendant. Yin Mos feels he has made a grave miscalculation. Could I be a god? Of course not. My master is a god. I, as his attendant, am also a god. Gods control the laws of nature. You cannot fathom that. then lightning strikes. Before he can process it, endless calamities wash over him. A fierce storm like the nine-tailed lake traps him. A raging wind carries him away. He's infinitely close to death, but little crying wolf doesn't finish him. He raises one finger, Yin-Mos's body rapidly reverses, almost returning to its base state, then gets pushed back. Yin-Mos, for the first time, feels genuine remorse. Turned to ash in a small corner, the old man watches in disbelief. He thought he'd dodged the mysterious powerhouse. And then little crying wolf just materialized in front of him. The old man nods hard, receives a brief instruction, just a little lesson, and little crying wolf vanishes. When the light-footed man arrives at the factory, he sees the old man frantically whipping himself. It becomes clear in an instant. In this brutal game of private power, even the hot-blooded angels run. This man's strength is beyond measure. He's the heavenly wolf, and he calls himself the mysterious king of the dead. A single book can push cultivators through to the next level. They call him Yifeng, the most terrifying existence in the entire world. And yet he himself doesn't know any of this. When Yifeng wakes up, he casually broke through the heavenly sound and remembers nothing. The center tells him little crying wolf is gone. Yifeng suddenly panics. Grandpa Wang is gone too. He feels terrible, crushed. He sprints outside and finds exactly what he feared. Little crying wolf has been out on the street the whole time, causing absolute chaos. He grabs him, drags him home. To make peace, little crying wolf offers the universally recognized gesture of goodwill. Fang Hui accepts it. The thumbs up is returned. Peace for now. Yifeng had never experienced anything quite like this since arriving. He decided to use a recent seal to cleanse the place. Just then Zhang Chen informed him that people from the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce had arrived, wanting to split profits. Yifeng wasn't feeling it, but Zhang Chen pushed back. This is a big deal, Yifeng said. I'm not sharing it. He had no choice but to go anyway, but carefully. He sent little crying wolf and the others off to separate locations, like scattering livestock just to keep things clean. They'd barely settled when the fat uncle rushed in with alarming news. Zhang Chen was in trouble. Yifeng sprinted to the scene. What he found was horrifying. Zhang Chen lay in a pool of blood, covered in wounds. Yifeng scooped him up and ran desperately back to the house. The injuries were so severe he had to use a confidentiality slip granted by the system just to keep him stable. Back at the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, the guild leader was seething. It turned out his own operatives had attacked Yifeng. What they didn't account for was that Yifeng saw through the whole scheme and hit back hard, killing several of them in retaliation. The bearded guild leader and his useless son still had no idea Yifeng had already struck. Yifeng had a system slip. It only kept Zhang Chen temporarily. This time Yifeng was done playing nice. Whoever hurt my apprentice is going to pay for it. Yifeng walked into the guild. The guild leader was sitting there, trying to look composed, offering tea. Yifeng didn't move, didn't speak. The guild leader felt like he had 100 enemies screaming inside his skull. Brother, are you going to kill me or not? Just make it quick. Finally, Yifeng spoke. His first words stopped the guild leader cold. Your guild can kill people, right? Someone hurt my apprentice. I want to kill a few people. The guild leader's brain short-circuited. How dare anyone attack the disciple of a celestial being? This could detonate all of Jiangping City. Was this killer raised to rebel against all of society? He snapped back to reality and immediately said yes, absolutely, and even offered to investigate clues. Possibly the Pingjiang gang, but nothing confirmed. Yifeng didn't care about the details. I only have one condition. Give me the murderer's head. The guild leader sent word immediately and rushed to the Qingshan sect to report everything to the Qingshan patriarch. The patriarch heard the story and exploded with rage. He ordered the guild leader to investigate the full truth while he himself summoned every member of the sect. This master helped us. We repay that. Mutual respect, mutual cooperation, that's the only path. He activated the mutual mountain formation and mobilized the entire sect. Whoever touches young Master Zhangqin will see it reflected back in their own eyes. The entire Beifeng Chamber of Commerce in Jiangping City went dark. Every intelligence operative was deployed. Everyone in the city could feel it. Something massive was coming. On the other side, the three leaders of the Zhaishan gang charged in with their subordinates. The Beifeng Chamber has fully mobilized. We fight to the death. The bearded chairman wasn't scared. The only real threat from the Beifeng Chamber was the Qingshan sect, and there was no way the Qingshan patriarch would personally lower himself to get involved in this. Just wait, you're about to become the only chamber in all of Pingjiang. The bearded chairman felt like he was at the peak of his life. Then the entire Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce went dark. The city was about to change forever. A blue-faced old man, chest gleaming, carrying a katana, the Qingshan patriarch himself, arrived. He rarely involved himself in worldly affairs, but tonight he was personally there to make the Pingjiang Chamber pay. Inside the chamber, the butler rushed in. A group had arrived at the door. The chairman was thrilled, having already promised his 3 hired muscle 505 million each. They were too nervous to even drink. He told them to handle the problem first and not to forget who the boss was when they got back. After this battle, he'd be the only power standing in Pingcheng. No big deal. Outside, the 3 hired fighters walked out ready for a food tour. They looked up at the sky. What they saw drained the color from their faces, a sight no one in Pingcheng had ever witnessed. A massive, powerful aura pressing down from above. The bearded chairman stepped out, startled by the army assembled before him. But no problem, right? We have 3 masters. Masters, we've got this right. The 3 of us together should handle their side. The 3 hired fighters took one look and immediately performed an Oscar-worthy display of absolute neutrality. They were not, under any circumstances, going to let anyone in the sky think they had any connection to the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. The old teacher would stay in the village from now on and never again believe the village chief's nonsense about being unbeatable. Wait, didn't you 3 just say you'd help us deal with Yifeng's protectors? The extras turned and ran. A golden light cracked the sky and a line appeared on the ground. They weren't going anywhere. The Qingshan Elder clan was ready. This was going to be a serious battle. Since that's how it was, take them all down together. The 3 hired fighters froze. Their intelligence could no longer process what was in front of them. Taking advantage of that momentary blank, Qingshan's Golden Moon launched a devastating strike, taking out all 3 men and their king in one motion. Before the finishing blow landed, the extras reappeared, carrying bundles of fire. Old man Qingshan, if you've got the guts, come find us at the Jiashan Gang. So the Qingshan clan was listed as a barbaric clan and the full force mobilized. Half a chapter later, the Tongjiang Chamber of Commerce was dismantled. A young woman from the Qingshan clan, the president's son, Qi Qing, was sent to the West Bank. Immediately, both guilty parties tried to blame each other. It wasn't me, it was this old man. The truth came out from Qingshan themselves. Without Yifeng, the Qingshan clan would have been wiped out completely. He taught your sect out of kindness, and you seriously injured his most beloved disciple. Use whatever intelligence you have left to figure out what your fate is going to be. The bearded chairman collapsed into rage and heartbreak. After settling the Pingjiang chamber, the Qingshan elder sent Lanzu with Jingzheng Bobby to find frontline suppliers. He himself led 18 households to make a formal report. Then came the reckoning at the door. The bearded chairman immediately tried to beg for his son's life. But his own eldest son denied all connection to Yifeng and the situation, completely throwing his own father to the wolves. Jingzheng Bobby was about to silence him when Yifeng raised a hand and the room went quiet. Mao Ling, I'd rather die than lose your life. Since you wanted to kill my disciple, then it's you and me. Yifeng threw out his hand, targeting the Pingjiang eldest son directly. The bearded chairman fought back with tears streaming, begging Yifeng to spare his son. The chairman's son, standing at the edge of the pit, cried and cursed his own father simultaneously, making everyone watching struggle not to laugh. The bearded guild leader grew more and more unhinged, then lunged at the uncle beside him. The obsession that had driven this entire catastrophe finally broke. The guild leader approached his sealed physical form, made the final divine arrangement, and told Mao Ling, if he had the ability, he could report him anytime he wanted. Mao Ling wept. Dai Dian dragged the sealed guild leader away. The Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce was completely restored. On another front, a large army moved against the Jiatian gang. The Qingshan ancestor caught sight of a legendary figure from the past, and immediately discovered the gang was preparing something. He led the 18 elders straight to the gang's door. Then he shouted, "Senior brother, run!" The crushing aura of the Guangwu sect pressed down, a martial emperor. How dare the small Qingshan sect attack my Jiatian gang? The Qingshan ancestor had lost his fighting spirit but not his composure. He asked the powerful figure's name. What he learned surprised him. This man had once been a dominant force across all of Nansha, causing entire powers to rise and fall. Then he lost everything and hid here. Given a few more years to recover, no one in Nansha would be able to touch him. And now he was cornered and trapped again. You lost your name and still think you can leave. The sky is written. Qingshan had no intention of fighting. The ancestor spoke quickly. We're only after those 3 elders. Please allow us that small victory. But the martial emperor wasn't satisfied. How could a figure of his generation lack profound energy? He attacked the Qingshan ancestor directly. The ancestor dodged and counterattacked, but didn't believe it could actually hurt him. Then he paused. He was injured. He genuinely was. The ancestor was a genius. He calmed himself and saw through the dragon cleaver technique hidden in the ancestor's style. You can't maintain that protection. The ancestor braced for a real fight. The gap between martial emperor and martial king was simply too vast. He bowed. His knife was deflected. He used the soul-searching technique. The situation with the wind, this senior not as clean as he seemed. Since his power isn't relevant to protecting Lu, he'd use this man to help blow open the sky. At dawn, Bianbei found the Wugyuan. The small warehouse in the police station suddenly activated its power, flooding Wugyuan with light, blinding Bianbei to the selection mechanism inside. Even the Heavenly Lord was hidden. A powerful weapon shop is now mine, Bianbei declared, kicking the ground. I'm here today to kick the pipe. Wugyuan is the Heavenly Wolf wastes strength that can be awakened. This aura, martial emperor. Yifeng finally stepped out. Okay, you're here to kick the pipe. Cool. Same thing as fighting someone, right? And in any fight involving anti-vulnerability, I'm unbeatable. Before 30, he'd already reached the Five Emperors' realm. The hidden boss had come to challenge for the Wugyun protection, and Yifeng wasn't going to refuse. Yifeng put down his vegetable basket. "Brother, hurry, my vegetables are getting cold." He looked at Bayanbei flatly. "Second brother, you're not even qualified to make me use a second move." A few casual slaps later, Bayanbei was completely stunned. "How is this possible?" He couldn't accept it. He unleashed his killing move, Twin Soul Giant Peak, a massive aura erupting outward. "Yifeng, who just hit me with a vegetable basket." Bayanbei's power scattered. "Little old man, who were you looking at just now?" Bayanbei couldn't take it anymore and finally reached for his heavenly soul pearl. "Yifeng, you've really outdone yourself." Yifeng stared at the pearl. "One of those is already shattered." Then calmly, "This kind of skill is impressive. You'd need at least 5 more to beat me." He paused. "From now on I can just farm mana and run a vegetable stall." Bayanbei's brain couldn't process any of this. He had just run into a brick wall, except the wall talked back and sold produce. The loser had to leave behind something valuable. Yifeng had no interest in guarding against evil. Bei's remnant teachings had already changed Jiangping City's balance. His mysterious energy was completely drained. He was weak. He dared to beg Yifeng for mercy, but Yifeng wasn't paying attention. Just as Yifeng was about to finish it, a sound rang out. Could it be Zhangqing rising? In that distracted moment of weakness, Yibei slipped away, but the token of the Jia Tian gang was exposed in his escape. Yifeng watched him go. "I'll come collect in a few days." Murderous, clean, simple. Yibei fled back to the east gate, panicked but still thinking. His sect was being attacked from all sides, but it wasn't hopeless. Set the right trap, and he could not only survive the crisis but come out ahead. Meanwhile, the Qingshan old group, trapped in the middle, was fighting for any opening. The Zhatian gang suddenly released them and even handed over a countermeasure token. A woman named Bai Pio Dairo was involved, powerful and formidable. She opened with her best technique, not knowing that the seemingly ordinary figure before her was anything but ordinary. Jingxi, a great writer she had long admired, had come alone into the mountains pursuing Zhangqing. Halfway there, he stumbled on a large house and decided he wanted it. He walked into Bai Pio Dairo's courtyard. Mid-conversation, he casually let a young girl through, feeling a sudden unease he couldn't place. A poetic thought crossed his mind, something about autumn and wood and looking across 3,000 feet. Then he blurted something inappropriate and immediately caught himself. Sorry, accident." Bai Pio Dairo was mildly shocked. Even a country bumpkin can do things. She looked more closely. Young, but with a certain presence. Not entirely innocent. After her sister dealt with Jingxi, they moved to the study. Jingxi saw what the man had been working on at the desk and exploded. "One move. You knocked me out with one move, you absolute lowlife." Bai Pio Dairo admired Jingxi, but she was a cultivator. A human wasn't a compatible match. And besides, she already had a secret crush on a mysterious writer. Yifeng finished working in the courtyard and prepared dinner. He looked up, lost in thought. Looked down, still lost in thought. The scene reminded him of the past, baking rice with his left hand, never quite finishing. Bai Pio Dairo walked up from behind. "Good day. How's the food coming?" Yifeng cheerfully invited both of them to share the baked rice. Her sister wasn't impressed. Would a cultivator really bother with something so ordinary? But Bai Pio Dairo accepted without hesitation. She'd approached it casually, and one bite completely changed her expression. "Young master, this rice is truly something else." Yifeng paused, then responded calmly. Bai Pio Dairo felt a wave of unexpected attraction toward Yifeng. He appeared completely ordinary, no visible talents, no flashy presence. But he could walk freely into a scenic area that should have affected him, and pull others out of it without effort. After seeing that, Bai Pio Dairo decided to take this conversation seriously. This man Yifeng was unremarkable in appearance, but he could step through places others couldn't navigate. He asked what Bai Pio Dairo thought of him. Yifeng, being professionally smooth, offered a few words of praise. "Beautiful as an antenna." Bai Pio Dairo raised an eyebrow. "Does the young master like it?" Fishing. Yifeng, "Yes, I like it." This time it was Bai Pio Dairo who was taken off guard by how direct that was. Is it easy to impress a gentleman from books? The conversation grew warmer and warmer. Then the core question, does the young master like to read? Yifeng replied flatly, "No, I don't read books." Bai Pio Dairo was deflated. She had no idea the man in front of her was the very writer she secretly admired. The next morning, her sister burst into Bai Pio Dairo's room with news. "That gentleman is gone and he stole your book." They investigated quickly and discovered the book in Yifeng's room was actually his own work. Bai Pio Dairo lit up. This confirmed that Yifeng shared her deepest passion. Meanwhile, Yifeng had been neglecting his shop. He went back where he ran into some familiar faces he hadn't expected. "Don't do this. Give me the command and I'll make you dangerous." "Yifeng, what are you even talking about? We've known each other forever. The power is already flowing." Then the three of them spotted someone completely unexpected. "Mr. Yi." Yifeng spotted 3 old men and moved toward them. "No, Mr. Yi, don't come over here. This isn't the place." Yifeng ignored them and walked straight in. This boundary had been passed by many powerful people. Even Ling Mo's family had been injured here. Yifeng walked until he finally reached the three of them, looking them over. "You three, what are you doing?" The three madmen checked their eyes. Was the world broken? But they came back to their senses quickly and begged Yifeng for help. Yifeng studied the ground. "Grandpa, it's just a cracked puddle. Why are you so scared of it? A grown person still afraid of killing glue. Not happening." One of the world's top 10 young figures, Yifeng grabbed all three men by the hands and pulled them out. The three looked at each other. "Sir, you're in a state of emergency yourself, but you can also protect us from the effects. What level of skill even is that?" Yifeng glanced at the old man's injuries, grabbed some nearby grass and treated him on the spot. The old man said, "Sir, don't worry about me. But the broken sky, how do we stop it? Let me use my body to continue the fall." Yifeng looked at him like he'd said something insane. The three madmen had completely witnessed Yifeng's power today. One of them, a 5-sect powerhouse, immediately dropped to his knees. "Sir, please accept us as your disciples." Yifeng was speechless. "This person moves fast. 1 second he's treating me like a threat, the next I'm his father. Is this how powerful people operate? Fine. There's work behind the 5 treasures hole that needs doing. You can help with that." The other two, seeing the first man had already committed to the master, didn't want to be stuck carrying boxes alone. They attached themselves to Yifeng as well. The 3 old men scrambled to look useful. "You can't even climb out of a ditch and you want to talk to me about kingship. What kind of injury is this?" Yifeng turned and walked away. The 3 couldn't keep up and could only watch his back disappear. Above the teeth, 2 waste monsters waited for the dead hand's silver run, Tiangxin. The Waste Emperor had been in the Earth Gate for days and would be coming out soon. Full preparation required. "Okay, who are you?" Tiangxin was finally located, a stroke of luck. Haiyu panicked and immediately drew close to this area. Yifeng casually measured his body and the bird crashed directly into the mountain. "A mortal, where did this bird even come from?" Haiyu heard Yifeng's bell tone. On the road, wings turned gray, shot out from the sky, and confronted Yifeng directly. Yifeng casually waved one hand and the terrifying creature dispersed. Pure pressure, no formal technique. Haiyu was dumbfounded. This was what he should have been doing. He had no more words, he used everything. A meteor came hurtling straight down. Yifeng sighed and knocked it out of the sky. Nearby, Wugong Jinhun was screaming. "Help, the bird king Feiyu was killed by a little iron weapon. Where did that fire come from?" He sprinted back to the cave and reported to the bird king. Bird King Lu Bu, carrying Wugong Jin, flew out immediately. What they didn't know was that by the time they left, Yifeng had already found and neutralized the real bird king Feiyu's power. One small weapon was enough. Wugong Jin was furious. He raced back to report to Bird King Lu again. Lu surged to the sky, unleashing a powerful lightning bolt, bringing Wugong Jin to the scene. Yifeng was already there. Arriving at Xuanya, the 2 birds saw only dead creatures. No human threat level registered. Gyu Gu activated his bird energy and the surrounding mountains collapsed. Wugong Jin cried out, "How dare someone stand on my head?" Gyu Gu summoned 18 bird kings. Streaks of light descended from the sky, powerful auras, all reporting for orders. Gyu Gu briefed them, "Find this human, hand him over." He wanted flesh and blood. After the bird kings dispersed, Gyu Gu returned to the cave with Wugong Jin, planning to absorb water-strike grass before dealing with the human himself. The 2 transformed back into their true forms, then heard a strange voice echoing from inside. "Oh wow, there really is water-strike grass. This is unreal," the bird king erupted. "Who are you? You killed Lord Black Rain. You had a path to heaven but chose hell. You barged in, entered my cave, stole my water-strike grass. Unacceptable." He opened his blood-red maw, ready to attack. "Where did this person come from? 1 kick and I lose flesh. This is my cave. I, the mighty bird king, will not allow a human to stand over me." Yifeng casually used water. The ancient power completely lost its water source. The old turtle was actually a great tonic. The center would definitely benefit. The nearby Wudong Jing cave pretended to be dead and didn't move until nightfall, then ran out. Zhao Hua counted. The 18 bird kings had been captured. Every single one. Who exactly is this man? The big bird Black Rain taken down by 8 palms. The bird king Bone Bird hauled to the hall. His subordinates could only survive by playing dead. The surviving bird kings reached out to the Mew Mansion bird kings for backup. Within 1 day, a civil administration order had been issued against Yifeng. Yifeng wasn't even angry. He was just trying to find a road flower, and it was apparently impossible to fake even that in this mountain. He spotted a large group ahead and moved to ask for directions. He was stopped before he could even speak. Too many cultivators with bad intentions started cursing. Yifeng was irritated. He just asked for directions, somehow that turned into him being accused of infidelity. A young cultivator sneered, "How dare you, a little bystander, listen to me." Then a different voice cut through. "Assistant." A white-haired beauty halted her subordinates. 2 cultivators immediately made way and explained that Lan Long was being sold. The white-haired beauty studied this newcomer, his tone, his eyes, just an ordinary person, nothing remarkable, except for the turtle in his hand, which gave him an oddly dignified air. She shrugged him off. "Forget it. You can go that way, otherwise you won't get out alive." Yifeng left after she finished. Still feeling like there was no way he could die, there were just a few turtles and wild animals out there. How dangerous could it really be? He had no idea. After he left, he rested, and a waist thinner appeared. Run, too many waist thinners. The white-haired beauty told her people she knew what she was dealing with. A massive black giant appeared before her death could come. Zhou Shen, terrified. Human, you must die. The thin waist stood clean and upright, but there was too much resistance in all directions. Her mind went chaotic. Waist thinners never gathered like this. Their kings were dead. Then a dragon appeared from behind. 2 more waist thinners, completely surrounded. Yifeng on his side encountered something else entirely. He was soaking in a water pool when a young woman suddenly fell from the sky. The sky drops a girl, that meant paying the heavens back somehow, right? The white-haired beauty's forces were completely surrounded by waist thinners, including several at the extreme king level. Cultivators were being overwhelmed and beaten down. The white-haired beauty was in shock. She grabbed one waist thinner and used the soul-searching technique. The truth hit her like a wall. How could someone this powerful come to this mountain? How could he look down on everything here? Was he here just to collect turtles? Before she could finish the thought, 3 waist kings appeared behind her and attacked. Yifeng, meanwhile, had found a water bullet, a natural spring. He sank into it happily. Something fell in and startled him. A stone, but wait, stones don't get knocked in from behind. When the white-haired beauty came to, she found the same strange figure in front of her. Yifeng had kindly started roasting a stone fish. The white-haired beauty stared. The stone fish wasn't paying attention to her. Could it be that it wanted to target her turtle? She was too exhausted to deal with this old lunatic. She warned Yifeng again. Something big was happening in these mountains. You need to leave now. Yifeng refused. Can't go, I still have things to use. You really don't understand, she said. Mufu Mountain hides dragons. Even waist kings here are at the master level. The waist kings here are infinitely powerful. This whole situation started because Yifeng's bell was repaired by a turtle, accidentally creating a waist king. That set off the red tail chain of events, and now everything has spiraled. She was still explaining when the bells activated, their ultimate killing power unleashed in every direction. She didn't find the strong man she was looking for. She found Yifeng instead. Earthchild, hopeless. After returning, another bell was thrown at her. Escape quickly. She was told a bell had been placed to help her, but Yifeng said, forget it, rebel tools are useless to me. 3 days later, the white-haired beauty was still holding both halls, blocking east and west. The mountain had been sealed by waist-sealed bells, packed with troops. Apart from that master, she was the only living person left in the mountain. It was a pity about the water. Even she, a martial king, couldn't break through. How could a rebel like him possibly escape? The next second he looked at her. Damn it, the martial king girl was trapped deep in the waist-sealed army and still completely focused on this rebel who had sealed the mountain bells. She couldn't break out herself. How could he survive? Just as she was about to give up on him, a large, imposing letter appeared before her. How did you survive? Yifeng's turn. I didn't even do anything special after graduation. Why is this girl lying to me about dying? He looked at the 4 chapters of the net around her. Is she out of her mind? But after several reminders, she seemed like a decent person. Yifeng felt grateful enough to give her a self-crafted, heavy brain. Useless to cultivators, but she accepted it anyway. The 2 were reassigned to Yang Bio. Below the Western Ocean, above the selection, welcome the Medicine King Mo Ran, handle him, then eliminate him. 1 remained in the mountain. Dongzhu escaped toward Wu Wang. Supplement the Medicine King Shuang Mu. No matter where they were, find them and finish them. The assignments were clear. Ling Wang was searching when he suddenly ran into the martial arts scripture. He was confused. Shouldn't you be in the cave recovering? The martial arts scripture was technically dead, but it hid its luggage and bolted. Even at the brink of death, Wu Gongjing performed at Oscar level. The humans in our army might live nearby. Let's check on them. Ling Wang believed him completely and praised his loyalty. Sure enough, this seemingly dim man showed no impatience whatsoever. Ling Wang dragged Wu Gongjing along to search. A report came quickly. The human youth had been found, but powerful enemies surrounded him. Anyone approaching was dying. Ling Wang rushed over, assessed the threat as ordinary, and abandoned the plan. The vast Ling Gongjing army swept through the dark toward Fengye. Wu Gongjing rushed up and saw Yifeng's face. Isn't that someone? Ling Wang caught Wu Gongjing pretending to be dead, mind blank, but couldn't stop now. His enemy was right in front of him. If not now, when? The Ling Gongjing unleashed their full power, becoming towering figures, and charged. Die. Then a strange bone-like scent drifted over. Several Bell Kings lost their power entirely and snapped back to their original forms. Yifeng looked around, genuinely puzzled by the series of strange movements. Animal entities everywhere. What was going on with these 2 birds? Was there an old schemer among them? The man woke up surrounded by animal entities. Great meat for the new year. What he didn't know was that these were bird kings and elite subordinates. The Bell King's soul was deeply embedded in the earth. This villain was using one hand to command the other, already plotting to turn him into soup. Just as it reached crisis point, the Bell King spotted the old dragon hanging in the tree. It was a bird king they had been training hard. How could this be? The bird king beside it was in agony. It couldn't even use its horns anymore. It managed to escape by rolling, but as soon as it escaped, it ran directly into the king of report. To prevent the escape from being reported, the bird king prayed quickly. Don't ask too much, don't say too much, he's seriously injured, almost there, hurry. Then came Liu Birdie's death. Fabricate the story, sell it, reveal nothing, that was the path to survival. But there was no trace of anything left. If the Bird King Princess had truly been chosen and manipulated, then this cultivation was worth whatever it took, the important road to power soaring skyward. They released the top kingly aura, sent rescue birds out, but the next second a ghost aura drifted into the valley. Without a single step, the chosen one crashed into a red body and pulled it out. Back at the bell ground, Yifeng looked at what was in front of him. 4 massive creatures had fallen. The bell was headless and crashed. No way did I somehow collect all the top-grade medicine along the way. These are genuinely rare. Then a prompt appeared. Congratulations, the system had a new mission. A golden light descended from the sky. The system was back. Yifeng lit up. It's been so long. About time this thing showed up, it should give me something good, right? The system spoke first and immediately assigned a mission. Yifeng stared at it. Big brother, are you some kind of human agent from New Oriental? The system noted Yifeng's displeasure and said, how about a different task? Yifeng agreed. New task, train Chinyi to the level of a goddess. Fail and he'd be taken back. The system finished speaking and left. Yifeng stood in complete chaos. Meanwhile, Yu Jian, combining white magic and female magic, was searching for a female spirit. She was puzzled. People said this mountain was full of powerful spirits, yet they'd only encountered one. Then the two of them witnessed something unbelievable. Hundreds of spirits and dozens of kings, all lying across the open ground. Yu Jian was filled with rage. Such a scene. Even I, a martial king, can only bow my head. Several sounds rang out nearby. It had to be that person's hand. But this person had no aura whatsoever. He should have been ordinary. No, her companion said. Listen to the sound. There's powerful energy in it. I think I see the light of justice. The two decided to descend and pay their respects. Yifeng was writing a letter in a sorrowful tone when 2 voices descended from above. Everyone's been caught. Come save me, Yifeng looked up. These days, cultivators will do anything for a red envelope. No matter how broken the call. 2 martial kings had just appeared in the sky above him. This man isn't even scary, he's literally just singing to himself, and already 2 martial kings are flying toward him from a distance. 2 cultivators landed. Auntie, the family is furious. These 7 people have no spiritual energy on them. Their cultivation must be far above ours. Yifeng, I'm just a rebel gathering herbs. You've got the wrong person. The clan reconsidered. This really did seem like just a herb gathering rebel with a suspiciously high cultivation level. Then the 2 noticed yellow chrysanthemums painted on a nearby tree. Their expressions shifted immediately. No way, the turtles casually painted on this tree are actually yellow chrysanthemums at our exact power level. They looked at each other strangely. Hold the turtles still. You 2 aren't doing this, are you? This is really putting me in a difficult position. That sentence hit them right in the heart. Li Jiaxin quickly explained to the Zunmo clan, many experts preferred the hidden world, living simply. Yifeng must be one of them. So the 2 declared they had been born of love and fate. Yifeng finally understood. These 2 were fans. He was quietly pleased. 2 hackers, let me play one more line. He waved his hand. A powerful exchange. The 2 5 emperors immediately poured out their gratitude, overwhelmed, wanting to protect him from a distance. Yifeng politely declined, but internally he was baffled. These 2 old people must have jumped directly into 5 seas of delusion. He remembered the things he couldn't carry down the mountain and asked the 2 cultivators for help. They misunderstood completely, thinking he wanted them to repay him. Li Jiaxin wondered if she should lend him her space, a family heirloom unlike any ordinary object. Seeing they had no choice, she immediately said, "This great power has placed such hope in us. If I give nothing, isn't that a wolf in sheep's clothing?" She lent him the space. Zun Maju was deeply moved. A family heirloom. The enemy was powerful, but this wasn't necessary. Li Jiaxin hadn't meant to hurt anyone, she just wanted to help. Then Zun Maju noticed something. Look at that, the protection on that tool. Is that a Saint-grade machine? The 2 were stunned. A Saint-grade protection was being used to dig holes. Saint Ifei was a 5-sage master item. They had just become extraordinarily wealthy without realizing it. But why won't this person let them have more of his time? This man, Zun Maju, appeared completely mediocre, no cultivation visible. Yet 2 martial emperors called him senior. A single song could make them break through again. Li Renhao was hiding in a cave chatting when she heard voices from the east. Zun Maju and Li Jiaxin had come looking for him. He shared his experience with them. Their faces turned strange. The waste king you mentioned, is it the same as the turtle? Li Renhao frowned. How do you know? The 2 immediately went electric. Because we saw with our own eyes, the martial emperor does not exist. Li Renhao was shocked. You saw him? Li Jiaxin conveyed her emotion. Maybe we can see that senior again. The look she gave said, you don't understand what this means. Everyone dispersed. Old Lady Li had the kind of strategic mind that operated like a supercomputer. But Li Renhao suddenly changed her tone. I know you're doing this for me, but I don't know this person at all. Forcing it isn't right, and I have more important things to do. The two were lost. Girl, don't you get it? Because of the first time the Waste King was involved in the chaotic line, you can't directly approach him. The main gate is full of black wastes. Li Jiaxin grabbed Li Renhao's hand. Then Li Renhao said she needed to go confirm someone's life or death. Who? Is there still someone alive in this mountain? Li Renhao explained. Someone who had led people out of this place before, a rebel born in the mountains, quiet, resourceful. She was worried about him. A rebel surviving among waste spirits and waste kings. Before life and death, luck means nothing. Only strength explains everything. They arrived at the control point while talking. The two old martial emperors lit up. He hasn't left. Li Renhao was frozen. How come it's you? Li Renhao couldn't process what she was seeing. Two former martial emperors behaving like disciples to this unremarkable young man. Isn't he a rebel? She asked blankly. Is this the senior you were talking about? Li Jiaxin shot her a look. Shut up right now. Somehow the other party seemed to have heard and gave Li Renhao a look that said, say another word and all three of you are done. The two martial emperors were furious. They had just arrived from the Western Red House and were reporting to Yang Wenyan now this. What Yifeng actually thought was that these two old people had come with good intentions and a full wardrobe. He put on efficiency and said he wanted to give them gifts. The two politely declined. I'm not being polite, Yifeng thought and waved to the man behind them. The man behind was still confused and didn't notice the gesture. Sir, how much for him? He has no cultivation at all. Ling Ling is just a rebel. Seeing no one was paying attention, Yifeng packed up to leave. The man behind finally connected the dots. This senior was the lucky rebel he'd encountered before. What? Look at that turtle on the table. He channeled his power and turned around. His face went pale. It's a turtle, isn't that what Huangbo Valley is all about? The man finally understood everything. I thought he was just customer service, that's why he got the gift. I didn't realize his true strength was the whole point. He charged toward the luggage. Yifeng's service is worth it. I told you this mountain wasn't that dangerous. The two men used the rainbow formula to spend lavishly, more like a pyramid scheme than a gift exchange. Jia Yuan thought this would make things easier. Instead, after sending one letter, Yifeng turned and left. The three chased relentlessly. This person is impossible. Li Jiaxin finally stood up. At that moment, Yuan Hao suddenly remembered something critical. The senior had already left a clue. A male immortal capable of exorcising insects. Li Jiaxin immediately asked, where is the male immortal? He's lost. The two nearly choked. Lost. The senior had casually picked up a protective weapon, at minimum the highest rank. An iron spear, at least supreme grade. Li Jiaxin knew the male immortal had been lost by someone. She launched into full search. I will immediately send all troops to find this mountain range. I will not rest until the male immortal is found. In the mountain range of Mufu Mountain, people were mobilized as brave warriors, still hesitantly gathering herbs. The pot bell was sealed. The seal seemed irrelevant on the surface, but shaped everything about the distribution of power here. Tianlang Medicine was resting leisurely in the valley when a voice made him furious. He recognized it immediately. The tight little cool building Zio Kulu was the source. He scrambled to flatter immediately. Brother, you don't understand. From the moment you first entered the pass, I was filled with guilt. After seeing your true self, I committed to stopping all my nonsense. You are the absolute waste-cutting standard, better than Qin Shu, and you speak like a human being. Zio Kulu liked that. Well said, from now on you follow me. First help me open the tight door, I'll take you out guaranteed. Tianlang Medicine immediately opened the police battle door. It had been left in Jin Guangshan prison, stolen out cleanly. The red sky was swept away by the wolf medicine. They flew out of the space together. If it had been just a brief moment, Zio Kulu's domineering combination would have been taken by Tianlang Yao and run off with. He was already starting to flatter before he finished the sentence, then saw Zio Kulu lift his massive foot and send the eye-catching person outside the control zone. Wolf Yao Dajin, the path was clear. 100 miles of happiness in an instant. Zio Kulu's effect was layered. Early discussion, immediate action. In the sky not far away, Qingxi Old Ancestor was flying toward them, alongside Yi Bei. Whatever force had been used to freeze Yan Bo and lock the area in an economic war, Yi Bei had used the Hunlu policy to build a relationship with the ancestor, dragging him along with a letter of pleading. Then mid-flight, Yi Bei was yanked by a powerful force. A killing aura appeared in front of him. The Black Tide leader. Yi Bei panicked. Why does this person want the Wolf King? Why did Zio Kulu give Qingxi a small token instead? Yi Bei was speechless. Hao Zai, a swindler who had appeared out of nowhere, had never been challenged before. Now he was staring down a genuine threat. He directly threatened Zio Kulu, join forces with me. Zio Kulu hesitated slightly. The powerful threat hit Yi Bei directly. Was he being dragged into someone else's war again? Yi Bei panicked completely. With my cultivation, I can't even glimpse this person's level. He tried to run. He didn't know what he'd done to offend him. Then Zio Kulu's next sentence hit harder. You didn't offend me. What's more terrifying is that you offended the master. Bei thought fast, an existence stronger than the Black Tide Man, someone he apparently crossed. Could it be he finally understood? He had offended the master of the Black Tide Man. Zio Kyulu looked at him. You finally understand? Then let the master's representatives, these people in justice, punish your family. Seeing Zio Kyulu about to move, Bei quickly revealed his identity as a son about to join the family. He seemed reluctant to leave. Tianleng couldn't take it anymore and threatened immediately. Bei saw the situation clearly. Even with Wang Qiu and the Qingshan ancestor, nothing changed. Now the master's subordinate was in charge. Bei was a small fry. He had no choice but to go to Kyulu. All his former power and gathering aura gone. Zio Kyulu saw the family was significantly more cooperative now and made his demands. The man cried and begged in front of Zio Ding, but you're not a small fry. Your true identity is that of a former generation of heavenly sect. Zio Kyulu knew Bei well. He asked for an apology offering. Bei immediately offered everything, hands-free of all worldly influences. Zio Kyulu wasn't impressed. Don't bring that trash from the final episode to embarrass yourself. Not talking about top-grade spiritual treasures, but bring at least 100. Bei was dumbfounded. Spiritual treasures, innate artifacts that those at equal level can barely obtain. Effects and functions beyond compare. You can't find 100 even if you dedicate your life to it. Zio Kyulu looked at him, unwilling. Bei immediately said he was 100% willing, just genuinely unable to gather that many. Zio Kyulu agreed that was unrealistic even for a martial emperor. At that moment, Tianleng tried to get closer and whisper, Brother Kyulu, without a woman involved, where's the intention? Hyujin just made a mistake. Zio Kyulu thought this idea was absolutely brilliant. A terrifying aura burst from his body. 7 days, bring the things to Wugyuan. Bei launched from the spot, spiritual treasures and a wife deadline. Zio Kyulu was satisfied. Very good, now get lost. Bei sprinted away, so fast it looked like something was chasing his legs. Qingshan old ancestor and Zhu Yun also departed. High in the sky, Bei doubled in size, and it turned out to be Lu Dasheng from before, flying the same route. Lu Dasheng was deeply unhappy about being scolded. Are all cultivators this inconsiderate now? In the future, he would personally propose an aerial protection system, separate routes, single and double lanes. He was mid-thought when he spotted the light from Bei's protection token. He went down to investigate, then he saw the little cool building. What? It's you again. To keep things secret, Lu Dasheng pointed at Jianzhen Feng and made a choice. Zio Kyulu spotted him too. Taking down 5 powerful kings was easy for him. Lu Dasheng deeply regretted not bringing the great king along today. In the future, he would calculate every step of departure. Knowing escape was impossible, Lu Dasheng activated the Western Red Dragon. Master, it's you again. Zio Kyulu erupted. You still remember me? Wasn't it enough that you peeked at my teaching last time? Lu Dasheng explained. He genuinely entered the market this time. Do you believe that? Zio Kyulu revealed the sound effect of his displeasure. Since you want to leave, give me something first, and I'll be taking 3 of the 5 kings. Lu Dasheng handed over 2 cultivators from Luo. I didn't know recent treasures were so good. Zio Kyulu not only strengthened Lu Dasheng but also took his clothes. After doing all this, Zio Kyulu returned to the 5 halls in high spirits, not knowing something enormous awaited him. In the 5 halls of Winged Wind, the private master had been undecided for 75 days. 5 women performing in front, a dog grinding away behind. Zio Kyulu felt this was pure, personal indulgence. The scene made him incredibly proud, almost floating. So he did something he would definitely regret, started throwing money around. Tianleng Yao saw this and quickly reminded him, Brother, haven't we had enough? Master will be back soon. Zio Kyulu laughed loudly. Why mention the master now? Even this dog is better than some people. Then something changed his face completely. He shoved aside the beauties beside him, confusing everyone. What was this sugar daddy doing? He didn't even want the women anymore. He vanished. But a hand had already grabbed him. One kick sent Zio Kyulu flying 9 miles. Tianleng Yao, standing nearby, didn't dare move. Brother, I'm really sorry this time, but as they say, if you do it, I'll take responsibility. Yifeng gave Zio Kyulu a full scolding. Only then did Zio Kyulu realize his precious resources were completely gone. His whole body was drained. His working-class eyes flashed. He used his power to fall face first into the ground and return to basics. Yifeng was also heartbroken, but about money, not this. Back before I could even stand on my own, I was cutting off every path to spending. No meat, couldn't even afford instant noodles. Went to the market and made the shopkeeper cry just by asking prices. And now you're out here burning cash like it's nothing. On another front, the Qingshan old ancestor arrived at the house on behalf of Lu Dasheng. You're Yifeng. Yifeng was caught off guard. Who are you? Lu Dasheng stood tall and opened a white flower label on Yifeng. My name is Lu Dasheng, you know me right? Yifeng was completely blank. Never heard of you. By the way, are you a student of Yaoyuan? The teacher mentioned someone happy about white flowers. The old man is called Lu Dasheng, first student of Lancia. 1 second furious that his brother had wasted Yifeng's time, the next second trying to skate past it. Don't be like this. I liked you before. As long as you're not scolding me, please just respond. Yifeng arrived at the door claiming not to recognize Lu Dasheng at all and showed him out. Then Yifeng turned to entertain the Qingshan ancestor. Lu Dasheng lurked nearby, practically stealing glances. Yifeng asked him, "Is the flame pearl on you?" Lu Dasheng had no idea what the flame pearl was. Yifeng stared. "You dare pretend with me?" He grabbed a real woman nearby and flew up, about to strike. Suddenly he saw something unbelievable, something that made him drop to his knees immediately in front of Yifeng. Yifeng, with a powerful unrestrained attack, shouted, "What do you want?" Lu Dasheng was speechless. Then Yifeng pulled out a kitchen tool. "I want to combine the theories of masters like Mei Lanfeng and perform a fast and precise hew away for my senior. This is my last possession. Please accept it." Then he turned and bolted. Had almost died before this. That garment was definitely connected to a powerful dark entity. After several provincial restriction checks, he felt incredibly relieved. Even this letter carried its own unique aura. The next second, the letter easily grabbed him and dragged him over as a threat. Then the broken boundary paper under Ren's control. Everyone from elderly to children had committed the same offense. If Dasheng hadn't caught up in time, the letter would have struck him down outright. Even a rebel wouldn't have been attacked this late. "You are clearly not a good bird." At that moment, a holy voice came from outside the door. The letter looked over 3 more people. Dasheng felt his old heart and brain struggling to keep up. 5-legged experts, a constant in Nansha, and there were 3 of them here. This kid bought them wholesale. As Dasheng listened to the letter's terrifying history in that old house, he once again felt the profound strangeness of the world. What followed shocked him even more. Besides the first one, the other 2 5-legged people also wanted to come in. One was a strange product, explainable. But 3, are you all communist warriors trying to liberate mankind? 3 5-legged warriors fought tooth and nail for the important position. First training session in Nansha, a provocative challenge, willing to give up their lives. Is this the magical world of laborers? 3 outsiders asked to join simultaneously. Wang Yifeng opened the door. Han's face was full of expectation. Yifeng stood there, daring to say that life felt different. The old man was the enemy in the world of repairing lines. Who wasn't working hard? Workers and tigers making life difficult for workers. Okay, Yifeng agreed. The 3 5-legged warriors were so happy they almost transcended on the spot. They went from red-faced to radiating pure new energy. Yifeng watched their faces, so full of gratitude and joy. Old enough to be his grandparents, still smiling like this while being put to work. In those smiles was something ancient and real. There was no sound in the world he was used to. It was heartbreaking. Yifeng felt genuinely sorry for them. You 3 together get a total of 100 yuan. Even if you finish in 1 day, still 100. The 3 madmen understood. For powerful beings like them, experience was nothing. The gentleman played the game of the world. Presumably this was just to make the atmosphere more interesting. But there was still a problem. None of them brought their heavy tools. Yifeng thought for a moment. "Wait here, I'll get them." When he returned, the 3 men each held a tool Yifeng had retrieved. Power moved through their bodies the moment they touched them. "I press the Gundam and launch," but Yifeng's next sentence stopped them cold. "These 3 things, they're gifts for you." Old Wu Yi stared in disbelief. "This is Sheng Ping protection." "You're just giving it away. How do we even work without it?" Yifeng calmly replied. "You've already used it. If you break it, I still have more." The 3 madmen felt their 3 gates shatter. "Also, do you not understand Sheng Ping? Could it be that the Sheng Ping side value you mentioned is emitting golden light?" After dealing with the 3, Yifeng turned to look at the 5 students remaining. The honest man has left. Time to give Teacher Bu something. He Zhou Shen's pressure erupted, and Lu Dasheng immediately felt it. The power here was different from the black tide. This felt like the mechanism of heaven and earth itself, a mountain pressing from beneath, pure cross-level suppression. Lu Dasheng's heart filled with fear, but he immediately recognized it as a brilliant move. He turned to Yifeng and said directly, "Actually, I also came to find Dai." Yifeng replied, "Indeed, I've been talking to many people about wanting to open a business." This guy was probably being crushed by work, a pitiful person, and Yifeng didn't even know him. The chance he'd come for no reason, basically 0. These people were definitely experts, must be a misunderstanding. Yifeng replied, "Since you're treating me this way, don't do foolish things like this in the future." If Lu Dasheng dared to nod and agree, he'd immediately say, "Sir, I came because you have nothing important going on. Come get a sacred item." It's not right to just eat it and miss the opportunity. "Blue-faced man, there's something on fire, I can't wait, can I pick some?" "What?" Lu Dasheng readily agreed, but he was, after all, a martial emperor. He quickly readjusted his mindset. "So what if I'm taking a share? Have the 3 martial sects gone to the Central Plains? As the saying goes, one can't take the world without taking a share, let alone sacred items." He nodded. Feng laid out his condition. "If you want a share, you take it all, no running halfway through." Lu Dasheng nodded enthusiastically. Yifeng was genuinely impressed. This man was ruthless. "All right, come with me to get the tools." Lu Dasheng was thrilled. "I'm going to reach the pinnacle of life today." But Yifeng didn't take him to the fighting house from before. He went somewhere else entirely. When they arrived, Lu Dasheng looked around. "Sir, what exactly is happening here?" Yifeng found it strange. My family has always had a branch here next to me. Is this your working environment? Helpless, Lu Dasheng could only think, I'm not willing, this must be a test, I want to prove myself with actions. The meaning of life lies in choosing your own fate. A letter returned to Wu Guan. The light-body ancestor was still there, about to explain. Another voice cut her off. You don't need to explain. That family member clearly isn't a teacher. I understand you've been threatened constantly. Besides, my disciple is still at the Baifeng Injury Association. Could you please lend him to me? I need to supervise, I can't intervene directly. The light-body ancestor immediately went to the Injury Association after hearing this. Her eldest disciple, Luo Langsu, was caring for her middle-aged relative there. She reported the condition to her master. The Baifeng Association president had already consulted every specialist, but the middle-aged relative remained in critical condition. Everyone said the injury was too severe, no hope of recovery. The light-body ancestor racked her brains. She couldn't understand why anyone would say, what is someone with no talent even thinking? She kept turning it over. Then on behalf of her middle-aged relative she returned to Wu Guan. A letter carried a precious item not yet given to the relative. Then a miracle. The middle-aged relative temporarily recovered. The light-body ancestor was immediately stunned by the transformation. This person had actually changed their entire appearance. These weren't human meridians. This was the legendary manifestation of the primordial valley god's power. One casual bite, and a person on the edge of death revived, opening and closing new meridians, absorbing the power of the primordial valley god. When the continent was first created, all races competed for control, and their ancestors cultivated resources lasting millions of years. Humans had no natural advantage. Just as humanity was facing extinction, a powerful force rose among them, immense strength, internal meridians unlike any other race. In their minds, humanity had finally become the protagonist of all races. Afterwards they were called gods, but perhaps by the will of heaven, the gods disappeared not long after. In the following 5 million years, several people appeared claiming to be successors of the gods. Each had previously possessed divine power, but the most recent case was 2 million years ago. Now everyone believed the gods had perished. Even those with divine bloodline were nearly invisible without special methods to activate it. To activate the bloodline, one had to be on the verge of death, or the gods themselves had to trigger it. The old man grew more and more excited. I never sleep. I study hard and lose, only then can I see the truth. Today a 2-million-year-old divine bloodline has been awakened. No wonder he was attacked first. The ice death technique he'd been hiding was probably also something learned from this master, all for this moment. The more the old man thought about it, the more elated he became. For a letter that had moved his entire family, even if he revealed his true identity as a light warrior hidden on Earth, he probably wouldn't be scorned. After all, it was already written. It was done. The old man had to repay this. There were many schools, he was old, and the timing was exactly right. He barely dared to believe it. When the heart is this excited, when it aches this much, is this a dream? This was a special divine item capable of awakening divine bloodlines. Even someone without divine heritage could gain tremendous cultivation from it. He smiled slightly. You helped me take revenge. Of course I'll repay you. Hurry up and drink. At that moment, a hand suddenly grabbed his foot. It was Suzai's mid-stage technique. This man, seemingly just an ordinary rebel, could easily escape from Shengping Beiwu. He gave him no real focus. Zhang Qing grabbed a packet of medicine and rushed over. He thought he was dead, but why was the boss here? Could it be that you? He started rambling. Yifeng stopped him cold. What nonsense are you talking about? We're both alive and well. The Qingshan old ancestor watched this scene unfold. Even the remnants of divine power could be found by Yifeng. This was a world-altering event. His concern for those around Yifeng deepened further. On the other side, Zhang Qing understood exactly how much Yifeng valued him. He grinned foolishly. Don't worry, boss, I'll definitely do better next time. But Yifeng's next words hit differently. Okay. Yifeng's expression didn't change. Walking in this world, the most important thing is to follow through. The true path of protection is to survive. So next time you run, I'm responsible for your life. You absolutely cannot die easily. Understand? The Qingshan old ancestor was moved to tears. Isn't this also what all of us should be told? The great road ahead, it's for small people like us to walk. He was about to start flattering again when Tianlang Yao kicked him. Tianlang Yao couldn't stand the old man's expression. I am the master's first dog. The Qingshan old ancestor and Luo Langsu, holding the dog master's picture, returned to Qingshan. Luo Langsu didn't understand what had just happened, so she asked the ancestor. He turned and looked at her. Very quietly he said, Zhu, congratulations, you are now the second most fortunate person on the entire Xinjiang continent in nearly 2 million years. Luo Langsu was confused. The second most fortunate, then who is first, you master? The Qingshan old ancestor continued. You just witnessed something that has been absent for 2 million years. The divine bloodline awakening, the real world is moving toward a great direction. And here is the thing, the minimum requirement to stimulate the mysterious bloodline is long-term cultivation. Even the early stages are barely enough. After he finished speaking, he took a sip of the potion immediately. A rain of spiritual light seemed to fall from his head. He stood still for one moment, then his body surged, and he broke through to the next level. Wang Zhongqi and Luo Langsu could hardly believe what they were seeing. One sip, he passed through, just like that. As soon as the ancestor got back, he grabbed the potion and kept drinking. Wang Zhongqi had given Luo Langsu a full year's worth. Luo Langsu took one sip, her eyes shone with golden light. It was extraordinary. She advanced directly from the great body to the spirit source realm, just like the ancestor. It was as if she had lived several lifetimes simultaneously in the span of one breath. She landed, and immediately grabbed the potion for the last sip. The ancestor wasn't going to wait either. He seized the potion and drank fiercely. He finally broke through to the martial emperor realm as he had always hoped. In that moment, he finally understood the meaning of life. Don't take unnecessary risks. Advancement is itself a matter of life and death. A master protects your destiny. Strength comes from your own effort. Back at Qingshan Gate, high-ranking members rushed to report. They knew this was when Zhu's breakthrough energy. Even the elders who had held power for decades and the field groups had all reacted. The Qingshan elders breaking through was entirely their own idea, but it was a landmark step for all of mankind. Meanwhile, Yifeng had been in a frenzy, completing his task in one go. The powerful force in his voice not only pushed the three madmen to their limits, Wang Dai's cow was also affected. He received love rings from all directions. Like Lu Dasheng, he kept gaining more. He came to see every challenge as one of the great joys of life. Only through challenge could you make a real difference. While they were singing, Guzi dreamed a strange dream. This little guy looked like he was just having an ordinary breakthrough, but he could instantly see the sun. When Yifeng and the old men were in full frenzy, Tianyang Wang also dreamed of the past. He had once been a kidney king, but he was killed, suddenly stopped, and fell trapped into the human world. This terrifying nightmare caused Ao Qing immense suffering. A man squatting nearby, seemingly oblivious to the storm's lingering effects, was enduring solitude when a surge of power jolted Ao Qing awake. A thought struck him. How could a member of his own clan be here delivering a message? Within a few months, Ao Qing arrived at the meeting point. He had been following a man unknowingly and had already reached the Waste King realm. Beyond his current strength level, Ao Qing had already revealed his true form. He turned and discovered something unexpected. "It's you." Ao Qing realized the person in front of him was the one who had caused him to be banished to the mortal realm. He looked at him coldly. "You're no less powerful now than when you were a dog." He didn't waste words. "What do you want?" The other side didn't answer. Instead, "Do you know why I want the title of Imperial Envoy under your control? Because I am the divine medicine god of the Heavenly Sun King clan." Ao Qing was shaken. This was connected to the prince. He had never heard this before. Ao Qing went to the old clan chief again. "Why did you give him to me? Just because I'm the legendary chosen one, but now I'm still the best. What about you? You're still a dog. What happened to your luck?" Ao Qing was furious. He remembered how he had been manipulated. His eyes burned with rage. Then the other side changed tone. As long as Ao Qing helped him break through adversity, he would clear Ao Qing's name and remove the wind liquid. Ao Qing didn't respond for a long time. Then he added one more condition. Ao Qing could also receive the Medicine King egg. The Medicine King realm, however. Ao Qing suddenly laughed. His soul power exploded with violence, filled with killing intent. How could it be? "You've already entered the Medicine King realm." This dog had seemed like a fool, but his true identity was Huangzai Ao Qing of the Heavenly Medicine King Yi clan. He could suppress emperors and cross Pingjiang Field in mere months. Cheng Qian was astonished. This supposedly hopeless good-for-nothing had broken through to the Medicine King realm. Though shocked, Cheng Qian forced himself calm. "So what if he's a Medicine King? In my eyes, he's still trash. As long as you help me open the secret realm and break through to Medicine King, I will mobilize all my resources for you. Within 10 years, Medicine King guaranteed." Cheng Qian thought this victory was already his. He never expected Ao Qing to think one battle every 10 years was necessary. Cheng Qian had a plan. He'd need a more drastic measure. The dog and He Yixao, their silver aura undeniable, made Ao Qing Cheng furious. Still using his dog brain approach, nearly choked on his own blood. That guarantee was infinitely close to St. Ping's level. "You've never seen this before, have you? Do you know what level the director gave me? Dog is a basin." Ao Qing Cheng was forced to make his final offer. If Ao Qing nodded, he could force him to join Hungry Yimai. Hungry Yimai, not a yellow clan of Tianyao Wolf member, but holding the highest position in the clan. Many of its experts were renowned throughout the entire Yao clan. Joining them would be like having a mountain of cannons. Ao Qing's clan status would skyrocket. With conditions like these, did he still have any reason to refuse? Ao Qing had no such restrictions. Hungry Yimai, even the dog, heard this and went speechless. This woman, Ao Qing Cheng, used Ao Qing in every possible way. But Ao Qing remained completely unmoved. Every single one of Ao Qing Cheng's conditions was rejected, leaving her in limbo. Seeing Ao Qing about to leave, she couldn't help herself. "Don't be surprised. Let me tell you the truth. I already have a powerful human as my master. 10 years of wolf medicine is considered a long time in his hands. Similar divine artifacts are only infinitely close to my dog's feet. His expression turned completely serious. As for backers, your people aren't even worthy of his footsteps. Ao King Cheng's words trailed off. The argument had the effect of plastic surgery. Ao Qing continued, clear the rumors, restore innocence, return to the waste. Now all of that means nothing to me. The difference between your perspective and mine is heaven and earth. He turned and left, leaving only his back. Ao King Cheng gritted her teeth. Half a year to become waste fire. This waste dared to say it. How could she believe it? The person who submitted to Australia was an absolute powerhouse. She was forced to speak big. Somehow the dog beside him reminded him. The dog had already left. Don't chase an empty trail. Ao King Cheng's anger reached its peak. In her excitement, her power briefly shook the mountains. She made a decision, find this master of Ao Qing's and completely subdue him. Xiao Qulu was commanding the old men when Ao Qing's 100-quality dog standard came rushing at him. The dog pounced on Xiao Qulu. Brother Lu, save me. Someone is trying to hurt me. Xiao Qulu listened to the explanation, then looked completely indifferent. Why worry about that kind of trash? I can handle them easily. Keep watching. The Red Sun Saintess had entered the control zone smoothly. The mutual law hadn't worked as intended. Only the oblivious Xiao Qulu had actually seen everything. He closed his eyes and studied the scene. When he noticed something wrong with Lu Da's right side, he said it directly. Lu Da immediately transformed into a servant. Xiao Qulu told them, "You're all doing well. I'll take good care of you. Nothing will happen to you." Then a fearful expression crossed his face. It was a kill letter. No other explanation. He immediately threaded it into a bone book and sent it over. When Yifeng looked back, Lu Da was filled with grief. Yifeng waved it off. "Forget it. I'll give you 20 more pounds later." At noon, Yifeng was drinking bubble tea in the yard. Ao Qing was visibly uneasy, wrestling with whether to eat his own food. Doing so would unintentionally affect Yifeng's body and disrupt his life. Since Xiao Qulu had already agreed, he decided to say nothing more. At that moment, a guardian suddenly pressed its head against Yifeng's. Yifeng smiled. "Since you've given me your help, I will definitely fulfill my master's wishes. Your issues will be resolved." Ao Qing felt a small warmth. His grudge with the Red Moon Saintess would definitely be handled by this master. Yifeng, on the other hand, was silently troubled. He genuinely didn't know if anyone in the world had a dog that could solve this guy's anger problem. Meanwhile, Ao King Cheng had already found Wu Guan. She vaguely remembered the so-called master, and was completely relieved to find he was just a traitor after all. She led her men into the courtyard and ordered that no one be left alive except Ao King Cheng. In a short moment, the last of the disciples noticed something strange. Before he could even report it, he had already become a traitor. Xiao Qulu took the opportunity to join. He hinted at his methods and the capital temporarily entered Wugu. The Red Sun Saintess Zhenji alone could make Ao King Cheng look bad and expose everything, but she didn't realize the life-threatening danger had already passed. Just how powerful was this Qulu? He killed Ao King Cheng before she could even react. Xiao Qulu saw red in his eyes. Wu Guan suddenly released a long beam of light. Ao King Cheng's disciples all reverted to their original forms. Ao King Cheng looked back mid-road. How could it be the Zhen Yao Well of the saintly king? The overwhelming force pressed down, forcing her to reveal her true self in the chaos. Then Ao King Cheng heard a burst of laughter, the little crying old man. With no real strength left, he could only retaliate playfully. Little crying old man casually kicked both of them in the backside with his enormous feet. Ao King Cheng couldn't believe a little human dared stand up to her like this. For a 70-year-old, simply outrageous. Little crying old man thought that was the end of it. He took out a strong blade and started whipping Ao King Cheng. The dog flew and jumped, the miserable students scattered. He began walking toward little crying old man's training brother. When little crying old man saw Yifeng approaching, he immediately cleaned up the crime scene and put on his most innocent, cowardly face. Yifeng stopped, took in the situation, and pulled out a dog beating stick. "You stray dog, how dare you bully my crying old man?" As he was beating the dog, Ao King Cheng happened to pass by. She saw the dog being beaten and thought it was just a performance. Wasn't this Ao Qing's true form? She smiled smugly. Sure enough, on day one as a brother and master's subordinate, the dog got bullied by someone called Coco. At that moment, Yifeng saw the deeper situation with Ao Qing. He looked down and thought, this is good. The dog's problem can actually be solved here, and it seems like the same energy as the master of the court. Better to bring the male dog out. He closed the door and said to the dog quietly, "Dog, your opportunity has come. This scene can definitely solve your problem." The corners of the dog's mouth slowly opened. "Spring, spring has finally come. The little dog in front of you, the heavenly demon wolf Red Sun Yimai Shengyu." The dog received Yifeng's permission and satisfyingly resolved the matter with Ao King Cheng. Unexpectedly, Ao Qing actually solved the Ao King Cheng problem himself. From now on, that legend would spread through all of Suli. Ao King Cheng was pushed out the door by Yifeng. She was about to rush back in and fight, but Ao Qing actually let them take her directly. In the Red Sun de Dian, Ao King Cheng's father Ao Bifeng was thrilled. His daughter had brought Ao Qing back. Now he could become smart and cold again. The male lead kept revealing unacceptable facts. What, you're no longer a virgin? Ao Bifeng's heart nearly stopped, almost sending his old secret agent to the grave. The entire Chinese community erupted. Who was responsible? Then Ao Bifeng produced a woman the male lead had imagined. It was actually Ao Bifeng, the man who held all their resources. Ao Bifeng's hand went to the ground. He explained with forced humility, "That guy is hiding in a human-owned illegal building. We wanted to go in and retrieve him, but the building contained a holy artifact of enormous importance, making it impossible for us to follow Ao Bifeng's path." He declared, "The existence of me, Ao Bifeng, is the greatest injustice to the Ao Zhu. That traitor, I want you dead." He immediately summoned his two strongest subordinates from Zilu and Fukushima, ordering them to bring the divine gift capable of saving him and retrieve Ao Bifeng from the building. He himself led the Red Sun and his 7-day army to the location, to meet with the emperor of the Tian Ao Langyi tribe. On the other side, regardless of the changing winds, another major event was happening. This man was Ao Zhang, father of Ao Qing, emperor of the Tian Ao Langyi tribe. He was preparing to rest after completing his mission when a foreigner suddenly appeared. "Emperor, come out here." Ao Zhang's face turned ashen. "You not only angered me, you tried to obstruct my plans and fundamentally destroy my royal family." He was furious. "I am dealing with important matters of the tribe. Why are you disturbing me without reason?" Ao Bifeng went straight to the point. "Isn't it because of you that I created this contract?" Ao Zhang wasn't grateful. "Ao Bifeng, don't make a scene. You're behaving like a toddler. I can't even imagine I would have been expelled long ago. Where would I go to you?" Ao Bifeng erupted and laid out exactly what Ao Qing had done to Ao King Cheng. Ao Zhang burst into laughter in front of Ao Bifeng. "Everyone's here." Ao Bifeng clenched his teeth. "Ao Zhang, how can you laugh? King Cheng is the victory of our Red Sun, protecting my future and giving me hope." Ao Zhang retorted, "I'm not dead yet and you're talking about the future. He's not the hope of the heavenly demon wolf clan, he's the hope of your Red Sun clan. Stop patting yourself on the back." Ao Bifeng demanded an explanation. Ao Zhang wasn't naive, he knew they wanted to keep Ao Qing from giving in. "Who knows if it's your Ao Qing who moved our Ao Qing? I still want an explanation from you." Ao Bifeng pointed directly at his nose. "Do you think you can just let this go? Look at the people of Red Sun in front of you." Ao Zhang remembered when Ao Qing was captured by the county and how Red Sun had avoided him then. Without a son, the entire Huang clan might not have preserved its name. He could only have had a son, but this time was different. When the time came, facing the questioning of Hong Ryumai, Ao Qing paid Ao Zhang back using his martial arts skills. He raised his hand and said, "Although I don't like Hong Ryumai, you are still under my control. I can't hold you hostage. Can I hold you accountable for your daughter's affairs? My son suffered a loss, but I won't pursue it to avoid a bigger mess." Ao Bifeng was furious enough to self-destruct, but he had no choice. Ao Qing had done nothing wrong this time. If he alienated Ao Zhang, who controlled the world, it would only make things worse for Hong Ryumai. He swallowed his anger, turned and left with his men. After Ao Bifeng left, Ao Zhang was overwhelmed with emotion. He never expected Ao Qing could make such moves. Shengxi Jianzhang had ruined Hong Ryu's entire conspiracy, a great loss for the Duke. While Ao Zhang was in triumph, his second son Ao Tizu came in expecting a reward. Ao Zhang looked at him with cold soup eyes. Useless. This time Ao Ti couldn't recover from it. "Father, I didn't ignore you back then. How can you still annoy me like this?" Ao Zhang wasn't grateful. "Stop talking about women all day. It makes me feel like no one in this hall wants to be a concubine. Dongsu, learn from your brother and do something useful for the clan." Ao Ti was shocked. "Father, how can you compare that useless person to my brother? He hasn't even," before he could finish. "Once De Erguang knocks down the mountain leader, what can you and your brother do to Ao Qing?" Ao Ti's soul scattered. Ao Qing and Shengwu, did he hear that right? Could it be that this gave him a brain injection? In the whole picture, the Waste Wolf's intention was that the Ao Realm's god had 2 winds and 2 rains. Ao Qing moved without making a sound, still under Yifeng's command, being this quiet heavenly dog. Among the 3 madmen, the golden-haired one, Wang, suddenly realized something was off. Yifeng understood immediately and turned to distribute his goods to his wives. "I know it's going to rain soon, right?" The golden-haired Wang and the others made excuses. "We'll use it, sir. What will you use?" One turned and saw a strange knife-wielding aura emanating from Yifeng's body. "Don't worry, it will be available when needed. Just buy another one." Facing the 2 who wanted a patriarch's weapon, this divine attack struck. The 3 madmen stood in the rain. It seemed the first brother had seen everything already. Zio, he told them to go buy one themselves. Yifeng remained completely calm. Even a trap for romance couldn't shake him. When the old man and the golden-haired one heard Yifeng say it would be available soon, they all froze. At this moment, Hu Dun, who'd been reading the whole scene, put on a look that said he had seen through everything. "Do you really think I don't know we have 2 wastes hovering over our heads? Just watch." Yifeng's free voice. He gathered a wave of energy in his hand and played a farewell tune around the courtyard. The 3 madmen could only watch. It was as if an endless cleansing wave was washing through everything. Even Lu Dasheng felt his misunderstandings and frustrations being washed away. The old men jumping on the ground were being knocked down by floating paths and the Usura figures in the sky. How could they be this unpredictable? Was this also cooperating with the mental hospital? The two sides of the Ao Qing were indeed there, so they forgot the mentally unbearable sounds from before and were about to take action. The three madmen on the ground had once obtained 7 bowls and walked forward as if returning to a distant summer. Lu Dasheng, standing to the side, felt a great deal. He thought himself truly lacking. He felt the most powerful fire, but those three had already taken it all. He hadn't expected that a gentleman's song would make him go fully animal. This system was real. The place was happy. Please finally improve this action. They brought out this heavenly gift. 5 kings combined in one summer, but in the same battle the Waste Clan could reach inward. This half-saintly heavenly gift item, its arcane energy nearly spent. The 3 madmen were slightly suppressed. Golden Hair Wang was about to speak his mind, but Old Wu stopped him. Old Wu patiently explained, "Old Chu, open your perspective. The reason the master stopped you from exposing the 2 wastes was that you went too far. You shouldn't act on your own. Now on the master's territory, can they really turn the world upside down? Let's see what the master does." He took several small pots but didn't know that the conference above his head had always been ongoing, still fighting over who gets to take the law. This man seemed ordinary, but one move could break the evidence, killing the enemy. Fu Dao and Ashu Lu, seeing the people below not moving, assumed they were all useless. They explained to each other that their power was drawn from nature itself. You say the madman is playing, the 3 madmen are in a panic now. Golden Hair Wang and the old man's solo performance, inevitable arrogance, still believed the 2 things would bring positive energy. The doctor's killing move was unstoppable. He wanted to eliminate everyone. The 3 madmen grew anxious. "Sir, aren't you going to make a move?" Suddenly one of them shouted, "I have a way, you finally know to act." The doctor moved happily and stepped on the pedal. "Let's do it." Sparks of modern and classical technique collided. The 3 madmen couldn't believe what they were seeing. "Sir, you used your former body because this attack wouldn't hurt you, but if we fall in love with the result, it will burst out." The doctor quickly stepped on the pedal. A crisp killing sound rang out. The doctor's fingers moved fast. The attack was broken from the other side. The 3 madmen didn't even realize they were tearing up. Why are my eyes always cold and hot? Because I love Wu Yun deeply. A single move, breaking through a killing barrier of this caliber. This was a siege-level technique that could be called Tongshan Ziyue. He was just bragging, but he didn't expect that the ground beneath his feet was also 10,000 feet deep. He and Zilu could hardly believe it. The real master is him. How did the sky fall down? He was greeted by a letter. "See, I told you can get what you want right away." The 3 madmen were overjoyed. "Look at this master, incredible." Several people followed the letter. The letter looked back and saw that Lu Dasheng of Husheng Fengking also wanted to come inside. "Hey, you should stay outside and face inward. Just treat it as a bath." This man turned his hand and in the blink of an eye, pulled out several pieces of King's test iron from the kitchen. These were actually for hot pot. The Red Sun had sold a large electric equipment hall. Everyone exchanged through the net. Originally, Ao Qing's body was special. As long as he completed his body and cooperated with Yifeng's foot cultivation secret, he could break through the Waste Clan after opening adversity and become the next emperor. He was the only planned person for this, but now an old man spoke up. "We still have a chance. As long as Fu Dao and Shura put Ao Qing's equipment together, we can force him to accept the crime of Qingfan Shunmi." Ao Bifeng's new share had been taken up. That's right, there was still a way. With proper preparation and planning, they could force the emperor to abdicate. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in to report on Fu Dao and Shura. With everyone gathered, it was done. How could the 2 of them fail to deal with Ao Qing? Then the news came. Fu Dao and Shura's heavenly decree had been broken. The matter of the heavenly wolf was a matter of support. Everyone who got close to the waste would leave behind a sea of heavenly decrees. Ao Bifeng was so furious he directly crushed his subordinate's head. King Cheng was supposed to be a great lock, but now he'd lost 2 of his generals. "Ao Qing, I am unfortunate that I cannot overcome this obstacle." Ao Bifeng's life was saved. The entire Hong Ryimai mobilized to make Yifeng pay the price for managing this. In the midst of everything, the broken moon mirror was clear. Yifeng led the 3 madmen and the Qingshan old clan, who had come to tie up the tiger, picked up the sword and released the ingredients. Several old men's eyes lit up. "What are these things? Waste spirits and waste nets. Sir, are you trying to sell the whole thing? If everyone did this, the waste monsters would practically form a country." Yifeng looked at them, their faces still fleshy. Why were they making such a fuss? And there was also the matter of the 3 madmen who had almost done something. "Waste Yellow, take this to start a fire." This man, Yifeng, rushed to barbecue the Waste King and make soup from the Waste Yellow. After a while, he had single-handedly debated the 5 yellows against the 5 sects, and the 5 sects against the 5 venerables. Yifeng brought out the waste monster. Several people assisted. They were about to embark on a journey of waste yellow barbecue and soup. In a corner they couldn't see, the 5 venerables were clearing their minds and had finally broken free from that damned world. After a while the waste yellow soup was complete. Yifeng set the pot on the stove. The old men were practically levitating. What kind of fragrance is this? Blue and blue are all fake. Yifeng thought these old men had simply never eaten proper meat. To them a pot of turtle soup was a 5-star banquet. No choice, 1 bowl each, don't drink too much. The rest goes to Zhongking. Hearing this, all 4 old men rushed at Yifeng simultaneously. From today onwards, Master is practically our second parent. We're all Master's people. The 3 golden-haired men leaned in and realized the soup in Yifeng's hand was also a divine item. The Qingshan patriarch tapped their foreheads. Don't think like that, you've never seen the world. Master's changes can be used as wind and magic energy. The 3 golden-haired men nodded respectfully. Thank you for reminding us, Brother Qingshan. The patriarch was quietly pleased. So what if they're from the 5 sects? High cultivation and all, they still can't control the Master, I know. They still have to be polite to me. After 1 bowl, old Wu was the first to feel the power of foreign land rising in him. No, my cultivation is rising several levels. I need to break through. Feng thought the bowl had simply replenished their strength, naturally leading to a breakthrough. He quickly chased them away. Lu Dasheng, still running, laughed and shouted back, "Run, run. When you can't stand the light of the valley, that's when I'll shine in front of you, sir." From these words it was clear this man was completely unaware that everyone had already started drinking the medicine. Several old men flew toward Qingshan like their backsides were on fire, wanting to use local energy to break through. Meanwhile, Yifeng in the 5 halls was still confused. Did I overdo it? Why is everyone complaining about their stomachs? He had no choice but to leave the remaining contents to Guzi to handle. If people can't handle it, the dog can, right? Guzi drank it and shot off into the distance, growing enormous with wind. Yifeng was dumbfounded. Is this turtle really that strong? Oh no, Zhongking just drank it and is still sleeping. Will he make a mess of the bed in his dreams? An hour later, the 4th old man walked out looking completely wrecked. I didn't expect to break through a major barrier in one go. This is all thanks to Mr. Dai. On the other side, Ao Bifeng led his men to Wugyun Fuji. Ao Qing, is it over? How could Xiujai have flashed like that? Facing the Qi, it was Brother Sheng who came to push down the unruly red sun. The 3 old men's eyes fell on them. They wanted people, even rabbit shoes. Lu Dasheng wouldn't be convinced. How could the 3 of them break through just by stepping outside for a moment? Didn't they run away because they couldn't eat? Right now in Pingjiang, apart from the scene itself, their combination could investigate anyone. The old man saw Lu Dasheng's expression, full of network emperor energy, and felt a flicker of sympathy. This guy deserved better. Mr. Wuguo had no reason to treat him differently. Lu Dasheng looked at the people in the 1st district and started crying. What did I miss? When they returned, he immediately called everyone to move the net in the yard and prepare to face the fire wave. While the group was eating happily, something happened in the sky of Pingcheng. The sky and sun invited the Qi to kill and begin washing feet. Passers-by were so desperate they wished they could disappear. Who is this? We need to be awakened. One subordinate said to the guide, following the tracking power left by the saint on the saint's body. He is not among these 5. Ao Bifeng's face was packed with hatred. 1 OP is nothing. He got to where he is because of that thing. After dealing with this broken thing, I'll deal with him later. Lu Feng got up. Yifeng hesitated, went back and forth, then brought Xiao Feng. This hot pot party was getting more meaningful. The 3 madmen had won against the Lu tribe's invasion, but they didn't understand Yifeng's full intention. Then let's go and lock up first. Ao Bifeng found that no one below was reacting. After a while, thinking that people who could subdue Fu Dao and Shura shouldn't be this comfortable, he randomly ordered people to disperse and activate the Jai Cheng Tianlang formation. By 2, Yijun was in control. Ao Bifeng laughed with full confidence. Under this formation, even a 5 quiet world strongman would have to think twice before laughing. He was about to order the attack. At that moment, the 3 madmen suddenly turned around. Kong Tianwei was pressing down on Ao Bifeng. Ao Bifeng was actually down. 5 in a row or 3, plus 1 more at roughly equal strength to his own. Ao Bifeng and his men laughed wildly. Die, but then Ao Bifeng actually refused to let them in. His men were dumbfounded. They had already taken off their armor and he wouldn't let them proceed. Power control wasn't the issue. Reflection was also a factor. The best option was still to warm things up. The 3 madmen immediately understood. Xiaoyang Fawai understood. Then we won't chase after the group. This man called Ao Bifeng, leader of the Red Sun, most likely future leader of the Tianyao Wolfart clan, now had his subordinates attacking him and had to retreat. Where had things gone wrong? After the formation collapsed, his subordinates asked why he'd run. Because of the forced power withdrawal, attacks that had already launched suddenly flowed back, like starting a strike and having it reverse into yourself. Ao Bifeng was furious. Are you all blind? Can't you see those 3 5-pointers, Tongshan Weiyang? If we had truly attacked, they would have sent us straight back to our mothers. But Ao Bifeng wasn't the kind of person who gave up easily. If we can't go through the gates, we go around, bring Ao Bai back directly. His men were excited. Brilliant. The intelligence showed Ao Qing was currently in the mountains, far from the capital, and even the most powerful wouldn't know. Ao Bifeng led his army straight to the mountains. Ao Qing is just a useless person. How could he possibly match me? Upon arriving in the mountains, he immediately felt a powerful hierarchical pressure. Ao Bifeng and Ruyu wondered which important figure was breaking through. Thinking it over, he decided, once his sister successfully broke through, they would search the mountains. Under the cover of night, the powerful figure completed the breakthrough. Ao Bifeng was relieved and immediately ordered, investigate the mountains of Ao Qing city. His men received the order and threw out Ao Qing's adult treasure. Through the divine tracking system, Ao Qing's location was determined. The secret left behind provided no cover. Ao Bifeng's side was overjoyed. The key organ had been found, but Ao Qing was resting. A little dog still pretending break his arms and legs and take him back for questioning. They were overjoyed and immediately went to work. Just as they were about to finish Ao Qing woke up. An unbelievable, terrifying aura was released. Ao Bifeng's side was dumbfounded. Ao Qing wasn't joking. He quickly ordered his men to turn back. His men were all frantic. Another reversal. If he can kill the master once, twice more, and I will have to speak up. The panic was enormous. It turned out the knife-wielding person who had broken through in the mountains, that was the ordinary dog. This ordinary dog had suddenly become something on the level of the Communist Party of power. Originally, someone had come specifically to break Ao Qing's legs. The Red Sun was about to close the door and complete the mission. All of it undone because of this single doctrine-following man. In one night, the network office had reached the level of the point. During the battle outside Mount Mufu, Yifeng was drinking with 4 old men. It was no easy thing to talk about. The Qingshan old man was drunk. The 9-fold transformation wasn't holding. He'd even written several books. As a successor, he began telling stories. When I was young and clear-headed, you could walk 10 miles in 8 villages. People would declare their love openly on the street. When you bought vegetables, old ladies gave you free gifts. The golden-haired man beside him looked dangerous. What's so great about women? The young lady is more like the old man. Let me tell you my story. The old men immediately cut him off. Don't say it. Nobody here wants to hear it. If you say another word, I'm going to be sick. Why don't you go to sleep and save it? The Qingshan old man turned to Yifeng. Sir, what story do you have? Why don't you share it? Yifeng was feeling a little loose. He smiled. My story is nothing. If you really want to tell it, it belongs to another world. The 4 old men immediately said, real, sir, you're an ancestor who arrived early. Several brand new fans began writing a letter asking him to talk about that world. One fan thought, we're all post-90s enthusiasts here, so it's fine. So Yifeng began talking about Earth. The civilization of that world was enormously advanced. They had created many strange but incredibly convenient things. Their inventions, if revealed here, could easily destroy the Xinjiang continent. The old men had a hunch that the advanced upper class there was a completely different order, something beyond imagination. One fan speculated, Sir, you're so calm and collected, you must have held a high status there. Yifeng thought for a moment. No, I was just average. What? The old men were incredulous. Sir, you're this strong and you were just average. Are they all this powerful? We wouldn't even qualify for a city's top league there. One old man asked, Did you have any legendary stories there? Yifeng thought. Even Shang Yiheng has stories, but not legendary ones. Back then, young and carefree, I met several girls as Jianan. They all replied with hee hee, I'm going to take a shower. The others didn't understand what Jianan meant. It's a compliment, someone ventured. The old man became happy and praised him. That gentleman was indeed Jianan. The small guards nearby who had been quietly listening perked up immediately. They were all searching for someone whose temperament matched their own, and they had unexpectedly found him today. Jianan, that's right, they didn't know what it meant, but from this day forward they would live by that principle. In the distant mountains, the Australian youth had already eliminated the Red Sun one full. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. How had he broken through so suddenly? Life was hard. The old man's spirit, what was even happening in this world? The Australian youth could suppress the Red Sun one full's dog-like strength with just a breath. He avoided it effortlessly. If they kept fighting, even he, the old secretary, would have to confess. He escaped through the teleportation method and returned to the clan instantly. Ao Qing was too lazy to chase him. After dispersing the chi barrier, he used the energy directly. His cultivation level filled him with deep joy. This old turtle is truly insane. He actually made me compete directly with the Demon King as a demon grandson. Ao Qing's love for Yifeng and his drive to compete for him grew stronger and stronger. If it weren't for Master, how could I have this level of cultivation? On the other side, Ao Bifeng turned and suddenly returned to the clan. Although his clansmen were excited, something was off. Why are so many people missing? A subordinate immediately came up and slapped his own backside. The master made a move. Only the demon was defeated. This move was definitely useless. No matter what, we caught Ao Qing again. Ao Bifeng was fed up, a group of people slapping themselves. Where there is no ladder, there is no ladder. He said to the others in rage. Ao Qing has the strength of a waste-level master now. He is no longer someone we can fight. If it weren't for using that teleportation sword I had hidden for 1,000 years, I would be finished. Ao Qingcheng couldn't believe it. Bifeng led his men back to the Great Lightning Array and had his men produce the broken Venerable list. The people in the Silver Chapter stirred immediately. Bifeng said without hesitation, "Right now we can only fight against the teleportation machine. Although I can't immediately break through to the waist level, I can definitely reach half strength. As long as we eliminate the desolate valley before Qing returns, we win." Bifeng went into seclusion and soon reached the half-level sword breakthrough. After seclusion, he led the people to launch judgment. In less than half a month, the waste wolf matter was divided in two. Zhang in the Silver Chapter was asking clan elders for a general. Elder Qing, now that Bifeng has half a level, the power of the Red Sun is enormous. If this continues, we will be lost in the cold. Elder Qing looked worried. Zhang continued, "Your battle strength is the strongest in the clan. Only ask you to break seclusion and decide the position of my yellow clan." Elder Qing looked righteous. Zhang looked expectant. The battle had already begun. He didn't know how to get what he wanted. Elder Qing had been fighting through 3 historical periods of the Great War Valley. He had the answer. Only you can solve everything. Zhang thought for a moment. "It's my eldest son." Elder Qing nodded. Zhang continued, "Then my second son." Elder Qing nodded again. Zhang went serious. "It's Qi." Elder Qing nodded. Zhang thought for a long while. Finally he calmed down and said something, and Elder Qing was dumbfounded. "It's the Emperor. What are you doing? You're not even older than me. Are you stupid?" Zhang was furious. "My son is a well-known good-for-nothing, not strong, not smart. I thought you had real skills. Now the earth is in front of us and you're still playing games with me. Get out." After Elder Qing left, Yunbo advised Zhang to find Jing first. More people meant more strength. Zhang had a premonition. All right, bring him back." Regardless of the situation, the local authorities had already upgraded the 2 skills, Qing and Qiang, to Yu Shen by Jian. Only calligraphy and 1 other skill were needed to complete the task. The system suddenly popped up. "Great Dao, you have received a new task. New task 900 million. Upgrade the skill to Yu Shen by Jian. Completion reward, obtain a halo." Failure, system recalled. After the system disappeared, Yifeng quietly thought to himself, "The previous one was just a weird joke, but this halo sounds kind of tempting." He made a pot of spicy strips. A life without spicy strips isn't life. After finishing, he threw a long line out into the Ao realm. 1 bite and the Ao realm burned. "No way, my waste venerable realm is already stable. Can this temporarily boost strength too?" Yifeng watched as each of his pills disappeared while he himself grew stronger by 1. "Could it be that I'm just some random online miracle?" The police were unaware this thing could make people feel so good they entered ecstasy. Where did this come from? It made the once powerful Jing immediately calm down and compete with the heavenly wolf Yellow Foot, feeling so good he floated. Even the world's Yellow Emperor had to pay homage to it. Under its influence, while the reverse seal was eating spicy snacks, a business suddenly arrived outside. Jing followed it to the door and found an actual person. "Yunbo, what are you doing here? Hurry up, I'll be outside the city in a while." Yunbo heard the reply and said, "Sorry, I've come to the wrong place." Jing said he was going back to his room, then ran out and found Yunbo anyway. Their relationship went back a long way. In the past, everyone had looked down on him, but Yunbo never had. Yunbo had even helped him often. Though he had been living alone, that feeling hadn't changed. Jing asked, "What are you doing here?" Yunbo replied, "The 3 Yellow Emperors are in trouble. The Red Sun has been activated. Jing is now a half-powerful figure. The Yellow Emperor is about to fall. You need to go home." When Jing heard the word home, with Shangfen and Yunbo on his mind, he answered clearly, "I knew I wouldn't go back. My old man knew I was tainted, yet he still accepted it. I was stranded outside for so long, almost dying on the streets, even killed. I have no feelings for Dali anymore." Yunbo grew anxious. "Your father is also heartless, but when he heard that you had made a move against Jing, he was overjoyed. There's no need for that forced situation anymore." Jing's aura erupted with a terrifying force. "Yunbo, 1 more word, don't blame me for turning against you." Yunbo backed off both feet. "Huang Zai, I was wrong." "That you're Shaowei?" Jing smiled. "Is Yaezun very strong? I used to think Yaezun was invincible, but after seeing Master and Kyulu I realized how naive I was. Compared to them, Yaezun isn't even worthy of wiping their boots." Yunbo was overjoyed. "No wonder Elder Jing said you are the hope of the royal family. As long as you make a move, we can definitely do it." Jing reiterated he would not go back, but he could ask his master for something, help them through the crisis. After flying back to Wuban, Guzi Pingjian made a move to fill the dog count in the competition and successfully obtained a handful of spicy strips from Yifeng. Yifeng reminded him to remember to keep them in the bag. Jing handed them to Yunbo. Yunbo looked at this thing. It could help the Yellow Clan survive. He only ate one, and as soon as it hit his mouth, Yifeng felt a strange heat spread through his body. Yunbo advanced from waist spirit to waist net and gained the flower lifting skill. Yunbo was completely stunned. How had he obtained something like this? Jing smiled. "Just a small trick. Don't be shocked. Keep it in the bag and eat when needed." Yunbo was overwhelmed. "You are one of the most powerful figures I know. I thought this video was the hope of the Wolf Clan." After returning to the Yellow Clan, Zhang was confused. "Didn't I send you to get Qing? Where is the dog?" Yumbo brought out the big item. Your Majesty, Huang Zai had something to take care of and asked me to bring back this powerful protection. Zhang was speechless. That's it, I've already recovered. Could it be there's been a sudden outbreak of infectious diseases? He told Yumbo to eat the bill. Clearly, Elder Qing is testing you. Everyone is just amusing themselves. Yumbo stood firm. Your Majesty, I really didn't lie. Third Prince is now in the company of genuine experts. He pounced forward. Zhang didn't know what medicine had been taken, but he still didn't believe it. Your Majesty, if you don't believe me, just take one and you'll know. Zhang looked skeptical. Okay, if it doesn't work, get out of here. He swallowed a large mouthful, thinking he was about to fall over from the new medicine, but instead his body surged with powerful force spreading through every meridian. Yumbo had already been paid back. Your Majesty, a divine dragon appeared in your dream. In order to resolve the power chaos, Zhang found his wife. After 2 nines, he finally broke through to the half-respect level. Just then, Hong Raiyi attacked Wang Su. After eating a bag of spicy strips, Zhang had actually broken through to the half-saint realm. At this moment, Hu Bao Hong Raiyi came to fight. Zhang said domineeringly, "Today I am not yesterday's me. Watch me not take down Ao Bifeng's dog wife." He immediately ordered the entire camp to emergency status. Both sides assembled on the Tianping Plain, tens of thousands of troops each, facing one another. Their camps radiated strength and health. Zhang and Ao Bifeng stood together at first, but Ao Bifeng gradually revealed his true ambitions. He laughed and said, "If you bring Huang Tu's people to surrender, I can spare your lives. Otherwise, under the suppression of realm, you may not even know how you died." Zhang saw the killing move coming. He rushed out in chaos. Just when it seemed Ao Bifeng was about to succeed, Zhang killed him. Ao Bifeng was dumbfounded. In 2 sentences, he went from the sky to the ground, power constantly colliding in the air. Ao Bifeng saw he could no longer gain realm advantage. He pulled out a small core. "Is it worth it? Huang Baian, you actually didn't hesitate to use the foundation of the Red Sun. Madman, even if you win, you lose half your source." Ao Bifeng didn't care. He swallowed it directly. "As long as I can unify the Heavenly Wolf, what does it matter if I die?" In one glance, Ao Bifeng's boosted power was praised. But for something truly important, the Bigfoot, wolf yellow, red face, Ao Bifeng didn't even have time to react. Already knocked away by the wolf, he crashed into a massive obstacle. He had only improved to near seat level and was already this powerful. If this continued, Ao Bifeng would be completely overwhelmed. Seeing the enemy rushing again, Ao Bifeng hurriedly raised a protective barrier. The party's power was confirmed to be overwhelming. Ao Bifeng was sent flying again. When he was about to finish the battle, Zhang was already standing in front of him. Die! With only a few life bars remaining, Huang Baiyan could barely hold on for a moment. As soon as he was struck, he used his remaining power to release precious scriptures as a shield. He turned and started shouting, "You hit me." This is a powerful weapon, a shield against the enemy. The enemy raised a divine weapon in response. Since he used his ultimate skill first, dare to suffer my pain. God, even the people of Hong Raiyi were shaken. Boss, at least we have to play big now. A fireball of Shuocean flowed from the enemy's long camp. Even the sun was right in front of him. I asked for a sudden drop from the lowest point of the rain. The enemy had gone mad. Today, Gu Luo welcomes a new king. I Hong Raiyi will step on you to rise and become the Yellow Emperor. Yang Guhai advised. Your Majesty, run quickly. This level of attack, even Vajra could not withstand it. But the Emperor, though frightened, seemed unable to move. Going out meant Ao Bifeng, staying meant fireballs. It wasn't a question of escape, but of daring to listen. He escaped, and Ao Bifeng, who had been observing, suddenly swallowed something bitter and unpleasant. How could this be? It was the Demon Lord. I Hong Rai sold my strength and relied on Ao Bifeng to escape, at the cost of half my source. Demon Lord, you have what you want. He shouted. Impossible, I can't believe it. What's impossible? Today is your death day. One palm, a light bubble that pierced the heavens, destroyed Ao Bifeng's body completely. Ao Bifeng screamed, "What did you eat?" The internal strife of the heavenly demon wolf clan was finally over. Meanwhile, in Wu Guan village, a fire-breathing man appeared. On the field, Yi Feng and Zhang Qingli were happily together, never expecting to meet the person who would cause trouble in their lives again. 3 eccentrics were admiring a handwritten couplet, all equally matched. Strange, why was the gentleman's handwritten couplet so uniformly uneven? Did you think we'd say that? Every time they appeared, they never flattered the gentleman. They all shouted different things, and the most surprising thing was that people with completely different mindsets were going in entirely different directions. Good intentions met with powerlessness, and a sinister mentality arose, leading to physical breakdown. At that moment, Yifeng came out. Hearing their complaints, he was pleased. "Then I'll write you another reply." The 3 of them, who had been helping each other, said quickly, "No need, no need. We've already received more than 10 replies from you, sir. Giving us more would be a waste." Privately they thought, "We really cannot accept any more. We can't even understand the ones we have. If we keep looking, we'll go insane." Yifeng thought for a moment and let it go. At that moment, Zhang Qing came over. "I've been thinking," Yifeng said. "Wu Guan has no reputation because it has no brand. I've decided to make you a super young martial arts master, setting the trend for all of Jiangping's martial world. Zhang Qing and his companion arrived at the training ground. The instructor began teaching the Wei Shi sword technique and the divine pen observation method, tracing each move back to its origins. Only 30 moves, one clean batch. Zhang Qing was in a state of complete chaos. Not exactly the same as any style, but not completely different either. Without any regard for Zhang Qing's bewildered expression, the instructor kept going. Remember this, everything changes, but the essence remains the same. Master these 30 and you can support yourself. As long as you're fast enough before your opponent even finishes watching, you'll already be hitting them with the same moves. The two were practicing happily when a group of women arrived. Zhang Qing recognized them, girls from the inner courtyard of Yihang Yuan, coming to play cards again. If it weren't for the money under the bed bleeding out daily, he might have actually played. The lead girl opened her mouth. Play cards, we're here to collect money. Your family's so-called Lu Benwei eats for free at Yihang Yuan every single day. They'd come to find a girl but couldn't produce payment, so they came straight to the brothel. One of them slammed the wall right in his face. The heartwarming backstory: the old man owed the battle, owed his essence, and was an absolute womanizer. Zai's father smiled. You're finished. The beautiful women interrogated him on the training ground. He fell into deep confusion. Who is the old man? Did you come to the wrong place? Several women immediately questioned him. Impossible, this is the place. He said your name himself, said he trusts you because you two are very close. That's why he called you the old man. This kind of self-introduction isn't something you say without thinking. You can't unhear it once it's said. He hid behind the brothel and opened the bucket in the center, but there truly was no such person there. He reached out. The child had no need to speak. Several brothel members sneered. Is that how it is? Then don't blame us for speaking up. Several people around the table complained with hearts full of grievance. It's not fair. Do you know how hard it is to run our business? With that affected air, what kind of writer am I? One letter instantly regretted having eyes that he ever had to witness this scene. He wanted to get rid of these weirdos as fast as possible. He was anxious because he was a member of the righteous class. We really don't have such a person. Suddenly, he was ignored. The people of the Red Courtyard recognized him immediately. It was him. Of course he knew who it was. Seeing Zhou Yu finally had a chance to solve this, he couldn't help but smile. Get lost, he was finished. He took off his clothes, used Huazia to enter the old father's side. You dog, you have no way to die. Who would have thought that would actually end the fight? He had to run to escape, but one letter fell straight into the Red Courtyard's trap. On the other side, Wu Gongjing's soul was shattered. It turned out that when one letter appeared before the stronger party, Wu Gongjing had nearly killed him, but Ying was defeated. Wu Gongjing unexpectedly discovered that one letter's strength contained a space of its own, capable of controlling the lives of everyone inside Wu Gongjing. There was no way to stop the dog. He reached 99 and caught the little cry. A letter of anger tied him up, pulling a little from the total, and he cried a little. His cultivation was genuinely unpredictable, but a letter could break through his defenses and beat him. The three madmen were already on his body. Just as the group was happily watching the spectacle, the sky suddenly turned red. Circles of fantasy continued to swirl around the sun, washing the entire sky crimson. The golden-haired Wang observed carefully. Either a high-level person had broken through, or some kind of external control had intervened. After his solo performance, he squatted down and asked, "So what do we do?" Old Wu looked at the dog and said slowly, "If this were before, we'd definitely go see this hot spot. But now that we're connected, there's no comparison." The golden-haired Wang squatted next to him, still a little like a vacation. Old Wu said with stoic certainty, "You guys, even that provocateur is smarter than you on this point. What can compare to the connected world?" The young master of the fifth Long Sky made a move to fight. The roadside was full of flower beds and strong trees. People were even killed on the spot. Tianjian men, a mysterious woman with a murderous face. Wang Fan returned to the Mountain Gate and Earth Gate in a round of division. After the sect leader finished, he sent a newly recruited female disciple. After all, Mr. Peng was the sect's most talented disciple. Feng Yu, the current leader of the remaining Zheng Tian, had already contacted the Qingshan sect. They were at the edge of the world. After 3 full days of silence, still no movement. Inside the Qingshan sect, the old leader listened to Zhang Yu's report. It had been confirmed that the next figure was a dance saint from 10,000 years ago, Zhang Yu, a member of the Minjiao sect. At this moment, Pingjiang City had gathered many high-ranking figures. Among those to be wary of, the blood-blooded Mountain Robe, the young master of the dance Changkung sect, the ancient wind cloud Saint Yun Xian, and the newly recruited genius female disciple of the Tianjian sect, Mr. Peng. After delivering this report, Yun added one more major piece of news. Lin Xian had sent a letter proposing cooperation with the Qingshan sect. After the city was built, Qingshan could take 2/3 of the benefits. The old leader hesitated more and more. He suddenly stood and went to find Yifeng. He thought about Yifeng's appearance in Pingcheng and quietly moved toward Jiang County. Various experts flew in from all directions, but Yifeng had sensed something was off beforehand. Yifeng was in the management group, reviewing recent rumors about the dance saint, while the Qingshan old group had assembled since morning. Yifeng turned to him and asked what he thought of the recent commentary. The Qingshan old group assumed Yifeng already knew something about the movement and smiled awkwardly. What do you know, old man? I was just asking for your opinion. Yifeng sensed a chill. We don't bother with those things. We just chat with the most interesting folks. The Qingshan old group thought, I can do without it, but Qingshan sect can't. Fall behind and you get beaten. So he asked again, Sir, I actually wanted to go see. Do you think there's someone missing from this situation? They all laughed, shaking their heads as they laughed. The cold-blooded Qingshan old ancestor thought, yes, this Hyunjong feeling this name is what you're hinting at, but I just don't understand it yet. Since I met you, sir, you followed Gu Yanaming, but everything has developed as expected. Mr. Newfei already knows the outcome of this matter. The Qingshan patriarch, having earned the title of Wei Teiku, said, Please, sir, speak of your name. Yifeng replied bluntly, You should just give up. The patriarch was devastated and completely defeated. Yifeng said, It's very unimaginable, that's a breakthrough between cultivators. What were you doing there, bringing food to someone? The patriarch said to Yifeng, I didn't expect to walk out and immediately run into the weakling who came looking for me. It turned out to be Feng Yungu. The two hurried back to the east gate. Feng Yungu's Sheng Yun was already waiting there. Sheng Yun was about to speak when the patriarch immediately interrupted. Sheng Yun, wait, this matter concerns our Qingshan sect. Please come inside to discuss. Upon hearing this, the elder of Sheng Yun's sect issued a stern warning. Are you trying to refuse? Feng Yungu's elder suddenly declared. The Qingshan sect members who had come out to greet them immediately gathered around. 5 powerful figures, seemingly from east and west, were present. Aren't these the most imposing people here? The patriarch stepped forward. A powerful elder, applying slight pressure from one stir-fry, relieved the pressure on the heavy man. The people of Feng Yun Ancient were all under pressure, but this kind of difficulty in killing was far-reaching. If there were 5 emperors, 2 would be enough. He actually possessed such cultivation. We need to be careful. The Qingshan ancestor saw their expressions and felt quietly smug. Now it's a bit like home. Our Pingjiang has a teacher, no one can rely on him to bully others. Compared to this great unity, you are not even worthy of being called a foot. The people of Feng Yun Ancient were visibly getting nervous. St. Cloud took the lead and arrived first. Our cooperation to take over the lake is far better than anything others offer. I didn't expect the Qingshan patriarch to gather here, and even say Qingshan won't participate in this matter. Sheng Yun and Jian Leng, you say you've already cooperated with others. The Qingshan patriarch turned around and walked into the store. Feng Yungu has been quite considerate to my sect in the past. I'll give you one middle path, you'd better not lie down on this trip. Sheng Yun gave up and flew away with Lingbo, saying, Someone like you good at guarding the world, even if you're a half-saint, is just a mountain cloud. Pingjiang City had escaped the Wugong scripture's control. He could not see Sheng Yun in the country's sky. He was deeply worried. This lake had attracted so many experts. He had to get as far away as possible. Then the earth below collapsed. The Wugong scripture was forced underground. In front of him was a gray-red ancient tree. Wugong scripture guessed this was the Silent Lake. How did he realize this at this moment? As soon as the powerful aura entered his perception range, he was practically crying. I'm always at the center of events but never get protagonist treatment. Without any official knowledge, I accidentally entered the Silent Lake. Believing I wasn't safe, I immediately tried to open a test flight. He used his earth-shaking technique and descended. Unexpectedly, while descending, he accidentally dug into an ancient tree. As soon as he landed, countless lines flooded his head with chaotic blue light. He tumbled and rolled, finally reaching safety. He felt lingering fear. My true meaning, I actually used a key to pull out something. Now there are only 9,999,999,999,999,999,982 left. This place is terrifying. At the gate on the lake's surface, various experts had gathered, each with sinister intentions and suicidal thoughts. A martial emperor carefully made his move, striking the entrance to the lake with full power. The gate didn't budge. Several others attacked in turn. None could open it. Then, just as the sky lit up, the gate opened and the earth-shaking figure transformed. The old man in a blood-stained suit, righteous and vigorous, was reading the competition records of the 5th normal elder. He asked if there was a way to help the 5th elder. The old man nodded to the elder. He walked to the door and the children began whispering. After a long while, the wind, clouds, and ancient voices kept starting up. The difficulty was like a lamp in the sky. This was the great array of heroes and foreigners. Besides the heavenly gate on the ground, there should also be an earthly gate underground. Only 2 ways in, break through the gate, but the attacker's strength must exceed the normal level. The people were speechless. If they needed to be stronger than the 5 saints, who would want to come to this wretched place just to dig for powder? The old man continued, Send 20 people to enter the earthly gate and open the mechanism. However, the earthly gate is very small, only 1 person can enter at a time. Moreover, the mechanism is powerful. One wrong move and you die on the spot. The people were in turmoil again. Could it be that they had no chance against the 5 saints? At that moment, Mr. Peng turned to one of the people he brought. "You Wuji, I remember you know how to squat, right?" The others immediately jumped up and ran. "Well, let this kid go then." Yu Wuji was dumbfounded. With his strength, he was just wasting his time here. If he actually went down, he might be killed outright. He dropped to his knees and begged. Mr. Peng approached him. A man can't say no. Several directions went underground. At the 5 section bear's basic burst of power, Yu Wuji finally used the crouching technique to enter the underground passage. The experts watching were not optimistic. If there were no other options, who would send this guy down? On the other side, underground, Wu Gongjing was searching everywhere for a door. He thought and thought. The people outside definitely know about the underground passage and will regard me as the genius of this dungeon, then use me to practice some Indian technique or something. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Wu Gongjing's party split into 100,000 directions to find the exit as fast as possible. Unexpectedly, one of them was already playing with the ground-moving gate, couldn't even use it to make a move, but insisted on going in first. Dai Wu Changkong and Xiang Feng Yun and Tian Jian Men proposed cooperation. After the heavy group came together, they quickly moved to the inner electric field. Many traps and wires along the way, all dodged. When they reached the depths, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Treasures everywhere, even the holy grade heavenly spirit that even Wu Wu couldn't escape. The legendary holy grade Feng Yun protected by the Wolf clan. And the sacred items rumored to have been invested in the land, but none of these were the most important treasures. In the core of the misguided warriors ahead, a strong power fluctuation pulsed. At that moment, several dragons appeared, trying to rush ahead and record the misguided warriors. Several dragon-shaped artifacts touched the gate, and were instantly enveloped by black energy and melted. The 3 sacred treasures, protected by the will of time, were absorbing energy within the gate and releasing it to kill anyone who approached. The group knew the cause but couldn't solve it. They could only wait for the energy to dissipate. Meanwhile, the martial arts world was flourishing with fresh activity, and they searched for a way out. A sudden change occurred at the Martial Saint ancient tomb, heavy casualties for the 3 major forces. Someone who had been watching from the sky suddenly made a move, only to be struck by a beam of light shooting into the sky. The Qingshan ancestor rushed in with a grim face. Upon arriving, he was completely astounded. What had happened here? Those qualified to come were at least several kings, not to mention the many martial kings and martial sect masters. At that moment, a powerful aura suddenly burst forth, carrying immense pressure that made the Qingshan ancestor and his companions go pale. Not far away, the Fengyun Tianjian sect in Chuxu Manor had already lost several masters. Even the 5 powerful Lingguo had half their bodies removed. 4 years of aura dissipated, leaving only dead and wounded on the ground. Even the atmosphere was too intense to approach. It was almost expected. The Qingshan ancestor's prophecy had come true. First he made it, then it came true. If I hadn't listened to him and gone beyond this matter, I would have naturally been unable to move my lower body. First, as expected, Fengyun Gusheng saw it. He asked with a sincere expression, "You had foreseen this all along." The Qingshan ancestor turned and left. "That's right, I knew there was danger, it's not that I didn't warn you." Sheng Yu also cried and acted shamelessly. "Then how did you know? You clearly didn't even enter the Dongfu." The Qingshan ancestor kept walking. "It's because the senior expert told me. Don't ask anymore. I can't say a word about him." These words were a mess. After being transferred west, he entered the realm. The news of the Dongfu spread. Now everyone knew, once the 3 Shengping auras dissipated, whatever was inside money would be taken. Heise would usher in a brief period of peace. However, an even greater storm was already brewing. Just when no one dared approach Dongfu, Xiao Qulu brought the Ao Qing family and arrived above it. Ao Qingxing had doubts. This place felt too dangerous. But Xiao Qulu was no longer listening to reason. "Thinking about it, we could soak until we die in the Red Moon, but once we reach Yinqi, we can take advantage of both of us." Just as Ao Qing realized something was wrong, his heroic spirit vanished. Ao Qing's initial aggression stopped, but unexpectedly, Lao Benwei, without even looking, slapped away the heroic spirit. Ao Qing finally relaxed and entered with Lao Benwei. They quickly found the treasure's location. Lao Benwei was so excited he could barely speak. "Money, so much money, with this much I could be a kingpin." At that moment, Shengping Tianling sensed the intruders and suddenly appeared, grabbing Lao Benwei. Ao Qing raised his hand, but Lao Benwei casually twisted his wrist, easily severing Shengping Tianling's grip. Behind them, Feng Yanchu and Shenmo Jiani attacked, aiming for Lao Benwei's life. Lao Benwei had no desire to linger with these troublemakers. Finish them off quickly. Ao Qing's admiration for him rose to a new level. "Brother, I'm done for." Lao Benwei just laughed loudly and kept packing. While packing money with Ao Qingping and Wang Ma, Lao Benwei noticed a Shengping manual set to the side. He thought it over, then packed it too, might as well use it to wrap 2 pieces of his own notes. After a while the 2 finished. Ao Qingping saw a pile of books left over and asked, "Brother, what are these? Some kind of Shengping cultivation method?" Lao Benwei replied, "Burn them all. If they get out, practicing these trashy methods will only harm people." He suddenly remembered something and summoned two large beasts. Without looking back, the two flew away. Other cultivators, having calculated the timing, arrived just as a multi-directional battle erupted and moved to the emergency location. On the other side, Feng Yugu Shengyu extended an invitation to the Qingshan old ancestor. Seeing his indecision, he approached Feng, who was practicing calligraphy. Feng had finally completed the last task, his calligraphy skills reaching the level of a divine brush. Qingshan old ancestor hurried Feng over, offering apologies profusely. The apology was about the matter discussed with Ming last time. Fortunately, a better understanding had been reached, and a secret had been severed. After finishing pleasantries, the Qingshan ancestor asked, "Sir, I wanted to go again this time but couldn't find the mechanism. Is there still danger?" Lion Sheng asked. "Why does this old man never stop? You still want the old benefits. You'll go in standing and come out lying down. You'll never stop." The Qingshan ancestor exclaimed, "Sir, you mean there's still danger? Anyway, if you go, the things inside will already have been taken." While they were chatting, Lu Benwei knocked and entered the vault with Ao Qing to continue digging. Lu Benwei was digging when the door was suddenly blown open and slammed directly onto him. Ao Qing's face deformed. Lu Benwei was furious. "Who ambushed me? Damn it!" He'd been hearing a sound. "I thought it was a prince. Move aside. Your soft voice is so low it's unbearable even while rubbing teeth. You're a bunch of idiots. One seal and you're done for. Speak like a human. Where did you get the money?" He looked at the ground, speechless. These idiots probably had tens of thousands of coins between them. "Are you going to work for others in the West City?" No one stopped him. He quickly instructed, "This money is all from the mountains. Don't give me any of it. We'll take care of them. In the mountains of this world, even reducing the money to minimum wouldn't be enough. Don't give me any money, then thank you for giving me this." The conversation turned around. Lu Benwei and Ao Qing immediately got to work. They gave them a package, thinking they had some experience. "This thing can't stay in your hands. Take this and buy something to eat." No, Lu Benwei was speechless. He could only listen to the sound of a knife and a small bag. He had become a commoner. In the consciousness of the Qingshan sect, Feng Diagu had no way to return again. He extended an invitation to the Qingshan sect. The Qingshan elder decisively refused. "It's fine sitting next to me, but I'm afraid the Qingshan sect won't survive." His face was dark and nameless. "This time is more dangerous than last time. Moreover, the things inside have long since been taken by someone else. The last scene had already killed all the martial arts masters of the three major sects. If even greater danger occurred this time, who could summon the ancestral lamp?" At that moment, Feng Diagu Ling sensed it. Wu Fen Yangmu manifested his power. Even Dongji's temperament and beliefs were firmly established. Last time, everyone was unprepared, which led to the accident. This time, with the mechanisms and sound effects fully prepared, even the most advanced level cannot be defeated. Facing the warning from the Qingshan elder, Wu Fen Yangmu declared, "I think you're getting old and old-fashioned. Otherwise, you have ulterior motives. I've always listened." The Qingshan elder was not angry. Said he had already been kind enough to treat Yu Gangfei. He had nothing more to say. He walked out the door, leaving behind one sentence. "Miss Ling, I hope you still remember the previous teaching." After the Qingshan elder left, Dongji and another Wu Fen Dong brother were still discussing output in the Wind Mad Realm. They didn't want to rush to find this kind of talker. "Miss, we don't need to worry about him. The three of us will go directly." After a while, "Actually, we're not going now. In half a day they should be entering the tent. Watch from outside. See what kind of people are hidden in Pingcheng. They can detect the true eyes of the dancers and gather their chests. They haven't even eaten yet." Soon, countless experts rushed toward the 10 gates. These extras fought fiercely in front of the gates, scattered everywhere, no swordsmanship like before. People from the three major sects also gathered. Fifth Changkong from Blowing Blood Mountain was worried. The people from Feng Yingu hadn't forced their way in. Sheng Nu's expression remained unchanged. Her next sentence made the surrounding air freeze. "There is still danger in the true eyes, even more terrifying than last time." Chong Ren was silent for a moment, then laughed. "Did last time really terrify you?" The two major sects no longer paid attention to him. The wind rose again and went to the distance. Yang Mu was furious. "Miss, don't be silly. It's not too late to change your mind. If you wait any longer, it will really be too late. Trust me. Let me command. I understand this kind of ancient ink best." The holy maiden refused, but in fact she was also cautious. Would invading the mountain really succeed? Should she trust a fortune teller she'd never met and whose strength she didn't even know? If it was fake, Feng Yugu would have missed a tremendous opportunity. The Blood Mountain people, together with the Tianjian sect, moved straight forward. The core treasure was about to fall into their hands. At that moment, Heng Ziner suddenly turned and saw the sect head in a dangerous situation. He'd been taught how much does it take to obtain the treasure. Mr. Huang also started fighting. "That's right, but the treasure belongs to our Tianjian sect." The two separated and ran forward. The sect head came up empty-handed. That day, Hua Ban was carrying the killing shoes. Mr. Huang knocked them all down. Previously, Wu Zun had finally made a decision. The two sides fought a great chaotic battle. In the water, the Blood Mountain people were one move from being defeated by the Tianjian sect, still crying that the Holy Maiden was not satisfied. Inside the mansion, Mr. Huang led the Tianjian sect to the Hexenwu chamber, meeting with the two elders to take the sacred object. Unexpectedly, Mr. Huang was dumbfounded the moment he made his move. Ah, how could this be? At that moment, Earth Affairs Chief Kong felt something and shouted, dropping the sacred object in his hand. Don't let us shout. Tianjian men and 3 others opened the door to see the sacred object. Earth Affairs Chief Kong immediately saw its state. What? Everyone from Qizushan was dumbfounded. How could this be? Who is destroying this sacred object for no reason? Mr. Huang investigated the surrounding area and made a new discovery. There had been a large number of rare medicines and cultivation techniques here, now all reduced to ashes. Earth Affairs Chief Kong checked the strange objects frantically. Sacred medicine techniques. Burned who? Who is it? You were separated from your family since childhood. Your mother became a lesbian, your father became a shrew, and now you've run away and returned to society. He was still trying to understand when others discovered something even more bizarre. Several dragon cannons walked out of their suits. Okay, what just happened? Where did this yin-level school come from? There's nothing inside. It was taken by experts long ago. So many of us and we got nothing. If we'd had the Snow Mountain armor, we would have gotten something. Shunaming asked in confusion. What did the Snow Mountain armor get? The 3 terms of office were already known. As for getting the Snow Mountain suit, he laughed. He's a dog. When Shun Yin realized what had happened, he was both surprised and delighted. Sure enough, what the invading mountain said was true. At that moment, the earth began showing signs of change. Whether above or below ground, everyone felt a slight pressure above basic spiritual power. The heavy man had just withdrawn from action when the soaring power destroyed the entire earth bone, revealing a blazing fire. The warriors inside had not escaped. He emitted a slight pressure, causing an extremely powerful shockwave. The shadow of the Tangshan residence suddenly appeared from the earth's core. It was the warrior himself. The heavy man rushed toward him, overjoyed. But the leftover woman felt a ghost somewhere. She seemed to have seen a certain man's words. The warrior spoke. The people about to enter the realm of Qin were immediately agitated. The inheritance of the undefeated was far more valuable than the chi of victory. If you could witness it, it would be like heaven. Yu Chang said, I entered the realm of Qin as a saint, but after reaching this level I can no longer find a valley of love that moves me. As long as anyone can produce a valley of love that satisfies me, they can be sent to me. Everyone took a step back. A valley of love. The pressure in the sky increased. In today's world, whose valley of love can satisfy someone who just entered my realm? Just as everyone was about to begin presenting, Yu Chang announced again, whoever succeeds will receive my own Qin Kai. This completely ignited the searchers. A valley of love was harder to obtain than a national treasure, basically a permanent continent-level existence in the past. Brother Dong immediately proposed that the saintess go up to negotiate. After a long time, she refused again. The 5 saints were acting, so many experts killed and injured. Zai Si was extremely scared. The unspoken drive within him grew stronger and stronger. His resolve to fight against Yu grew with it. He seemed to have touched some inexplicable fate. Under the lure of the 5 saints' transmission and the earthly Qin terrace, many people began actively participating. Even the major sects quickly gathered intelligence about the Qin Valley. However, after several days, no one present could make Yu, a top-level expert in the game world, feel even slightly threatened. Not only was his game account deleted, but he was kicked out of the studio entirely. Shi Fengqun, who had long been at his wit's end, unexpectedly returned to when the game first launched. This time, he didn't just want to return to the top, he wanted to ruthlessly trample those who had wronged him underfoot. Shenyu was a full-system simulation game. Players could play while asleep, and game time ran at 48-hour intervals versus real time. It quickly became one of the most popular games in the world, and many studios built their livelihoods around it. At that moment in the Yaoying team, Shi Fengqun was preparing to log in. He discovered that his account, painstakingly built over 10 years, had been deleted. He was completely bewildered. Just then, a contract landed directly in front of him. 10 years of gaming life, 10 years of hard work, countless pains and struggles, and now a contract. He never imagined that 10 years of effort would be wasted, that he had poured so much into a game only to become someone else's pawn. Just because he opposed the swimming guild merging into the super guild, they deleted his account the very next day. The swimming guild, with a stern face, offered him a large sum to put his mind at ease. Shifeng sat down, filled with disappointment and resentment. As the leader of the swimming guild and a renowned expert in character development, now confined to his own home, thinking of all he had sacrificed only to be abandoned like a machine, he vowed revenge. He grabbed a bottle of red wine and took a few gulps. Even without an account, in-game skills and knowledge don't get penalized. As long as the skills remain, one can still rise to prominence in the divine realm. On the morning of the 4th day, his phone kept ringing. Shifeng, still groggy, opened his eyes. The lingering pain of last night still haunted him. He reluctantly picked up his phone. Hai Zai's voice came through. Today is the day the swimming club is recruiting. Didn't you always want to become a core member? Shifeng was confused. He had just been burned by the swimming club. Why would he be taking their recruitment exam? His head spinning, Shifeng looked in the mirror and saw a familiar face and was startled. He looked at himself repeatedly before confirming he had become younger. He examined the phone that had fallen to the ground. This wasn't his phone at all. His phone was the latest model. He checked the date, April 19th, 2129. He knew today should be August 5th, 2139. He had traveled back 10 years. His feelings were indescribable: regret, a hint of sadness, a touch of joy. Was everything before his eyes just a dream? If reality confirmed it was all real and everything had returned to the starting point, then he vowed to take revenge on Yaoying and everyone who had wronged him. Shifeng arrived at the teaching building and saw a dark-skinned young man applying for higher education. Hai Zai, he urged Shifeng to hurry up and register. Shifeng shrugged and said he intended to go to university on his own. Hai Zai immediately froze. These two could be considered brothers. Hai Zai didn't have much talent for games, but he was extraordinary at management. He had once managed only a few people out of 100,000 at Donghu University. So Hai Zai knew Shifeng well and wanted to understand this idea of giving up on Feng Yang. Don't talk nonsense. Do you know how much a virtual helmet costs? Do you have that kind of money now? Shifeng looked at him with complete calm. I still plan to run my own studio. I don't want to be controlled by others. Hai Zai said helplessly. He also wanted to come, but he couldn't afford a virtual helmet at all. You can't play without one. Shifeng smiled. He patted Hai Zai's shoulder happily. Don't worry about the helmet. Let's go finish the 10-day trial first. Hai Zai's face fell. What can you even accomplish in 10 days? Shifeng smiled confidently. 10 days is enough. Don't worry about anything ahead. Then Shifeng took Hai Zai to complete the virtual helmet registration and filled up all the money to prepare for the next 10 days. Time quickly arrived at the game's opening day. A few lights flickered in the quiet little house. Shifeng sat on the bed and slowly put on the helmet. He gently clicked the activation button, returning to the Divine Realm. Shifeng entered the Divine Realm, first traversing a vast, uncharted area, then arriving at a magnificent, imposing structure. Just as he was getting familiar with the place, a hole suddenly appeared in the sky above the roof. 4 snow-white, well-fed female angels flew to the stone tablet. Welcome to the Divine Realm. I am the navigation angel, Jia Balian. I will explain the professions available to you. Jia Balian flicked her hand. 12 profession descriptions appeared. Warrior, soldier, guardian, archer, assassin, flowing cloud, master, enchanter, Divine Realm master, elementalist, magician. In his previous life, Shifeng had chosen the weapon master profession. He had invested everything in it. He wouldn't choose anything else now. Next came naming. He chose the same name as before, Lion Feng. He thought for a moment, didn't want to be too conspicuous. He chose the 15% reduction option. Not as handsome as the real thing, but others wouldn't recognize him. Finally, Shifeng chose his birthplace. A map of the Crescent Kingdom appeared, dozens of cities. He immediately selected the most familiar, Base City, an important eastern city where many small businesses preferred to develop, away from the fighting of large guilds. The teleportation timer started. Following the expected pattern, he waited. The next moment, Shifeng looked around and confirmed, Red Knight Town. The familiar town spread before him, and he was full of confidence. Players everywhere were familiarizing themselves with the game's various functions. Red Knight Town had a medieval architectural style, houses scattered everywhere, streets full of players and NPCs interacting. It felt like entering another world entirely. Shifeng ignored everyone and immediately pulled up the familiar interface. All towns were the same for players. The only difference was the display of free familiar points. Each character gained for free points. Strength increased physical attack power and carrying capacity. Brightness increased attack speed and movement speed. Nelly increased life points and stamina. Governance increased magic attack power and magic value. Spirit increased magic recovery speed and healing. Each profession had a different focus. Construction was a physical profession. Most people prioritized strength. In his past life, Shifeng's build was very standard, but this time he had a different plan. He clicked Good Family Tree and added all 4 points there. Even a Good Family Tree assassin wouldn't do this. However, in the early stages of the game in competitive professions, Good Family Tree was the best choice. A secret players only discovered after the game had been open for 9 years. Just after adding the attribute points, Shifeng remembered his friend Ying Tong. The name was Hai Yun Zheng Rai. Hai Zai called, extremely excited to have entered the game. Fengji, I chose the proofreader. I'm in Luo Yue Town. Where are you? He couldn't wait to show off. Shifeng said he was in Hong Yue Town, not far. But Hai Zai didn't want to waste time traveling. Losing that much time would leave him far behind. Shifeng confidently replied, don't worry, it'll be done soon. You'll catch up quickly. Hai Zai couldn't help feeling Shifeng was teasing him. When Shifeng heard that a one-of-a-kind mission was available, his eyes lit up and he got excited. This kind of mission could easily save him 10 years, something he could only have dreamed of before. Shifeng walked slowly toward the small formation. There were hundreds of NPCs in Red Knight Town, but only a few dozen offered truth missions, only 5 offered hidden missions, and only 1 offered a one-of-a-kind mission. The one-of-a-kind mission in Red Knight Town had only been discovered 2 months after the game's opening. Shifeng said, "Are you interested in doing this mission together?" Hai Zai figured that even with the time lost, he wouldn't have much left anyway. So he speculated, "You know so much inside information, you wouldn't happen to be a closed beta player, would you?" Closed beta players have first-hand information about the Divine Jade. Even though the game makes changes, what closed beta players know is definitely much more than ordinary players. Shifeng didn't say much and said directly, "Don't worry. Once I finish this mission, the one-of-a-kind mission will take you flying." Upon hearing Shifeng's confident words, even the black characters went quiet. Shifeng then walked to a corner where a down-on-his-luck middle-aged man was sitting. Looking at the man, Shifeng said businesslike, "Sir, what kind of help do you need?" The man replied, "I've been waiting for days. Can you help me?" Shifeng said, "Unfortunately, sir, I cannot grant your specific request. However, if you are willing to pay a sufficient price, I can do many things for you." The man looked up and said, "I hope you can help me kill the Red Army's leader, Cross. He's a level 15 elite." Killing the leader was undoubtedly a crazy act. No player would believe this mission, and no one would dare agree to such a ridiculous request. But Shifeng accepted it without hesitation, with a smile. After accepting the mission, Shifeng walked toward the city hall. The street was packed with players, not wide but dense. Missions in the Divine Realm weren't easy to obtain. Players had to be careful what they said, otherwise they could be directly sidelined. At the 2-story municipal building, a long queue had formed. Whether it was the village chief or ordinary NPCs, it was undoubtedly a sign of a quest, and no player would miss it. A Hanhu man in the middle of the queue, seeing Shifeng leave without joining, immediately became anxious. He said to the people behind him, "If you don't want to be surrounded, join the queue." Shifeng suddenly smiled, a knowing smile. Then calmly stated he wasn't there to accept a quest, and kindly suggested that Hanhu man go elsewhere to accept quests, as waiting here would be pointless. Hanhu man relaxed, "You seem like a nice guy, go grind monsters outside, it's much better than waiting here." Nanjan shook his head, "Going there now would be a sea of people. With my skills I probably couldn't even defeat a single monster, better to wait here." Shifeng said, "Go to a place with fewer monsters, no one will talk to you there." Compared to the crowds in monster-dense areas, the leveling efficiency there is several times higher, and the monster respawn rate is so fast that one person can easily handle it. Nanjan was excited upon hearing this. An hour of grinding undisturbed would definitely give more experience than quests. Shifeng, being very persuasive, added, "If you want to know such a good place, I'll give you a discount, 20 points. Nanjan's face fell. "I only have 10 points available." Shifeng readily agreed. "Pay half now, I'll give you the location to confirm, and you can pay the rest later." Nanjan, afraid of missing the opportunity, agreed immediately. Shifeng received the stone seal and was overjoyed. Now he had enough to buy a normal weapon. Having achieved his goal, he didn't linger. In the morning, he went to the fruit stall in Zhengting Hall to inquire about the Tomato City's price. After learning it, he waved his hand and spent his stone seal to buy it without hesitation. This ruthless act made passers-by stop in their tracks. Then Xiaogenji happily used his only stone seal to buy fruit. The 2 onlookers immediately suspected he was a fool. At the same time, a large group of players were queuing to get a quest from Zhengcheng. Cross, good skills, level 15 management, strength of 2,400. At this stage, no player could beat him. Even a whole team wouldn't work. Then he took out the Tomato City and started eating it. After eating half, he threw the Tomato City directly at Zhengcheng Cross's face. It hit with perfect accuracy. A red mark bloomed on his face. He immediately turned around and ran, shouting as he ran, "A gentleman, a fatso, a devil unworthy to be head of any company." Meanwhile, Cross, lying on the ground covered in tomato juice, looked incredibly irritating. The system notification stated that Cross's favorability had decreased by 100 points. Not satisfied, Shifeng took out another tomato and pointed it at Cross again. No one in the entire company could manage a laugh. All the players who saw this were completely speechless. They hadn't expected a player to attack an NPC, especially a newbie like Cross. With such behavior, Cross can forget about succeeding me. After the last tomato, Cross's favorability turned hostile. He immediately felt a surge of triumph. The plan had succeeded. Cross, in a fit of rage, suddenly lost his mind. His skin turned deep red, the yellow markings instantly turning bright red. Cross's speed was incredible. In an instant, he was in front of Shifeng, body gleaming, lunging forward. Shifeng, who hadn't moved an inch, suddenly drew his newbie weapon and held it in front of him. The next second, Shifeng was sent flying. He landed steadily on the ground, but his health had instantly decreased by 84 points. All the players gasped. They thought he was just a weak player, yet he could withstand a punch from a level 15 elite. Cross, his attack unsuccessful, became even more enraged. Suddenly his clothes shattered, revealing grotesque hair. He transformed into a werewolf, a creature that seemed to carry history. All the players were stunned. They hadn't expected him to be an evil werewolf in disguise. Cross flew instantly towards Shifeng, his high health bar aimed at Shifeng's heart. Just then, Cross stopped mid-air, pulled down by 2 level 25 soldiers. Town guardians specifically deployed to resist evil. Since the town had gained a werewolf, the soldiers naturally wouldn't let him go, treating him like a monster to be killed. The request for Cross's quest seemed complex, but actually, as long as the mayor attacked first and you survived the initial blow, it was considered a successful completion. The mayor's true nature would then be revealed, and the rest could be left to the guards. Many players, seeing Cross about to die, hesitated, wanting to deliver the final blow. Although they didn't understand why the guards were attacking, a level 15 elite's death would surely bring good loot. Just as Cross had less than 100 health points left, all the players acted, rushing toward Mayor Cross, trying to deliver the killing blow. With guards in front and countless players attacking from behind, Cross's health quickly dwindled. Finally, a spear thrust brought down his last bit of health. Unfortunately, Cross ultimately died under the guard's spear. Even if killed in the city, players wouldn't gain experience or loot. Novice players kept complaining, unable to accept seeing a level 15 elite die and getting nothing. At that moment, Shifeng had already arrived at Yuan Alley. Just as he was preparing to complete the unique task, he handed over the town mayor's gift to Chi Kai. Chi Kai immediately showed an ecstatic expression, saying that he had just been tested. He gave Shifeng a delicate little box and said, "Thank you, I am so grateful. Now I have avenged my friend. I hope these things will be helpful to you." The task completion prompt came through, 1,000 experience points and 20 free points. Shifeng was in the first stage, still 1,000 experience points from the second stage. His waiting time had suddenly become a red-hot currency. The 1,000 experience points needed to go from stage 1 to stage 2 would normally take a normal player several hours. Shifeng was a little confused. Why was the unique task so easy? Was it because he completed it in the first stage? Shifeng opened the box and pressed the button, hoping to get some equipment. What he really wanted was the contents inside, crucial items, for completing his entire series of upgrades and money-making plans. As the box opened, the entire area emitted a smooth, colorless light, turning everything gray. Fortunately, no players had wandered over, otherwise the commotion would have attracted massive attention. The light dissipated, revealing a plain silver ring floating in the air. Around its perimeter were inscribed characters resembling ancient scripture, imbued with boundless magic. The ring, made of iron, could be equipped by all characters. It granted +2 to strength, +1 to strength, and +1 to endurance. The attached skill, gravity liberation. It greatly reduced the wearer's gravitational pull, granting a light and lithe body for 30 seconds with a 5-minute cooldown. After the ring was removed, no damage occurred. An iron gravity ring, the reward for completing the quest. The system on the iron body had now reached 12 points. Attack speed increased to 5 points, movement speed to 6 points, almost the same as a pure agility assassin. Then 15 points of free Jingtangjia were given to the one-handed construction, leaving 5 points in reserve. The one-handed construction suddenly reached 20 points from learning map level straight to beginner construction master. The damage caused by one-handed construction increased by percentage. As a construction master, flatness was just the basics. Skills were essential. To quickly level up as a construction master, the next natural step was to get construction skill books. The fastest version that could get skill books was only through the challenge, a competition testing the player's pure skills. After entering the arena, all attributes became 10 points. Skills couldn't be used. You could only dodge or face the enemy's strong design, and finally pass the midpoint to change goods. At this moment, the small family outside was complaining about the challenge's Black Star difficulty, heaven-level difficulty. Without leaving any benefits, the capital of the world was so strong that it reached 20 horses. There were still 10 horses to go to the midpoint. After the blue guest finished his work at the outer gate, he said, "Do you still have money? I will definitely pass next time." Two little Dada Yang Xiao head said, "Boss Zixing, all the money of the 5 of us has been given to you. We really have nothing left." When Shifeng heard the name Zixing, his gaze fell involuntarily on the guest. It was hard to imagine that Zixing, ranked on the list of guests in the Crescent Moon Kingdom, was this person in front of him. At the same time, Zixing also looked at Shifeng. He found the guest's eyes. He came to Shifeng and smiled. "Hello, friend. My name is Zixing, captain of the Zixing Alliance. Lend me 5 heads, how about we go to Ring 20 tomorrow?" He was very dissatisfied with the failure and felt that if he tried again, he'd definitely pass. He wanted to formally use the guild name. He asked Shifeng to lend 5 heads. Shifeng looked at him and said, "Lend you 5 heads, okay?" Zixing immediately smirked. He felt he was a great player, and anyone he asked for 5 heads would beg for a powerful backer. As for the ring up, definitely not necessary. Shifeng hesitated, but the ring up requires 5 heads. Zixing's face fell. This wasn't what he expected. The little spicy peppers were immediately furious. After all, Zixing was famous. Ordinary players couldn't get such a powerful backer. Shifeng, seeing Zixing's silence, asked again, "Still want to borrow?" Zixing almost cried, but thinking of the reward after completing it, he decided to borrow, even at high interest. Shifeng traded 5 heads to Zixing and reminded him, "5 heads are yours. Let's be friends. Don't forget to give me 5 heads tomorrow." Zixing immediately said he would give Shifeng a reward for every 5 heads received. Seeing Shifeng's smug expression, Zixing couldn't help saying, "I'll return the money now and come back to challenge again tomorrow when I have money." Although pressured by the high-interest loan, he couldn't renege. Protecting the reputation of the Assassin's Alliance was paramount. He was only a little bit away from completing the challenge. He was told he would use these 5 to complete it. Ziola Jiao's suggestion fell into his lap. In the early stages, 5 points were a considerable sum. Zixing didn't think too much. Registration for the NTC website had just started. Just then Nanlu reminded him, "Brother Zixing, that kid who borrowed money has also entered the challenge." Zixing felt contemptuous. That kid is always so arrogant. Does he think the challenge is easy? Although it's only 30 miles, after 15 miles the attack pattern changes and frequency increases significantly. Even I had trouble dealing with it, let alone him. Nanlu hurriedly nodded. Of course, Brother Zixing is so powerful and he only reached 20 miles. The challenge on the field had already begun. Shifeng went deep into the front, legs bent, like a bullet, suddenly exerting force and rushing out of the air track. The gun in the hand aimed at Shifeng on the air track and suddenly shot at him. 6 bullets. With 10 years of gaming experience behind him, Shifeng was ready for anything. The gun aimed and shot. 6 bullets filled his way forward. If his reaction wasn't fast enough, he'd be riddled. Seeing the bullets flying, Shifeng directly sidestepped, dodging the first round of attacks, and continued rushing forward. He crossed the time track in less than 5 seconds, twice as fast as the second-generation star. Someone watching explained, "Perhaps this person is athletic or has a penchant for sports, which is why he's this agile. His movements are so precise and instantaneous, like an old man who has been playing the arena for years. Every movement is simple and efficient, definitely not ordinary. Even after many challenges, I don't think I could dodge any better." Although the 3 Earthlings were trying to aim and fire back and forth, Shifeng, as fierce as a storm, seemed to dodge the bullets 1 step ahead. When the next round came, he advanced a few steps. The second-generation star suddenly smiled. Once they crossed the 15-meter mark, the Earthling's attack method changes. At that point, he definitely won't be able to keep up. Shifeng stepped on the 15-meter mark. For the 3 Earthlings, this was serious. They started firing wildly, no longer focusing on aiming. Bullets increased to 12, with very cunning coverage. If you dodged more, it would definitely be different. Suddenly, a large area of bullet trajectories appeared before Shifeng's eyes. Hit by even one, the challenge was over. Shifeng immediately focused, preparing to face a barrage aimed at his head, chest, and arm. Seeing this, Zio Kaka thought it was incredibly foolish. Did he think being hit by 1 or 2 bullets would allow the challenge to continue? Just then, Shifeng suddenly activated his energy, using a perfectly timed movement to easily deflect the incoming bullets. Small sparks flew as he effortlessly neutralized 3 bullets at once, using his body precisely to avoid being hit, letting the bullets graze past. Zio Kaka's eyes widened. Is this guy even human? He can use his weapon against the bullets fired at him. Although Shifeng could predict bullet trajectories, it wasn't something you could just say. It required extremely precise judgment and skill. The difference in accuracy was astounding. Watching Shifeng's movements, sparks occasionally flashing in front of him, Ci Xing was completely captivated. Big Brother is already at 25 meters. He'll definitely pass the finish line now. Ci Xing was also deeply drawn to every movement. He impatiently interrupted. "I have eyes, I don't need you to remind me." Ci Xing was impressed. Using a weapon as a bullet deflector was like walking on air. 1 wrong step and you fell into a bottomless abyss. Shifeng used a single-handed arrow to deflect the bullet's trajectory, stunning Ci Xing and freezing him in place. Shifeng's quick, precise movement crossed the 25-meter mark. Ci Xing immediately shouted, "Be careful." At the same time, a wild smile appeared, and a rapid-fire rifle was pulled out, firing a burst at Shifeng, bringing the total to 24 bullets at extremely close range. Seeing this, Shifeng's eyes widened in shock. He cursed the unscrupulous man. Faced with such a dense barrage, Shifeng slowed for the first time. Although he knew the tactics would change again at 25 meters, facing so many bullets head-on still made him nervous. He immediately focused, aiming at the bullets with the lowest density, maximizing the impact area. He gripped his weapon and launched a frenzied attack, simultaneously deflecting 4 bullets. The next second, the bullets he had cut exploded instantly. The watching players, cold-blooded, didn't believe Shifeng could withstand this kind of assault. Then after a flash of sparks, Shifeng calmly emerged from the barrage, passing through the extremely dense bullet pattern, landing instantly. He dashed across the midpoint in a flash, bracing with one hand and delivering a powerful, deadly attack. The announcer burst out, "Total time 14 seconds, breaking the previous record of 18 seconds. Cheer for the girls, how did this player do it?" Passing the midpoint, Shifeng chuckled to himself. If he were a level 100 player, 4 consecutive kills would be easy, not this exhausting. The first player to pass the challenge will definitely break the record. Shifeng had used the Wind and Thunder flash skill. Even Ci Xing and the others didn't need to follow suit. Watching this kind of performance left them all deeply impressed. The Wind and Thunder flash skill, an action-type skill. Requirements: quickly deal 3 powerful attacks within a 20-yard radius. Each attack deals 10% damage and inflicts damage amplification, increasing the next attack's damage by 20%. Cooldown 30 seconds. Shifeng thought he was practically a cheater, having a skill this powerful already. The Wind and Thunder flash skill focused primarily on dealing damage to enemies, lacking any powerful area of effect attacks. Flash was arguably the only super strong AoE skill available. In the early game, it was definitely top tier across all builds. Shifeng looked at the target pocket. Ci Xing and the others were somewhat surprised. He greeted them and prepared to leave. His leader didn't forget to call out, "You guys play, I'm leaving, don't forget my 50 points. 2 of the newly added high-ranking members asked. Brother Ci Xing, he left and took the sword. Should we chase him? Ci Xing immediately lectured them. Are you two just eating for free? A swordsman like that is too busy to even finish a large-scale battle. You'd be courting death. After all, Ci Xing considered himself less than half a level below. Shifeng's ability to pass the challenge so smoothly, especially after the 25-meter mark, was practically cheating. A little while later, Shifeng learned Wind and Thunder Flash and finally felt like he had real build skills. He prepared to start grinding for the crown upgrade. After leaving the red-clad area, many different types of players and teams appeared around the festival grounds. He looked at the 30-odd items in his backpack. Not long ago, he had found a major opportunity and bought 20 grams of Baojing Valley in one go, greatly increasing his wealth. Currently, all players were level 0, killing level 0 monsters outside the Red Forest. Some skilled players were teaming up to kill level 1 wolves, warriors drawing aggro, ranged DPS, healers all fighting in orderly formation. Although experience was shared across several people, efficiency wasn't very high. Strong monsters were rare. If a player died, the penalty was brutal, losing 1 full level of experience plus skill proficiency. No one dared rush in recklessly, otherwise hours of hard work would be wasted. Shifeng, passing by, spotted the bald man and immediately felt a fight wasn't worth considering. He wasn't interested, he didn't intend to farm low-level monsters. The Red Forest was a beautiful area with high winds, full of level 5 monsters. For players below level 3, definitely not safe. Shifeng ran in without hesitation. The adorable young monster, head full of energy, rolled around on the grass, cute-looking but actually quite fierce. Although both were level 5 monsters, Shifeng disliked the bear type more because it was smaller and harder to fight. Using the trees as cover, he spotted the forest monsters in the distance. Facing a level 5 forest monster while only level 1 himself, he had to maintain sufficient distance. Level 5 forest monsters had 400 HP and powerful attacks. For Shifeng with only 120 HP, 2 hits meant death. A lone one was manageable, but the worst was when others were nearby. Just then the ground beneath his feet gave way and he fell downward. He somersaulted in mid-air and landed. Beside him, a hidden monster suddenly appeared, eyes red. Shifeng felt a deep stirring and turned to look. A group of forest monsters slowly emerged from the area. His luck was terrible. 7 forest sprites rushed out at once. The forest sprites were very fast. Even with all attributes boosted by reputation and a secret movement speed of 6, they would still be formidable opponents. After all, it was only the first time he had faced them at this speed. His speed was still slower than the forest sprites. Soon they caught up. He didn't care about anything else. He immediately activated his life-saving skill, Gravity Liberation. He instantly felt as light as a monkey, speed increasing significantly, quickly leaving the forest sprites behind. Small monsters were small monsters, they gave up after chasing a certain distance. Shifeng had survived. A few minutes later, Shifeng arrived at the front of Immigrant Mountain. Several large mountains, each over 100 meters high, located in the center of the Red Night Forest. The mountaintop was calm and quiet. Shifeng looked at the towering peaks and surveyed his surroundings. He found the Immigrant Mountain and walked over. The central mountain was a protective mountain, and on its peak was a secret protection village in the wilderness of the Divine Realm. Many secret villages had hidden treasures waiting for players to discover. It was precisely because of these hidden treasures that Ghost Shadow had become a well-known studio in White River City, accumulating considerable wealth early on. To earn enough to buy more game credits, he chose to explore Central Mountain, solely because a hidden treasure was located there. He wanted to earn 16,000 credits within 10 days. Currently, players didn't have enough credits to unlock the hidden treasures and couldn't climb the mountain. Central Mountain had no path to the top, you had to climb. Although Ghost Shadow didn't have much skill, he had the Hidden Realms skill, allowing him to climb after unlocking it. He used it frequently, easily climbing 5 meters high in just a few moves. With 5 seconds left before the cooldown, Ghost Shadow used a control skill and waited for it to expire. Just then Ghost Shadow, who hadn't yet reached the next stage, Yanbai suddenly trembled violently, and a giant hand appeared. The 10 feudal-style hands moved with incredible speed, appearing almost instantly. Yanbai materialized completely before him. Yanbai was a monster with extremely high attack power, defense and damage, but poor reaction time and slow attack speed. It could easily be turned around and moved past. With just 20 strength points it could be overwhelmed. Then Yanbai unleashed a burst of energy toward Shifeng. Its stats displayed. A normal monster, Wujai class with 550 health points. Shifeng was completely unfazed. He had prepared for this. He cleverly pulled out the expensive Baojianggu from his backpack. Applied within a 9-yard radius, it increased movement speed by 30% and turning speed by 70%, lasting 1 minute. A magic weapon against this type of monster. Facing Yanbai's heavy power, Shifeng dodged easily. Then he forcefully placed the Baojianggu under Yanbai's feet. The next second, the valley emitted a strange light. Yan Shiju's movement speed slowed dramatically. Shifeng drew his newbie sword and rushed behind Yan Shiju with a difficult leap. He struck with both hands, a powerful attack. Skill proficiency immediately increased by 3 points. The damage to Yan Shiju was negligible due to the level difference, but Yan Shiju was 4 levels higher than him. With the increase in skill proficiency and external bonuses, plus the talent bonus, skill proficiency kept climbing. This was definitely a great spot to improve it. Yan Shiju immediately stood and kicked the ground. Shifeng easily dodged. Then Yan Shiju rose up again and launched a huge attack. The terrifying force hit Shifeng's landing point. The entire ground blasted into a crater instantly. But Shifeng wasn't flustered. He turned in midair to face Yan Shiju. His beginner's sword, the Fierce Man, was about to be unleashed. The instant flash activated. 3 bolts of lightning flashed out, hitting the target without fail. The injured Yan Shiju unleashed a counterattack burst. A moment later, a deafening roar erupted from the mountain, and Yan Shiju was instantly turned into a scattered mass of lightning bolts. The follow-up effect of the lightning was extremely powerful. Under the explosive fish-like chain of lightning attacks, Yan Shiju was defeated in less than a minute. Even though it had high defense, it became a wooden dummy for Shifeng to farm experience and skill proficiency. This was a top-tier war god at work. While other players still teamed up just to farm monsters, he used superior skills and game knowledge to treat the martial arts master Yan Shiju like a random roadside enemy. Calmly, he watched Yan Shiju's lightning bolts get farmed quite well, even managing to drop a piece of equipment. The drop rate for divine equipment was already low, let alone ordinary equipment from level 4. Someone would definitely buy it at a high price. Just then, a group of fierce-looking creatures appeared in the sky. Shifeng put away his equipment and looked toward where they had appeared. No movement ahead. The monsters in the vicinity posed little threat. He deliberately moved deeper to investigate. After walking a path, Shifeng saw a huge monster lying in the area, sleeping. Its body wasn't ordinary gray, but bright white. A level 6 monster with 900 health. It would take at least a small group of same-level elite monsters to defeat it normally. Shifeng wasn't surprised. He still had information on his side. If he could take this monster down, he would gain powerful fire skills. He didn't rush in immediately. He used lightning flash. As soon as it passed over the huge monster, the sleeping creature, Zhu Luosi, was suddenly hit. Even though the damage wasn't great, it woke Zhu Luosi up. No one would take kindly to being woken like that. I want to take you down. Zhu Luosi stood up with a fierce look and charged toward Shifeng's position. Its huge body and ferocious attack aimed directly at him. This kind of slow attack was still easy for Shifeng at full strength. He immediately opened his backpack in midair and pulled out the weapon, boosting his confidence. Although this monster had a lot of health, the speed advantage could slowly grind it down. Shifeng would not give Zhu Luosi any chance. He immediately threw the weapon in its path. The weakness of giants had always been their speed. Even elite monsters weren't immune. Zhu Luosi was bigger with more attack methods, movement and attack speed slightly slower. After testing, it was exactly as expected. With 16 strength points, Shifeng had fast movement and attack speed. He got directly behind Zhu Luosi and launched a fierce assault. The attack speed was also quite fast. The heavy Zhu Luosi was being hit with both force and speed. Damage numbers kept popping up above its head. Zhu Luosi's defense was impressive. A normal attack only dealt 3 damage, while a counterattack reached 4. After a series of attacks, Zhu Luosi turned around, raising its huge arm and charging at Shifeng. As a reborn individual who had experienced countless battles in the divine realm, Shifeng didn't hesitate. He created distance. After a few seconds, Zhu Luosi's health recovered 18 points, instantly negating all previous effort. The pressure suddenly increased. Monsters above a certain level recovered 2% health every 5 seconds. With 900 health, that was 18 points per recovery, more than enough to cover the damage he dealt. Even so, Shifeng didn't intend to give up. An ordinary player seeing that health and recovery would have quit. But Shifeng could rely on the increased damage from Lightning Strike and the advantage of his ultimate to slowly whittle down Zhu Luosi. The three energies of Feng Lei Shan made Zhu Luosi unable to keep up. It couldn't track Shifeng's movements. The energy accumulated and increased, damage amplifying with each hit. Shifeng saw an opening, but at that moment Zhu Luosi suddenly kicked out. A ball of strange energy appeared on its body, so powerful the earth shook. Then its mountain-like abyss suddenly rose up. In the next 2 seconds, Zhu Luosi formed a pair of hands and the strange abyss fell from the sky. The entire ground exploded with red light the moment it landed. The entire area was instantly surrounded by waves of fire. If a team had come, they wouldn't have been able to dodge in this small space, total wipeout. Shifeng was in a bad situation. He immediately moved away from Zhu Luosi. If not for his strong body and the relatively wide space, avoiding this wave would have been impossible. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Zhu Luosi gradually reappeared. However, having just activated its ultimate skill, it was now in a weakened state, the spleen blade state. Not only weakened attack power but also significantly reduced defense. Shifeng's eyes lit up and he charged forward. The spleen blade Zhu Luosi's attacks were even more unpredictable than before. Shifeng quickly and easily closed to its face. Then in midair he suddenly raised his sword. The next second, as Zhu Luosi tried to block, Shifeng swiftly thrust the sword into its eyes. His strength and speed were immense. Zhu Luosi, unable to react, was crippled by the blow. Taking advantage, Shifeng's attacks became even more frenzied. Wind and thunder flash unleashed from his hand, followed by full combo combined with normal attacks. After landing, Shifeng continued pressing the weakened state, deepening damage with each hit, turning around and attacking from angles until Zhu Luosi's body, halfway collapsed, lost its support and fell to the ground. But at that moment, Zhu Luosi suddenly stopped. Its breathing slowed. Then it stood back up, body exploding with a burst of energy that seemed to want to destroy the world. The invisible energy activated again. The next second, a sound erupted. The body disappeared from the spot. Where did Zhu Luosi go? The shrunken form suddenly appeared behind Shifeng. Attack speed and movement speed visibly increased. It threw a punch directly at him. Unable to fight back in time, Shifeng quickly raised his hands to block. The punch still sent him flying dozens of meters, scattering his formation. Shifeng stood up. He had survived that terrifying hit. He was in a very low state, barely one life remaining. His eyes gleamed with determination, ready to fight to the death. He immediately activated gravity release, feet suddenly exerting force, launching straight at Zhu Luosi's head. For an elite soldier at only 15% health, he would never give up easily. He immediately used Sealing Lightning Flash, taking advantage of Zhu Luosi's momentary lapse, launching another attack from behind. Seeing the gravity release timer ticking down, Shifeng suddenly turned in mid-air, raising the longsword again, ready to deliver the final blow. The next second, the sword coldly changed, turning into a flash of light. It instantly pierced through Zhu Luosi's body, taking away the last of its life. Zhu Luosi fell. A broken stone, once the strongest warrior in the divine realm, abandoned due to his power, now having regained his life, determined to seek revenge, wiped out by a reborn player while others were still farming in groups. After defeating Zhu Luosi, Shifeng looted the dungeon. The quality was quite high, a very good piece of equipment, and a skill book dropped. The skill book was a universal combat skill called Parry, allowing him to withstand one direct hit from the front with his combat weapon, 30-second cooldown. Parry was an extremely valuable survival skill, especially when farming alone. It could save your life in crucial moments. Shifeng looked at the skill book and ultimately decided to learn it. Without lingering, he continued on killing many monsters, upgrading his equipment, looking considerably stronger. Seeing the bottom of the mountain ahead, he immediately used his stealth ability and leaped toward the summit. He finally reached the top, only to find white objects before him, visible only about 20 yards in any direction. He became cautious and alert immediately. He didn't recall the mountaintop ever being this large before. It seemed unremarkable. Just then, the system issued a warning alert. Without any outside contact, and unable to leave until the mission was completed, Shifeng was at the top of the mountain. The situation was completely different from what the assassins had reported. He hadn't heard any information besides the Minjing Baixiang mission, especially regarding the hidden mission in this land. This mission, apart from its name, had no content whatsoever. He didn't know what to do. With 10 years of experience in Shenyu, Shifeng immediately saw the key. Could it be a regionally triggered mission? In Shenyu, some very special missions could only be triggered in certain areas. They had no content and required players to find them on their own. After completing the mission, even the next player who came here wouldn't trigger it again. A very special and unique mission, and also a very dangerous one. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. After thinking it through, he headed forward. Since he couldn't leave anyway, he might as well explore. If he died, he could just respawn in the city. This was a city abandoned for many years. Ruined houses everywhere. Judging from its size and the extent of the buildings, it had once been enormously prosperous. More prosperous than Bei by a significant margin. Even now, without a single person to guide him, after a considerable amount of time, Shifeng still hadn't found any clues. The Divine Realm had only just begun, and this was precisely the time to widen the gap between players. He couldn't afford to waste too much time here. He immediately climbed to a relatively high rooftop and surveyed from above. After looking in all directions, he didn't find anything particularly special. Then he noticed a mage tower not far away. Surprisingly, it wasn't occupied by any other creatures. He went straight to it. This place had once been the holy grail of magic, the best place for magical communication, but now it was dilapidated. Even the magic crystals on the tower were broken. As soon as Shifeng climbed the mage tower, a voice boomed, "Young adventurer, welcome to Sky City." The sudden appearance of the white-bearded old man, his voice filled with a chilling atmosphere, startled Shifeng. He thought it was a monster. Sky City, a very famous city in the Divine Realm, once a prominent city on the Divine Realm continent. Even the gods would remember it. Unfortunately, it disappeared in the Third War of the Gods, becoming one of the Divine Realm's great regrets. The white-bearded man continued, "I think you must want to become stronger. I can help you, but are you willing to accept my test?" Shifeng immediately accepted. The old man nodded in satisfaction. He began, "I will give you 3 manifestations." Shifeng interrupted impatiently, "No need for introductions. My manifestation is the most difficult area. As a reborn person, I should have the courage to challenge myself. I'm confident I can handle this difficulty. Passing the test will play an important role in future development." The old man was satisfied and shouted, "Young man, you are really clean and pure. I admire you, but don't forget your manifestation later." The system announced, "Accept the mission. Facing 1,000 monsters, killing 500 is considered passing. In reality, it takes 4 hours. The 5 generations method will permanently reduce all attributes by 10 points." The old man disappeared. Attributes were the foundation of a profession. If all attributes decreased by 10 points, the account would be almost useless. At the same time, inside the tower, countless figures appeared. Normal level Fey Ghost Warriors, 230 health points each. Countless Ghost Warriors wasted no time, advancing toward the mage. The quest start notification appeared. Dealing with one of these monsters was easy, but facing the overwhelming number of Ghost Warriors, even Shifeng tensed up. Charging directly down would be suicide and would definitely result in a fatal clash. The only way was one-on-one combat, using terrain and movement to fight. Shifeng had rich combat experience. Without hesitation, he quickly jumped down from the building. Time was of the essence. The staircase could accommodate at most 2 monsters at a time, the best spot to hold them. As long as he held the staircase, he could pass the test. All the Ghost Warriors inside and outside the tower went crazy and rushed in. Shifeng, facing thousands of Ghost Warriors like a rising tide, chose the best silver ground on the staircase. The small turn in the stairs allowed him to face just 2 Ghost Warriors at a time. Shifeng's 3 lightning bolts flashed. The Ghost Warriors within 20 horses were hit by the skill, losing more than half their health. The damage amplification of his lightning bolt, combined with the harvesting extension period, killed 90 Ghost Warriors in one go. Terrain combined with Shifeng's high damage made it impossible for same-level monsters to withstand his attack. As long as he didn't attack monsters above his level, the effects of his lightning bolt and extension period remained unsuppressed. Against Ghost Warriors with only 200-ish health, the super strong group damage showed its full potential. With just 2 moves, he could take down a Ghost Warrior. To speed up, he activated Hidden Power Release, further increasing attack speed and amplifying damage. 1 Ghost Warrior eliminated in less than 3 seconds. His powerful area of effect attacks meant swarm tactics posed no real threat. He could easily dodge even when facing 2 opponents simultaneously. When only 100 monsters remained, the spawn point changed. No longer Ghost Warriors, now Ghost Assassins. They didn't attack from the stairs. Disregarding all rules, Shifeng rushed to the bottom of the stairs in a few leaps. While he was fighting off the Ghost Warrior's attack, 2 Ghost Assassins appeared behind him. With 10 years of combat experience, Shifeng sensed something behind him and suddenly leaped up, his legs striking the Ghost Assassin. Both Ghost Assassins and the nearby Ghost Warrior were swept away simultaneously. The next second, Shifeng, landing from the air, skillfully dodged another Ghost Warrior attack on the nearby handrail. He immediately used his longsword to pierce the Ghost Warrior's head, instant kill. Just then, a Ghost Assassin leaped out from behind, taking advantage of the situation and reducing his health by a quarter in one strike. Enraged, Shifeng turned and delivered another kick, killing the ambusher. The Ghost Assassin, already low on health, fell and landed on the spot. The pressure increased dramatically. The last 100 monsters had included different species. Fortunately, their health wasn't high. The next moment, the ghost assassin gave Shifeng no chance to escape. A newly spawned assassin attacked again, but Shifeng didn't waste time. Hidden power release greatly enhanced his abilities, allowing him to weave through the monster horde quickly. He raised his longsword, leaped onto the roof, and immediately exerted force under his feet, preventing any decay from overflowing. With the combined attack of Changjian and Feng Weishan, the weakest ghost assassin was brought down. Time passed second by second, and the mage tower in Xuanxia was restored to its former glory. The stairs in front of Shifeng were filled with the remnants of countless ghost assassins. He couldn't even hold his sword anymore. He stood up and loudly proclaimed that his killing state was done. The 500 kill count completed. Just then the old man reappeared with a friendly smile. "Young man, you did a good job." Then with a wonderful participation, something suddenly appeared out of thin air. The system prompt sounded. Completed the past glory, obtained the power and economic protection, and obtained the title 1 Phase 1000. When using the title 1 Phase 1000, all attributes of the player within a 30-foot range are increased by 100%. The player also gains the effect of power +5. The old man disappeared again, leaving only the words, "The power has been given to you, you can leave now." Shifeng's feet suddenly hit the ground and he plummeted downward. The sudden change was quite chaotic. Finally, his vision blurred. When he looked again, he was back in the square of Red Knight Town, rapidly falling from the sky. His speed and agility caused him to stumble as he landed, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Shifeng entered the deserted area carefully. The economic treasure he had worked so hard to obtain might be stolen by someone else. The opening of the economic treasure would definitely cause a stir. In the deserted area, he carefully observed for a while, only feeling at ease when sure no one was following him. He looked at the large, brightly lit economic treasure and felt a surge of excitement. The last one had been a life-or-death moment for him, yielding a formula and a blueprint. He wondered what good things he would get this time. In his 10 years in the Divine Jade Realm, he had seen no more than 20 economic treasures. He couldn't wait. The treasure radiated a smooth, bright light. If it were nighttime, this would be a beacon for treasure hunters. Attracting everyone's attention, Shifeng, though prepared, was still taken aback by the golden light. Looking at the item he had obtained, he saw a deep abyss item. He was familiar with modified chi. Unlike ordinary equipment, it had no quality distinction and was rarer than even stone-crafted equipment. Its power was unparalleled, but it also had a negative effect, reflection. A slight miscalculation could render the character useless. He had obtained one of only 35 modified chi items in the entire server. Although the abyss was ranked highly, its terrifying power made even the reborn Shifeng hesitate to bind it. The power was immense. If anything went wrong, all previous efforts would be wasted. There were also 2 ancient books, the Book of Forging and the Book of Modeling, invaluable treasures. With these 2 books, one could forge a master forging master and a master of modeling. He remembered a hidden quest at the trading post, not only offering free forging training, but also introducing a forging talent. With the forging talent and the Book of Forging, one could quickly become a high-level forging master, crafting powerful equipment for a fortune. However, the trading post was a level 4 monster zone, and that quest was difficult and time-consuming, requiring prior preparation of specific items. The trading post had also yielded a valuable piece of equipment, a silver-grade plate armor for aerial combat. Level 5, requiring 20 strength points, providing plus 25 defense, plus 6 strength, plus 3 stamina, plus 3 armor, with a bonus attribute reducing physical damage taken by 15%. Construction also involved wearing plate armor. At level 5, wearing this equipment would make one a forging master. He strolled around the trading post, found an empty spot, and began disposing of equipment he didn't need. After setting prices, he placed the herbs and equipment he had previously collected on the ground and began his sell-off campaign. He casually advertised, "Don't miss out, high-level herbs and equipment, come and take a look." Many players came to his trading post, mostly selling herbs and the like. There were practically no other players selling equipment. His price immediately became the focus of attention. Many players were amazed. The game had only been open for less than 10 hours, and he already had such high-level equipment, and incredibly, he was selling it. Guilds were using their loot to maximize advantage they wouldn't sell. Most players couldn't even dream of getting high-level equipment, let alone something as powerful as a martial arts weapon. However, the price of 21 was too high. Ordinary players simply couldn't afford it. He wasn't just targeting ordinary players, he wanted publicity. Just then Haizai's call came through, extremely anxious. "Fengji, you finally answered. All that wasted time, still 0 progress. What should I do?" Shifeng looked quite embarrassed. "I just did a strange quest and didn't get much progress. I came to the first area to level up. I'll either sell everything or help you level up." Just then a group of players came over. The one at the front was a player named Yanhu. He said impatiently, "Move aside. Since we're done with Yaoying, we'll take everything on the board. Everyone else can leave." Yan Hu looked at the player with the Qing Tong level and glanced at Feng Hu. These are all you're doing right. Shifeng nodded and said nothing more. He instinctively felt a sense of recognition toward the people from Yaoying. He knew this player. He knew Yan Hu, the leader of Honghai Town. Last time around, Yan Hu had been responsible for 3/10 of the reasons Shifeng couldn't rise quickly, repeatedly treated as waste. He didn't expect to meet him so soon. Yan Hu saw that Shifeng didn't have any skill points and seemed to be just a lucky ordinary player. He said casually, "Okay, I'll take all these things." With a sigh, Shifeng replied, "I'm not going to use this." Yan Hu and Yan Liance immediately recognized him clearly. He was Lu Feng at this moment. "Are you sure you want to go against our Yaoying? I'll give you another chance. Think carefully before you speak." The 5 Yaoying members immediately drew their swords. Shifeng, surrounded, wasn't flustered. He simply said, "What the hell?" He was cursing internally. How dare they threaten him in Red Knight Town? Didn't they know you couldn't fight in a small town? Yan Hu became furious and suddenly drew his sword, ready to attack. Just then a voice interrupted. "This is really interesting. With so much equipment, how can our 4-star network be missing?" More than 10 people arrived, each carrying the gray mark of the Assassin Network. The speaker was Assassin Star. Yan Hu and the others saw that the equipment wasn't in place. Assassin Star saw that the stall owner was Shifeng and immediately greeted him enthusiastically. "Great God, we'll take it all." He readily agreed. "This is the 24th Battalion. I want everything." He added, "Let's make friends. If you get any good equipment in the future, be sure to consider our 4K network." Shifeng understood. It was Xing thinking of him. It was good to cooperate with such a powerful guild. He said, "Since you're so generous, I won't take the 50 yuan. Let's keep in touch." Just then, Zai leveled up and used the Tangwei Handao skill. "Fengji, I've been looking for you." After the 24th Battalion paid, Shifeng pocketed the money and said casually, "My friend is here." He didn't say anything more, turned around, waved, and walked straight toward Zai. Xing couldn't stand his tone. The 24th Battalion was a guild. He had finally gotten this noted. He wanted to chat with Shifeng a bit more. At the same time, Zai asked curiously, "What are we doing now?" Shifeng smiled. "Let's go to Nue Valley to grind monsters." Zai was uneasy. "In Nue Valley is full of monsters. Why don't we fight some low-level ones?" Shifeng dismissed the worry. "Just follow me." At the same time, in the little coffee shop of the Digging Guild, Yan Hu was furious. "Ding Zhang, you little brat, we must let him know the consequences of going against us." With a turn, Shifeng led Zai straight to Yue Mountain. The difficulty of leveling in this area was generally more than one level higher. Zai, close to the extreme, was obviously not optimistic about this training journey. To dispel his doubts, Shifeng said, "My friend is a master of the Fengs. If we weren't so close, he wouldn't have told me this secret. Just wait to level up like a rocket. Look, I'm already level 2. Since opening day, not many people have reached level 2. I leveled up this fast entirely because of inside information from a Feng's master." Zai knew that although Shifeng's skills were good, he definitely wasn't that powerful at baseline. But after seeing Shifeng's actual level, his doubts instantly disappeared. Just as the two were walking, a voice suddenly appeared nearby. Yulang Zhen was hiding in the dark. He suddenly felt something was strange about the level 4 area. He could calm himself for a moment, but encountering Ben De Yi, he could only blame himself for wandering here. While all the players were still in the same era, our protagonist Shifeng, having already completed the 24th Battalion deal, went to the Dark Moon Valley with Zai. In the direction Zai pointed, Shifeng spotted an elite monster on the ground, a white monster, a small white claw in its mouth, kicking a snow-covered creature. A level 2 elite with 450 HP. Shifeng was slightly surprised. "Wow, this is something." He couldn't wait and immediately attacked. "If it weren't for Zai's advice, you wouldn't be hiding behind and using skills to save me. Watch how I kill it." The elite monster was special, same strength as a regular elite. Shifeng quickly circled behind it. Taking advantage of its momentary lapse, they launched an attack. It dealt 32 damage. The monster's speed and reaction were very fast. The moment it was injured, it quickly created distance. Shifeng made a quick judgment based on the monster's dodge and the damage. Good movements. Defense wasn't low either. However, it had a skill that increased all attributes by 100%. The Elite 4-kill counterattack. The speed of the Bloodthirsty clan was extremely fast. It rushed forward, about to launch a fatal attack at Shifeng. However, Shifeng's speed wasn't far behind. In the instant the Bloodthirsty clan charged over, the newbie weapon was already striking at the Bloodthirsty clan's mouth. With a thud, Shifeng still couldn't withstand the full power and was knocked back several steps. 49 damage appeared above his head. The Bloodthirsty clan only suffered 5. Difference was obvious. In terms of raw strength, Shifeng was clearly inferior. The attack immediately became a panic situation. He had seen ordinary monster attacks before, but he hadn't expected the difference between ordinary and elite to be this great. Shifeng shouted, "Blackie, hurry up and make your move. Don't be stunned." Blackie didn't dare take risks either. At worst he'd die in one round anyway. He was already at 0 progress. He quickly chanted and immediately opened his hand. The Shadow Seer quickly set up and focused on attacking the Bloodthirsty clan. The Bloodthirsty clan was too slow to defend, it was hit. After seeing the damage, Blackie exploded on the spot. He'd been going for a full power high damage build, but unexpectedly only managed 5 damage. The elite monster's defense was far beyond expectations. Shifeng, while attacking Zuhu, reassured him, "Don't stop, I'll hold him off, he won't threaten you." In a short while, Zuhu, fighting Shifeng, was hit by a barrage of shadow attacks, losing over 20 health points. Shifeng was under even more pressure from Zuhu. A single bite from Zuhu dealt 5-1 damage, his defenses were very high. Shifeng knew he was going to be in trouble if this continued. He immediately kicked Zuhu away, quickly created distance, and hid in the shadows to assess. He thought, these two little devils probably won't even get a chance to attack before they're hit by that 3-point attack. After being teleported to Zuhu, Shifeng's health was down to 31 points, while Zuhu still had 24. A completely disproportionate gap. Zuhu didn't intend to give Shifeng a chance to escape and launched another fatal attack, sending him flying. Shifeng could only parry. Just then, the already low durability of the novice bone mouth weapon was being rampaged by the madness, durability dropping rapidly, about to break. Was the first blood of this style going to end here? Shifeng was not careless. He used his hand to expose the vulnerable abdomen of the bloodthirsty bone, then delivered a powerful kick. The next second, the weak point was hit and kicked away by Shifeng. Internally cursing, if this continued, they'd be wiped out. After landing, the bloodthirsty bone charged again. Shifeng suddenly leaped up, took out a bottle of black iron foot from his backpack, and quickly opened the 9 silver bone's fierce mouth in mid-air. He saw that the bloodthirsty bone's level was 0 while he was level 2, a level advantage. However, his actions became somewhat unclear, somewhat uncontrolled. Although it could increase damage, it would also make his body difficult to control. He didn't dare waste time and immediately activated hidden power release, charging at the bloodthirsty bone. Shifeng was lightning fast. As soon as he arrived at Zuhu's side, the opponent unleashed a powerful attack. Zuhu dared not relax for even a moment, grip tightening. 3 bolts of lightning flashed across Zuhu's waist, instantly reducing his health by a quarter. Haizai's eyes nearly popped out. "Feng Luo, you're too awesome. What did you just drink?" At this moment, Shifeng's performance was like a monster unleashed. The ferocious Zuhu had no chance to resist. After this series of attacks, Zuhu still wasn't finished. He desperately wanted one final chance. Shifeng quickly moved in front of Zuhu, preparing to unleash another skill. However, at that moment, a faint sound came from outside the battlefield. Still in mid-air, Shifeng felt a chill. He immediately turned to look at the source. A hand, seemingly about to strike, aimed at Zuhu's neck. With years of combat experience, Shifeng instinctively backed away. The hand, now almost at full extension, slid past. He dodged without making a sound. This opportunity, Shifeng immediately abandoned Zuhu. Yun Na and the yellow shadow that appeared kept their distance. Yu Lang, who revealed his shadow, was very surprised. He had hidden his aura very well and made no sound. His forward attack was still dodged. A giant monster attacking Feng Huang in front, and an assassin from Yu Ying attacking from behind. How would our protagonist deal with this? The assassin that Shifeng had revealed suddenly stood up lightly. Yu Ying people were really a bunch of dogs. However, at that moment, Zuhu, who had been watched, suddenly started to attack. The weak Zuhu's body emitted a burst of light and actually grew larger. They burst out. The blood-white body transformed into a giant. The blood whose health recovered considerably. At the same time, the giant Zuhu's overall attributes increased by 20%. Zuhu only knew one thing: kill Shifeng, and attacked his position again. At the same time, Haizai warned, "Be careful, that assassin is preparing to steal again." While Zuhu was attacking Shifeng, the ghost wolf moved swiftly, intending to eliminate Shifeng while he dodged. However, Shifeng's health was reduced to only 31 points, a critical situation. The ghost wolf, facing a desperate situation, realized Shifeng couldn't possibly survive his attack. He glanced at the bloodthirsty. The wolf's life was instantly wiped out. He was filled with resentment. He had never imagined that players could transfer aggro in this way. The key player, Blackie, had also noticed from afar and even forgot to attack Snowball. Shifeng was furious. "I've finished off Snowball, attack him quickly." Without the wolf's interference, Shifeng launched at Snowball. He quickly used Thunder Mountain and Flatness to draw aggro. Blackie kept crouching and running on the outside, while Shifeng frantically threw out dark attacks. Snowball couldn't hold on. Soon he let out a cry and fell to the ground. The system notification announced, "Machine killed the elite Snowball, directly used the experience." This elite dropped a path starting with ordinary Blackie's magic. Azure Dragon Extreme, equipment level 1, attack power plus Ba. This equipment greatly enhanced magic-based classes. Not only high attack power, but also adding 3 points of control. If a magic-based class equipped it, their damage could increase by 2 points. Haizai got the equipment. He wasn't actually in bad shape at all. Zuhu had a full set of stone seal materials. Moreover, he got the best equipment, the extremely rare Azure Dragon equipment. At this stage, not many players could possess it. Shifeng was surprised by Hai Zai's hesitation. He said seriously, "What's wrong with you? Aren't we good brothers? Why am I being so polite? Besides, you're a stinky magician. Hai Zai can bring out the maximum effect of the staff. This way we can level up much faster." Hai Zai thought it over and didn't refuse. He had to become stronger to be able to help Shifeng, otherwise he'd be left behind. Shifeng was satisfied. At the same time in Red Knight Town, Yang Hu was cursing. "Young man, what are you good for? You've prepared a level 2 small item. What are you doing?" Young man's face showed he wanted to explain something but didn't know how to say it. Should he say how Shifeng scolded him? He couldn't say that or he'd definitely be put on job duty. During the Communist Party incident, he had been discovered by that little guy, accompanied by a heavy division commander, attacked from both sides, ambushed, and killed. Now that kid is definitely dead. The Crab Elite has reported good equipment. The route they took was to Niue Valley. We can catch up now, but we still need to gather. Maybe we can bring back the equipment. Yan Hu's eyes lit up, very interested in the Crab Elite's loot. He gathered all the young men in Honghai Town, determined to kill Shifeng and get the equipment. He shouted excitedly, "Let's go, catch up immediately and get that equipment. I want him to regret his actions." Shifeng and Hai Zai quickly arrived at Niue Valley. They saw a middle-aged man holding molten iron, constantly hammering red ore in his hand. Time passed slowly. Hai Zai asked, "Brother Feng, we've been waiting a long time. Do we still want to continue?" Shifeng said they had to wait. He had no patience and would not give them the mission. After more than 10 minutes, the middle-aged Iron General suddenly asked, "Look at you all, are you very interested in the creation of the broken?" Shifeng immediately replied, "I am very interested in the creation of the broken." The system prompted, "Hidden quest, the road to creation, requires you to reach 100 heart cloud ore, which can be obtained in the heart-eating mine. The heart-eating mine is the territory of kobolds. They love ore and mine every day. Kobolds are naturally ruthless with deep-rooted strength. There are kobolds at the mine entrance. Attack one and a whole group appears." Shifeng immediately took out a smoke egg and cleverly used it. The smoke egg could neutralize monsters within 100 square meters for an hour. He put it in front of the entrance where more than a dozen kobolds were posted. The smoke egg was not very useful against most monsters, but very effective for dealing with kobolds. Shifeng pointed to kobold in the smoke egg and said, "Don't be afraid, use your skills to attack freely." Blackie was immediately struck by the cold, fierce atmosphere. He trusted Shifeng anyway as a spirit master. If he died, so be it. He stopped wandering and quickly chanted the command. The shadow mirror was quickly set up, followed by a loud bang. The shadow mirror directly pierced through a group of kobolds at the front. The kobolds, startled, suddenly appeared, looking like they were playing Blackie's game. They had been attacked for no reason and were very angry. They brandished their huge heads in all directions, heads like searchlights. This action alerted the other kobolds. Blackie, who had never seen anything like this before, was completely flustered. His small body couldn't withstand the kobolds' assault, but Shifeng confidently said, "Don't be afraid. As long as we keep a distance of 30 paces, they won't attack us. The kobolds' range is very short. They can only detect enemies within 35 paces. The smoke egg can also shrink their detection range. It's exactly within the attack range for detecting enemies." Sure enough, the startled kobolds forgot to look around and didn't see any enemies. They were attacked for no reason but couldn't find the attacker. Unable to find an enemy, they continuously unleashed their power, then soon returned to normal. The other kobolds were also gone. This crazy companion continued on his way. Under the power of the stone seal, Blackie was no longer hesitant. His courage grew. He kept practicing, constantly creating shadows. The kobolds with only 420 health couldn't withstand Blackie's frenzied attacks. After 20 or so were cleared, the kobolds beside them didn't offer any resistance, completely unmoved. Seeing the first kobold guide him, he now understood why Shifeng was so confident here. Even if it took several hours, it was worth it. This was a monster-killing event. Although it was a two-person team and experience was shared, the experience gain was still incredibly high, increasing by 5% at once. That meant killing 20 kobolds would give enough experience, and it was safe and unharmed. Moreover, the monsters kept coming and the leveling speed was terrifying. This way, leveling up to 6 would be very efficient. Before long, a few more kobolds appeared. He cleared them out himself. He didn't waste time. He needed to quickly recover and farm the next wave. These kobolds reported 12 pieces of loot, 3 pieces of ordinary fixed stat equipment, and several pieces of Xingyunkao time stones. Notably, the drop rate for Xingyunkao time stones from kobolds in the 10 seal area was very low, 1 in 10 monsters. It would take killing about 1,000 kobolds to get 100 pieces. But with just over 20 kobolds, he got 5 time stones and ordinary equipment. Hai Zai's luck was truly amazing. After collecting all the drops, Shifeng started moving again. Using his 16-point advantage, he continued to hide. Seeing groups of kobolds, he was impressed. This time, he herded over 30 kobolds at once. Shifeng's speed was slightly faster than theirs. While running, maintaining a distance of about 20 to 25 horse lengths until all the kobolds were inside the Yanwu egg range, he suddenly accelerated away from the 25-length distance, causing the kobolds to lose their target and stand there dumbfounded. Seeing the kobolds enter the Yanwu egg range, Haizai, from 30 horse lengths away, immediately seized the opportunity and continuously released Shadow Sight to attack. In less than 10 minutes, the 30-odd kobolds had been defeated. 21 more kobolds reported, and 6 pieces of heart cloud or the large amount of experience only brought Shifeng to level 30, while Haizai reached level 20. Additionally, Haizai unexpectedly found a piece of Qing Tong Jai equipment while strategically calming down. Just then, the footsteps of Yu Jai Jai suddenly came out. A blurry figure appeared behind Haizai. On the ground, kill this Jia Jia first, then deal with Yifeng together. The clueless Shifeng immediately shouted. Haizai dodged quickly, but at that moment 3 deep shadows suddenly appeared. The assassination skills brought by Ren Mangmeng made Huagyu Haizai's body absorb simultaneous attacks from 3 assassins. Even though Blackie was wearing ordinary armor, it suffered considerable damage due to its slow reaction time, immediately losing nearly 4/5 of its command points. He could see the attackers clearly, the ghost wolf who had been sent home by Master Feng and other members of the Shadow Guild. Blackie knew it was doomed. The first rain, a shadowy weapon aimed at the ghost wolf. The ghost wolf didn't even flinch. Although it's undoubtedly powerful, my health is still quite high. How strong could a weak low-level attack be? Could it really kill me instantly? A loud boom, the shadowy weapon struck the ghost wolf, dealing 185 points of damage, instantly reducing it to near death. Seeing such damage, Blackie was stunned, his face nearly fell off the table. He hadn't expected the shadowy weapon to be so powerful. The other 2 assassins were also instantly killed. This wasn't a low-level attack, it was a mobile bubble. The ghost wolf, a seasoned player, quickly realized, brothers, it dropped. That staff must be a high-grade weapon. He figured Blackie's high damage meant it must have a high-grade iron weapon, otherwise a one-shot kill was impossible. The 3 assassins thought they had instantly killed Blackie, unlike Blackie who didn't even have ordinary weapons, let alone high-grade iron ones. If they could drop a high-grade iron weapon, it would be a huge win. Blackie, who had been passionately grinding monsters, had suffered a terrible defeat. 3 assassins sneaking in, thinking they could take at least one down with them even if they couldn't win. A casually unleashed 3-pronged shadow attack instantly brought the leader of the assassins to near death. The 3 unfazed weren't in a hurry to destroy his equipment. Seeing the 3 rapidly approaching, Haizai panicked. His gaming skills weren't very strong. Just as he was about to make a move, a sudden flash of lightning appeared, wind and thunder mountain unleashed. It blocked the 3's attack, instantly causing massive damage to the still floating assassins. Their health points were completely depleted. Haizai's face full of bewilderment and vanished in a flash of light. The combined effect of wind and thunder mountain and the level-based attack was terrifying. Haizai stared blankly. Everything happened too fast. The sudden appearance of the stone ceiling mountain had instantly killed 3 people. Haizai couldn't react at all. He felt this speed and reaction ability were inhuman, once again deeply impressed by the stone ceiling mountain's strength. Just then, several more players came over, officially extending the attack. He cursed angrily. That wolf is a complete idiot. 3 against 1 and he still got killed. You're all bastards. I'll make that little rascal know the consequences of offending the hidden guild. Just then, Yan Wu was suddenly tricked by Shifeng and exploded at Yan Hu's feet. Shifeng immediately retreated. The opposing side had many plate armor classes and healers. The only option was to run. Zio Lala hurriedly asked Yan Hu if they should continue to pursue. Yan Hu's eyes lit up when he saw the mining area. They ran fast, but this fortress is enough. This is an upgrade fortress. Quickly notify Yu Lang and the others to come over. Zio Lala looked at the road conditions. This is a level 4 area. It's a bit dangerous for our level. Yan Hu waved it off. Don't you guys know how to join the demon workshop? Just pull the kobolds into Yan Hu's territory and farm monsters without taking damage. Under Yan Hu's command, warriors were responsible for pulling the kobolds into position. In the Silver Mage's detailed professional battle, Yan Hu kept throwing skills and steadily began killing kobolds. A no-damage farming method. Little Spicy's flattery began. Brother Yan Hu will soon become a god among enemies. Yan Chengyuan smiled broadly watching the kobolds constantly being summoned. Even with so many people sharing experience, each kobold still gave him 2% per kill. Yan Hu was in great mood, experience rising rapidly. At this rate, farming to level 6, Yan Yin would definitely become the #1 guild in the red industry, and he would be the true overlord. Kobolds were lying at the mine entrance, various gifts scattered around. Yan Hu shouted, "Report your loot here." Meanwhile, not far away, Haizai was watching with gritted teeth. "Fengji, are we just going to let this go?" That was information we finally got from the wind tester. Shifeng gritted his teeth and decided to let them have their fun first. Soon they would know what it meant to be happy. Time flowed by little, and Yan Hu's Yandan effect slowly began to disappear. a long-range player who had lost his speed asked, "Brother Hu, how do I scatter Yanhu?" Yanhu quickly told him. Just then, the kobolds who had been waiting with nothing to do suddenly forgot about everyone in Yaoying. More than 40 kobolds, eyes bloodshot raging, finally discovered the people who had been attacking them. Yaoying's players saw this and realized that 4 kobolds were not something they could face at once. The kobolds immediately attacked one by one, raging and heading toward the players who had been ambushing them. 2 refugee players could not withstand 4 kobolds at once. The kobolds on the verge of death began to frantically spread out. The players from the Shadow Studio had no time to react, caught off guard. Several were wiped out in the blink of an eye. The members at the rear also scattered. Seeing the situation was dire, Yanhu immediately ordered a retreat. However, the kobolds were fast and soon caught up with the short-legged magic-based classes. They placed a spell on each magic-based class's head. Reality was dire, and Yanhu, running for his life, felt a surge of despair. Running away was worse than dying. Everyone had reached the second stage, and now, with death, they were all back to square one. This cycle of incursions and retreats shattered his dream of becoming the true overlord of Red Knight, and he was now lagging far behind other guilds. After wiping out the surrounding players, the kobolds were not satisfied. Not long after, the remaining Yaoying members were completely wiped out, their levels dropping back to square one in an instant. Yanhu, the last to fall, collapsed under the kobolds' furious assault. The dream of dominating Red Knight Town had crumbled before it even began. Meanwhile, from a safe distance, Shifeng watched the entire scene unfold with calm satisfaction. Haizai, jaw-dropping, turned to him. "Fengji, you knew this would happen, didn't you?" Shifeng smiled and said nothing. He had simply stopped renewing the smoke eggs effect, letting the kobolds' accumulated rage do the work for him. No need to lift a finger. The most elegant revenge was watching the enemy destroy themselves. After the chaos settled, Shifeng and Haizai returned to the mining area undisturbed. The kobolds, having vented their rage, gradually returned to their positions. The area was theirs again, quiet, productive, and completely uncontested. Haizai shook his head in disbelief. "Brother Feng, from today onwards I will just follow your lead without asking questions." Shifeng patted his shoulder. "Good, now let's get back to work." Some were waiting. This was completely opposite to the scene he had imagined. Shifeng did not give the werewolf a chance to make the first move. At his command, the heavy man transformed into a fleeing werewolf and rushed forward. This situation, completely different from what the werewolf had expected, caused a moment of panic. The battle lasted for a while. Suddenly, a huge burst of red light erupted from the entire area. The smoke dissipated. The werewolf's command points were already nearly empty. The werewolf's body remained in the same place, then dissipated. At the same time, the system prompt sounded, "Werewolf killed." How strong was a master with 10 years of game experience? While ordinary players were still struggling just to defeat the werewolf, he had already led the final battle of the region and claimed the south. He kept killing werewolves. The werewolf's equipment was quite ordinary, but the skill output was 200. Among the drops, there was one item that made everyone's eyes light up, a blood-red light. The first red body emitted a faint red glow, covered with red energy. The entire sword exuded a murderous aura. Looking at the equipment, it was quite difficult to obtain. Even the high-ranking Zhao Yue couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Bai Qingsu said calmly, "According to our agreement, the 3 of you have priority in choosing. If you're all happy with your shares, you can not only take the blood-red item but also successfully receive the blueprint of the back-of-hand card." Haizai and Jai Mo's blood-red items stopped emitting their yellow effect. Their fingers kept clicking the equipment selection screen. Haizai's mouth was almost unable to contain itself. There was no swift and big case set, but this time, the chest piece and blood-red item dropped. Jai Mo got the skill selection seal, which could gather the steel body of the Qing Tong Jai. Zhao Yue looked at the 2 who had exchanged bird guns for bubbles and couldn't help but feel anxious. All the good things were being taken by these people, but this young Yue was willing to accept it. Thanks to Yifeng's command, they had passed the level easily. It was right to let them choose first. Looking at the remaining items on the list, Bai Qingsu was somewhat surprised by the loss. Then he sincerely thanked everyone with a skillful bow. This strange behavior made Yingde and Zhao Yue check the item list again. The item in the list was indeed a beginner-level medicine recipe. The beginner-level strength requirement was several points. This was a powerful medicine that could give players 6 strength points for half an hour. Medicine recipes were notoriously hard to find. They had never seen a recipe that could increase a player's strength by 6 points for 30 full minutes. Zhao Yue was immediately shocked. "You actually left such a precious recipe for me." Hearing this, Yingde smiled. "You guys also contributed a lot to this quest. This is your rightful contribution." Zhao Yue's face immediately turned red. Thinking of what he had said before, he felt very embarrassed. At the same time, outside the quest, members of various guilds were discussing endlessly. They all felt that whoever had passed the quest must have been their own achievement. Just then, a challenge success notification suddenly appeared. Congratulations to the Yifeng team for becoming the first team to pass the quest. The teams that were still competing with Yifeng's team were silenced and left waiting at the bottom of the wall. Finally, there were enough people at the teleportation point. The doctors and their mixed gear setups drew the attention of all onlookers. Bai Qingsu suddenly spoke up. "Would you like to join our tongue of the body?" Shifeng shook his head, indicating he was a lone wolf and had no intention of joining any organization. Bai Qingsu nodded. "I respect your choice." 3 days from now, our tongue of the body is preparing for the first 20-person team for the Dark Realm replication event. I wonder if you'd be interested. Shifeng was somewhat shocked. "That takes 5 sessions to enter. Are you sure you can actually form a team?" Bai Qingsu looked at Shifeng with confident eyes. "We are the tongue of the body. Nothing is impossible." According to Shifeng's information, the Tongue of the Body organization had already conquered more than 10 virtual games. However, the appearance of the Divine Realm had caused a stir, hailed as humanity's second world, prompting other virtual games to vie for control. Finally, countless large groups entered the Divine Realm to cultivate their own power and establish their own niche, aiming to carve out their position in the virtual world. The Tongue of the Body had naturally entered as well, wanting a share of the countless assets. And not only was the background of the person in question very impressive, but the number of game masters under their command exceeded 1,000. These 1,000 were even more renowned in the Divine Realm, known as the Divine Army. It was because of the existence of these 1,000 masters that the organization had established a considerable virtual territory, controlling more than 80 cities in the Divine Realm, with a population of over 1 million, becoming a true leader in the virtual world. Such a powerful force would definitely invest its strongest power into the Divine Realm. It was not a pipe dream that 70 or 20 people could be defeated in 3 days. Then Bai Qingsu suggested they become friends now, so it would be easier to contact each other later. Shifeng was not deterred by this powerful force. "If equipment and Earthfinger are given priority, can you save a spot for me?" Zhao Yuru was immediately furious. Bai Qingsu smiled and said no problem. Aizai was even more amazed. He had actually become friends with the goddess of war. Finally, the 3 beauties left the team. The Xiaoda family watching all around was immediately stunned by Master Feng and company. The eyes of the difficult-to-raise family members were filled with hatred, as if they wanted to devour Shifeng whole. The skills of Haizai and Jaimo Ruzu were amazing. The alliance with Su Wen, what should Shifeng do? Shifeng simply took off running. The 36th play was the best test. A large group of players chased after them wildly, shouting "Professor!" Su Wen and Shifeng were being called out about how to pass the replica. Soon Shifeng led the 2 to Shore Moon Valley. Looking at the empty replica teleportation point, Jaimo Ruzu felt a little strange. Shifeng explained that no players had challenged the 4 Seasons replica yet. Most players were still in the 2nd episode. Just then, a business inquiry came from somewhere. "Brother, please provide supplies." Shifeng was looking for the Guardian Knight Kola. He felt that the tall figure and advanced machinery were somewhat familiar. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He remembered there was indeed such a person. The name of the former Shijunxing was Kola. Shijunxing was the main body of Huang Xincheng, a first-class collapsing noble. He didn't expect Shijunxing to appear on his own. His personality was also quite different from the Shijunxing 10 years later. The Bear Warrior had a tough time early on, even being swarmed by a third-rate guild. Later, he joined the Greyheart Guild and began to thrive, rising from an ordinary squad member to a key member of the elite team. He ranked 15th among the Guardian Knights in the New Moon Kingdom, known for his tankiness and high damage output. This was how the Bear Warrior got his nickname. Looking at the sweet-natured Kola, an idea suddenly occurred to Shifeng. Since the Bear Warrior hadn't joined any guild yet, if he could recruit him, handling any dungeon runs in the future would be easy. Kola laughed, saying he had only reached this level by grinding monsters alone, and when he tried to team up he couldn't find anyone. Haizai was a little doubtful. How could he possibly grind alone? Guardian Knights had very low attack power, making solo grinding extremely difficult. Usually it was done in groups, otherwise leveling was very slow. Kola patted his tattered armor. "I'm really bad, I relied entirely on my own stubborn persistence." Haizai's expression softened slightly. "You're too tough, how many times have you done this? Even Jaimo Ruzu doesn't have the same strong survivability as you." He quickly turned to Shifeng and suggested, "This meatball is too good to waste, take him to the next round to help." Shifeng very eagerly invited Kola to join the team. Kola accepted. Jaimo Ruzu's level was officially noted, and he shouted, "Finally I can get rid of the meatball position." Kola smiled darkly and added, "We should still have a healer position. I happen to have a friend who is a healer, but he is a Divine Jade Master." Jaimo Ruzu couldn't help but think, among the healing professions, the Divine Jade Master's healing ability is the worst. We would never take a Divine Jade Master to the next round. Shifeng said, "The Divine Jade Master is indeed the worst in terms of raw healing, but the Divine Jade Master has high HP and is not easy to kill instantly. Moreover, he has 2 skills from the beginning, life guidance and life restoration. Life restoration can turn the damage received by the healer into healing, which is then transferred to others. For healers who don't have many skills or equipment in the early stages, the Divine Jade Master's analysis of replica mechanics was much more detailed than other healing methods, and he was delighted to see that Master Feng had analyzed it so thoroughly. He immediately showed his admiration. Master Feng didn't waste any time and directly gave the Divine Jade Master a real thank you for agreeing to help. He had just said that no one would take him in, and he had been nearly hurt by many opponents. Master Feng noted that the Divine Jade Master had not been able to pull any other professions. Only the players of the Wuji sect had reached the number of people required to enter the replica. Master Feng didn't waste any time and changed the entry count. Inside the replica, the mountains were full of 3-stage monsters. On the wide mountain, there were at least hundreds of them. He was very powerful and used the giant hammer directly to pull the inner group of people and sheep, then quickly activated the high-level hammer skill to start pulling. This skill could increase the monster's aggro in the surrounding area by 1%. It was the main skill for the MT to pull into the replica. The hatred was drawn in, and everyone was pulled out like blood-faced cats. The group began to spin around. With the activation of the rapid sealing, the spirit power of the Gianki, with a sound of tearing through the air, blocked all the earth scriptures in front of him. At the same time, the Black Chess Group attack magic earthfish practice skill doubled its effectiveness. Hot dance flames soared into the sky, engulfing the entire earth scripture situation. This skill was energy-consuming, causing the earth to tremble. The earth scriptures tested by the flames were immediately separated into a few corners, in 5 seconds, all suffering more than 200 damage. Their status was reduced to less than half. Just as the earth scriptures were shifting their attack targets, the seal directly drew out the sound and commanded the sealing thunder sand. 3 lightning strikes passed through the earth scripture situation. The damage amplification effect combined with the follow-up attack. The last of the earth scripture's health was taken by the seal. Under the crazy bombardment of the black chess and the seal combined, the earth scriptures immediately began to be wiped out. After a large army of earth scriptures was cleared, the drop report was full of gifts, and everyone's experience points increased dramatically. However, just then, Kola and Xiuleng suddenly discovered that a huge robot had appeared not far away. Xiuleng was puzzled. How could a robot suddenly appear? The 5-episode monster, only 1600 HP and a passive skill damage of 99, had a very small chance of appearing after clearing the local area. The appearance of this monster was the same as a player's nightmare. The 10 feudal statesmen's faces turned cold and arrogant, while the sharp-minded ones didn't lose their sense of urgency. The 10 feudal statesmen naturally wouldn't stay. They immediately shouted, "Everyone scatter and run for your lives." Hearing the warning, the players didn't slow down at all, running straight towards the entrance without hesitation. The 10 feudal statesmen knew the danger ahead was very serious, stronger than the retaliation of the local area and the deadly spirit. The previous time, they had been leading a group of players collectively farming resistance when they saw the dangerous monster appear. At that time, the group was very excited, not expecting to encounter this special monster. They excitedly rushed over. Don't underestimate the dangerous monster's 1600 HP, its defense was extraordinary and its damage as high as 90%. The attack was even more powerful, stronger than the Zizi generation. Everyone returned to the starting field for free. As a result, the 20-person Jingyan group was tragically wiped out. Seeing Shifeng's team fleeing with all their might, the risky earthly scripture sensed the danger they had caused. It would not easily let these humans escape. Its steel machine activated a sweeping attack towards Shifeng's team's location, bullets flying out relentlessly. Sensing the terrifying danger behind them, the people didn't dare look back and immediately increased their speed. Seeing the risky earthly scripture sweeping behind them, Blackie suddenly became enraged. It suddenly flipped over and used its well-practiced shadow strike. Although it hit the risky earthly scripture, the damage was negligible. Seeing this damage, Blackie's small eyes widened considerably. This is too tempting. If this scripture wasn't wearing a helmet, I'd have taken it down in a minute. Shifeng hadn't expected Blackie to be able to hit its target while running, but fighting the risky earthly scripture was very different from normal combat. Its alliance was based on Blackie's ability to conserve mana. Blackie understood Shifeng's meaning. It turned and dodged the bullets. The moment the shadow demon began to stir, the newly caught risky earth was quickly and decisively stopped by the martial route economy. The speed was incredibly fast. Just as Risky Earth was being controlled, the Heavy Alliance accelerated their pace to create distance. As Risky Earth broke free, 5 high damage numbers of over 40 points suddenly appeared above its head. Shifeng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the Shadow Demon to inflict such damage. He saw a glimmer of hope for a kill. It turned out Risky Earth had no immunity to plant attacks. He immediately commanded everyone to stop. Kola would draw Risky Earth's aggro, the others would attack from the crowd. Pay attention to positioning. As soon as Risky Earth's gun was raised, immediately dodge. Blackie would then attack when the cooldown was ready. They had a chance to kill it. Facing Risky Earth with a damage reduction of up to 90%, Shifeng had surprisingly chosen to stop and fight, simply because he had unexpectedly discovered that the Shadow Demon could actually inflict massive damage on it. At this moment, Risky Earth's aggro target was Blackie. Blackie quickly turned around and began to attack. Shifeng commanded. He leaped up and unleashed a powerful wind attack toward the Risky Scripture. Immediately following, he used Vanny's wind attack, a skill that, while incredibly powerful, only dealt minimal damage. Although it inflicted minimal damage, it briefly staggered the Risky Scripture. Meanwhile, Blackie's skill cooldown was over and he activated it again. The Risky Scripture, having just recovered, was once again firmly controlled. The Risky Scripture, having been dealing damage to the eagle, locked onto Blackie again, focusing its full attack there. Just then, Cola suddenly leaped toward the Risky Scripture's location. He unleashed a powerful Holy Strike at the robot's head, dealing 2 small but meaningful damage numbers. Holy Strike, based on holy power, attacks enemies in front with a powerful weapon, dealing 150% damage and generating additional threat. The additional threat from Holy Strike firmly held the Risky Scripture in place. The robot's exposed body suddenly lunged toward Cola, who quickly used his shield to retreat 3 steps before the attack. However, the hit directly reduced his life by 2/3, instantly increasing the pressure. Cola's eyes widened as he watched the black ball of the pass, and he once again threw out the evil while eating. The control time was short, and the bloodied Risky one turned grey again. Cola tried to escape, turning around and shouting, "Where is the ball?" The supporting number desperately tried to heal Cola, but it was not enough on its own. Just then, Shifeng flashed in and arrived behind the Risky one, starting to draw a wave of aggro. Just as Cola was about to go down, Shifeng used Shenzhen Comfort and the black ball to instantly trap the Risky one, allowing Cola to recover. Immediately afterward, Shifeng used the wind and lightning flash, then quickly threw out a season attack, a full Huali combo that caused massive damage. Compared to others, it was already very high. The 3-second control time ended, and the Risky one regained its freedom. Facing the collision of the Risky one's counterattack, Shifeng used gravity release to create distance, and then the Risky Earth quickly switched its gun to Shifeng, unleashing a barrage of fire. However, Shifeng with gravity release active was not so easy to catch. After creating distance, he turned and unleashed 3 bolts of lightning. The target of the lightning bolts was the eye above Risky Earth's head. This maneuver caused Risky Earth to suddenly shift, then the shattered fragments landed with a deafening roar. Risky Earth was caught off guard and lost hundreds of health points. The steel robot lying on the ground was constantly recalculating, its health dropping below 100 points. However, at that moment, the mechanical control door of the steel robot suddenly opened. Risky Earth put on rocket shoes, preparing to escape. He pressed a button on his waist, and the rockets immediately spewed out a large amount of bright blue flames, instantly shooting into the air at incredible speed. Shifeng hurriedly used the power of the Shenzhen warrior. He didn't want to let this duck fly away now. He immediately unleashed the power of the 9-headed dragon. Such a mechanism was not easy to stop. The main system wouldn't randomly grant such a high level of power to a small monster. At minimum, it would be at the level of a high-end online merchant. Killing it might yield unexpected rewards. Shifeng knew he couldn't catch up by normal means, so he quickly used the black object in his hand to produce medicine. He was just a few feet away from the one emitting the 915 flying foot. While in mid-air, he was caught off guard and clipped by the 910 flying foot. However, he wasn't killed. He adjusted his speed again, quickly moving away from the flying foot's attack range. With a whoosh, the target disappeared into the air and was no longer visible. The system simultaneously notified him. 8-gram shoes Mador escaped. When Shifeng saw this name, he first felt a strange sensation, then suddenly remembered something about him. 8-gram shoes Mador was a famous engineering master. 3 years later, he would establish the Earth Empire and launch the famous expansion pack, The Rise of the New World. At that time, countless super guilds fought over the Sky Ring of 2 Tongues, but all of them were wiped out. And the cause of all this was Axel Mador. Such a major figure had appeared right in front of him, and he was still unaware of it. He had even almost killed the future boss of the party ahead of time. After searching through the robot's remains for a while, he said, "Yes, there's a cooperation reward here." After cooperating, Shifeng immediately opened it, 100 items which turned out to be a grass treasure. He didn't want to keep it in its current form. Although he hadn't killed the boss, he still had something to show for the encounter. Shifeng put away the metal and quickly made arrangements. "You guys are a little underprepared here. Wait until you all reach level 4 before we go through again." The Black Federation asked, "What about you, Fengji?" Shifeng excitedly examined the newly opened item and said, "I'll go get a big treasure first. I'll find you at 10 o'clock. 9,000 years ago, the alchemist Morolobe had actually created something. Because of this thing, the war between the gods and the great country of Judu had started. More than a dozen heroes fought over it, but but the item's whereabouts remained unknown, becoming a legendary artifact in the hands of the gods. This item was the Time of Manifestation, a treasure for refining metals. If a metal refiner obtained the Time of Manifestation, they would possess the ability to turn metal into gold, accumulating boundless wealth, and even bringing the dead back to life. It could perfectly break the atomic exchange of metals. The map in Shifeng's possession happened to record the location of this item. Who would have thought that this treasure would be placed in such an insignificant location? However, the threat from the insignificant creatures guarding it was very real to Shifeng. After all, there was a level difference of 1-2. The level suppression meant Shifeng was no match for them head-on, but he had no choice but to take the risk. The sooner he obtained the Time of Manifestation, the sooner he could feel at ease. Just as he was thinking about the location of the treasure, a huge Zhangyu monster suddenly appeared behind him. Shifeng had obtained the map. The treasure was only level 2, but he had no choice but to risk entering the water to search for it. Not long after entering the water, the huge Zhangyu monster appeared from behind. Without thinking or hesitating, he quickly used his hidden power release to run. Although he couldn't beat them, Shifeng's running speed was still very fast. Most monsters couldn't catch him. Before long, Shifeng arrived at the location marked on the map. However, there were several sea monsters at the entrance, seemingly guarding something. Shifeng didn't dare act rashly. He decisively used Shadow Strike, sending a clone to move closer to the monsters. As he planned, the group of sea monsters discovered the clone and rushed toward it. He quickly controlled the clone to turn around and move away. Watching the clone lead the sea monsters away from the entrance, Shifeng quickly moved forward and entered the cave. He then discovered that something was being handled inside. He quickly inserted the key into the portal. In the blink of an eye, the enormous portal opened, revealing a blinding light. Shifeng hurriedly approached and discovered it was a teleportation array resembling a multi-layered doorway. He eagerly entered, and the scene before him immediately made him serious. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Player has discovered the Temple of the Sun. The entire temple was about the size of a football field. Although somewhat dilapidated, 2 large statues were carved with characters at the entrance. At the very back of the temple was a large structure with a golden treasure chest on it. Behind the treasure chest were 2 colossal statues holding large objects. As Shifeng approached the treasure chest, he clearly felt a chill. This chill came from the 2 enormous statues. He didn't know what the chest contained, but he didn't have time to think about it now. He quickly walked toward the golden treasure chest. That was his only goal. He had no choice now. The entrance was blocked, so he could only take the treasure chest first. As the golden treasure chest opened, a golden light immediately emanated from it. The entire temple was illuminated, then the golden light vanished. Shifeng's face immediately turned grim. He looked at the blood-red stone in his hand, feeling regretful. Damn it, no way. How did the manifest knowledge become like this? The manifest knowledge was a flawed item, something that would inevitably fall upon death. It was an alchemical artifact capable of turning things into gold, an incredible function even for those with supernatural abilities. However, it had been destroyed at some point, breaking into 5 pieces. But the manifest knowledge still possessed immense power. As long as all 5 pieces were intact, its full power could be restored. Its effect in the current broken state was that it possessed less than 1/10 of its original power, only capable of alchemical transformation and elemental magic. Although the effect was greatly reduced, Shifeng was still satisfied. These 2 functions alone allowed him to do many things. However, at this moment, something suddenly happened in the Temple of the Sun. The giant celestial bodies on both sides suddenly began to vibrate, then they began to emit terrifying emanations. The 2 hidden faces suddenly opened, instantly fixing Shifeng in place. Shifeng felt a sudden movement and looked up. 2 terrifying figures had already appeared, ready to kill him. He was suddenly stunned by the cold, frantic attack. The extremely difficult reporting phase was like waiting for a war without resources, and it was clear that death here meant falling into a very nasty designed trap. Suddenly, Shifeng noticed a figure not far away, holding a teleportation scroll. With 10 years of experience, he immediately recognized it. He didn't dare act alone, using gravity release to block the attack while simultaneously rushing toward the scroll. The next moment, he swiftly arrived beside the figure and grabbed the teleportation scroll. Immediately, he unfurled the magic scroll in his hand. A purple magic spell instantly enveloped him, rapidly revealing the destination. Although the scroll could teleport to the player's designated city, the time limit was 3 seconds. However, at that moment, the giant statue suddenly opened its massive mouth, rapidly releasing a terrifying burst of energy. The next second, that energy burst directly toward Shifeng's location. Shifeng, his armor gleaming coldly, felt the temperature around him rising rapidly. Just as he was about to die, the teleportation completed, and he vanished within the temple. The energy ball struck his former location, causing a massive shockwave throughout the entire temple. The violent energy then exploded, instantly destroying the temple. Simultaneously, the Sea Medicine clan member who had been stolen from sensed the temple's fluctuations and began relaying news of the stolen items. Humanity was about to face the Sea Medicine clan's demise. At this moment, the entire plaza was bustling with activity. Many players, after a day of hard work, were resting there. Suddenly, all the players in the plaza received a system message. A special event had been triggered. The uprising of the Little Moon people had begun. The plaza was now open for investigation. Players could go to the Adventurers Guild to investigate and complete the mission to gain experience and guild reputation. Shi Feng, risking near-death experiences, had finally obtained the historical artifact. At the same time, because of a security breach, the entire Red Realm player base nearly entered a state of chaos, sparking a heated debate. All players were instantly excited. The fact that a conflict had erupted in the Red Realm where missions were scarce, and that Yi Feng had achieved such a feat was almost unbelievable. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuro was also astounded by the system notification. Who was this person? The mission was progressing so quickly. Everyone else was still consuming water and dealing with the actual monster area, yet Bai Qing's blood was barely decreasing. Without a doubt, it was Yi Feng. It seemed Yi Feng had not only completed the mission but also successfully escaped unscathed. Zhao Yuro had to reassess Yi Feng's strength entirely. He decided that next time they met, he must thoroughly investigate Yi Feng's background. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, the one who caused the conflict, was currently recalling the events of the previous encounter in the Red Realm. The shock he felt was so intense that even the reborn Yi Feng was taken aback. If he hadn't come back in a second, he wouldn't have made it. Soon, he arrived at the Pulse-Taking Hall within the realm. The Pulse-Taking Hall was a very convenient place. Anything players placed there was visible to the entire Red Realm. Hundreds of players in the entire Beihicheng area could see and buy items, but the auction house charged a 5% commission, so prices were generally high and items were hard to sell. Shi Feng decided to first investigate the dead memory spirit. He then put up a piece of iron plate armor for 2.5 billion, along with 5 pieces of light armor, each for 200 million items that most players didn't need. The surrounding players were immediately intrigued. Light armor was rare and valuable, and the fact that so many players were eyeing it made Shi Feng suddenly remember the new manifestation he had just acquired. Manifestation granted the ability to experience elemental phenomena, meaning it could be used to obtain materials with a high chance of getting ores. After listing the equipment, he started searching for materials. Now he didn't need to personally search for them, they were cheap everywhere. All the players in the entire Beihicheng area had effectively become his laborers. Shi Feng had already accumulated considerable wealth, and with his wealth and speed, he swept up all the cheap materials on the auction house. Many players who had listed their materials received the news that their materials had been sold. Seeing their own core materials being bought out, the players grew serious. Some even spotted a business opportunity and quickly notified others to farm these 2 materials. This was a rare opportunity. For a moment, players in the auction house looked around, speculating about which mysterious boss was so rich. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had already left the auction house. Next was the time for Shi Feng to make his appearance. After leaving the commercial district, Shi Feng went to the Broken Path Association and rented an ordinary Broken Path time for 1 hour. It was an ordinary Broken Path force. All the Broken Path tools didn't need to be upgraded by him. Quite cost-effective. Although the equipment was ordinary without any special features, at the price of 5, he couldn't ask for too much. You get what you pay for. He didn't think too much and took out the first red material from his inventory. He then used the elemental experience function. Experience could extract metal elements from materials, turning ordinary materials into various metals. After placing the material on it, the experience level immediately increased to 20%. Shi Feng directly chose to activate the experience. The mysterious power flowed into the material. Upon activation, a blinding light suddenly appeared and the progress bar began to decrease. Shi Feng felt a little nervous. A 20% chance was really not high. After the progress bar was depleted, the entire entity emitted a faint red glow. The entire head-sized material directly turned into scattered fragments, yielding nothing. Shi Feng didn't care and directly took out another set of materials to continue. Some materials lacked metal elements, naturally turning into fragments. Failure was perfectly normal. After 2 consecutive failures, Shi Feng began to doubt himself slightly. However, the materials didn't stop. He picked up materials again and tried one after another. A set of materials was quickly used up, and he still hadn't extracted any gifts. Shi Feng suddenly became somewhat suspicious. The probability was a bit low. Was it because the entity's support was just fragments, leading to a low success rate? Just then, he suddenly noticed a piece of metal with the same color luster among the fragments. He quickly took it out and confirmed it was indeed a piece of the same material. After so many failures, he had finally succeeded on the first real try, leaving behind the first piece. Shi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. After all this hard work, he extracted a total of 470 pieces of the same material and 130 pieces of green and yellow material. These materials sold for more than 2 billion, while the cost was only 400 million. The price difference was more than 5 times, a real money maker. Suddenly a notification came from the room. The 1-hour usage time was about to end. Shifeng left the crafting room. He felt somewhat limited. He had spent an entire hour just on the materials, hadn't even had time to start crafting yet. All his time had been spent buying materials and molds. Now he couldn't even get the blueprints out. However, at this moment, he suddenly received a system message. Silver crafting has been completed. After deducting manual waste, 3153 pieces of the same material have been completed. Half-star crafting has been completed. After deducting manual waste, 31 pieces of the same material have been completed. A series of auction house notifications made Shifeng's lips curl into a slight smile. He and the full price he had sold were unexpected. He hadn't expected that a piece of iron armor worn by a warrior could sell for more than 3 billion. The wealthy in Beihicheng area were truly not ordinary rich. After becoming rich, Shifeng directly spent real money to find an ultimate crafting room, preparing to start crafting equipment in earnest. The ultimate crafting room was larger and more exquisite, with better equipment than ordinary crafting masters. In particular, the crafting tools and flames were not simple. The Azure Extreme 100 hunting pendant increased the success rate of crafting items by 13%. The complete rank 1 fire eats the mold had extremely high temperature, making the contents more refined, increasing the success rate of crafting items by 22%. The ultimate crafting master could increase the success rate by a total of 15%. The crafting book could increase the success rate of crafting Azure Extreme equipment by 15%. Finally, Shifeng didn't waste any more time and took out the design blueprint of the back of hand card and chose to learn it. The success rate of crafting blueprints could increase by 15%. All in all, the success rate of crafting the back of hand card had reached 60%. Resources were plentiful, and the materials for the back of hand card, while very rare, only required 5 mold gold, 5 Azure Extreme materials, and 20 standard materials. He immediately picked up the hammer and began his forging journey. This man, whose combat ability was at its peak, actually put down the long sword and chose to pick up the hammer, simply because he didn't have a single piece of finished metal in his pocket. Shifeng first put the metal and blue metal into the fire to temper them, then added the molded metal. After tempering was complete, he took out the red-hot ore and placed it on the iron battlefield. He dared not be careless. The next step was the key. After preparing, Shifeng picked up the hammer and prepared to strike the hot ore. The clanging sound rang out continuously. The hammering sound reverberated through the entire forge. He was very careful with each strike. After striking hundreds of times, the ore suddenly emitted a burst of light. At the same time, the system prompted. Forging hand support cards successfully completed. Forging proficiency increased by 2 points. 800 experience points gained. As the light dissipated, the gray-colored opening line appeared. Hand support card, blue metal extreme version, equipment requirement, 10 strength, equipment level 3, defense 22, strength +2, endurance +3, life 50. The ability to replace the U-power reduces damage taken by 3%, limited to shield warrior and guardian classes. Looking at the U-power replacement function, Shifeng was very happy. He hadn't expected to succeed on his very first crafting attempt, and the experience gained was so high. Moreover, this spare card not only had a large basic proficiency table, but also the replacement ability. This equipment would definitely receive a lot of attention. After the experience of the first successful crafting, Shifeng immediately started crafting spare cards in bulk. The 60% success rate was still very high, and the failure rate was relatively low. The busy time passed quickly. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Shifeng had produced 23 spare cards with only 4 failures. At the same time, Shifeng's level had increased to 30. He was no longer far behind the expert players, and his crafting proficiency had increased to 44 points. Next, he went to the auction house to start selling. Soon, the auction house listed the spare card as a base armor priced at 4 silver coins. He put a few up to test it out. Young players, seeing such powerful armor, were immediately impressed. Not only were its attributes strong, but it also had the ability to replicate Russian patterns, practically an anti-Japanese artifact. During this time, members of various guilds could move freely in the auction house without needing to press the switch button. Currently, only he could craft handheld cards. Selling one would earn at least 4 silver coins. Soon, Shifeng heard a series of system notifications from the auction house. Value of the handheld cards far exceeded his initial expectations. He originally thought 5 silver coins would be enough, but the price kept increasing, reaching a high of 8 silver coins and a low of 5. At this stage, the purchasing power of silver coins was very meaningful. A second-rate guild's entire working capital was only 60 or 70 silver coins. He continued to watch people bid on handheld cards in the auction house. Finally, he began searching for gold energy books. In the divine realm, besides equipment, a player's strength was judged by their gold energy. Shifeng made over 1 billion in a row. When he reached the last one, he suddenly froze. He looked at the gold energy books in the auction house. Some were covered in paper. Was this a mistake? Even these rare skill books were for sale. He directly bought the pre-line reversal skill, which could withstand attacks, and also bought 3 ordinary skill books. Observation Eye, which could discover weaknesses, Wind Bone, which could improve one's strength and increase it by 5%, and Lai Daijian, which was a group attack skill. After buying the skill books, Shifeng suddenly heard Zio Cafe next to him, saying she had secretly bought some skill books to buy back-of-hand cards for the guild. The guild leader immediately said, "If you buy the Inner Discipline Armor opening skill, our guild can rise quickly. Once the guild develops, you will be the guild leader." Shifeng couldn't help but think, all guild leaders are the same, only spending money on their subordinates, but thank you for selling skill books. With these skills, his survival ability and attack ability had both been greatly improved. Just then, Bai Qingsu suddenly called and interrupted his train of thought. As soon as he answered, Bai Qingsu said she had something to ask him for help. Shifeng was surprised that such a special girl needed his help. Bai Qingsu went straight to the point and asked if he could get her 1.5 billion to buy a hand-back crafting card. The attributes of this hand-back card are too good. With this equipment, there won't be any problem with the materials for the next 3 episodes. Now all the guilds are scrambling for this equipment. She suddenly stared at Shifeng and asked, "These hand-back crafting cards, you didn't make them yourself, did you?" Shifeng denied it. He didn't want to expose himself. He quickly said he would send the oil later and then quickly hung up. Bai Qingsu was the 6th member of the training team. Shifeng suddenly felt the pressure increase. Bai and Cheng's many guilds had already attached great importance to hand-back crafting cards, meaning the popularity had spread. Now the popularity had probably reached its peak. This was a good opportunity to sell in large quantities and make a fortune before the market corrected. The auction house had just missed its floor price. The guild leader was furious, saying the price of one card was too high. At the same time, Shifeng returned to the crafting room. This time he rented 10 hours straight, ready to go all out. After a while, crafting cards wouldn't be as profitable as before. Why not make this money now? To earn the startup capital for his studio, Shifeng entered a frenzied crafting mode. Although crafting a piece of equipment took a lot of time, the success rate was very high, and the leveling speed was much faster than normal player leveling. It was a win-win situation. Realizing he could make a fortune, his mood and energy were at their peak. Shifeng's movements were much faster than before, the rhythm of his hammering like a musical performance. Even the shape of the materials was being guided by his hammering. When Shifeng came to his senses, he accidentally knocked the materials on the table. He felt that the materials were about to explode. However, at this moment, the system notification sounded. Crafting equipment successfully completed. Crafting proficiency increased by 3 points. Experience points gained 4100. Named Azure Plate Armor. Gained 12 strength. Level 3 defense 23. Strength 3 stamina 3 health 20. The power to question deck capacity increases healing received by 10%. Limited to certain professions. During combat, the Guardian. This man had actually formed a fighting force that led to a change of fortune. Even the protective spirit he possessed managed to reshape the materials. As a result, he had unexpectedly created his own original equipment. Upon seeing the attributes of the new equipment, Shifeng was overjoyed. In the Divine Realm, players could create equipment, but only then could a decent original piece be crafted. The feudal-era equipment emitted a faint, blinding light, so he simply named it Weigong Huxing. Then, a black eyeshadow mark was left on a corner of the equipment. This eyeshadow mark was equivalent to the signature of the crafting style. From now on, anyone who saw this mark would know that the equipment was crafted by him, the standard for his political system. The system notified him, naming successful. Weigong Huxing design blueprint automatically generated. Shifeng was overjoyed with his new equipment. Now he could not only sell finished equipment, but also create Weigong Huxing design blueprints to resell. The reason why crafting masters were so wealthy was because creating blueprints was easy, yielding tens or hundreds of points in minutes. Otherwise, how much equipment could he craft every day, dying and reviving repeatedly? Creating Weigong Huxing design blueprints and earning dozens of experience points was a piece of cake. After all, there were many players and guilds in the Beicheng area. Shifeng couldn't help but feel a sense of his true fortune. He had never expected to encounter such a low probability event as accidentally creating original equipment during normal crafting. Next, he started crafting Weigong Huxing in bulk. Both used the same materials, but Weigong Huxing was more stylish and had better recovery capabilities. After 10 hours in the crafting room, Shifeng had collected a large pile of equipment, 142 successful pieces. He was also running out of materials, so he left the crafting room to sell some equipment and buy more raw materials. When Shifeng arrived at the auction house, he found that the once very popular equipment and weapons were mostly sold out with no one buying them. The number of players from various guilds was significantly reduced, and the auction house seemed much quieter. Shifeng approached a player from a guild and asked, "Brother, why is the auction house so quiet today? Where did everyone go?" The player explained in surprise, "You don't even know about this big event." A player from the Guild of Guilds sold a lot of level 3 equipment and weapons. Although the attributes were slightly worse, the price was super cheap, only 4 silver coins, and he even posted pictures. As long as you contact him for bulk orders, you can get a discount. All the guilds naturally contacted him for orders, who would still be waiting here for auctions when they can get direct deals. Hearing the name Yichui Manman, Shifeng was somewhat surprised. The last time around, Yichui Manman hadn't acted this quickly. It was Yichui Manman who had discovered the hidden quest in Taijiangpu, involving the heavenly gift of early life, and after quickly becoming the ultimate early life apprentice, had joined the Yaoying Guild. Finally, Xingbei Xiangxia had acquired the advantage, and the Lanhua conglomerate was very careful. Among them was Yichui Manman, along with several early life masters suitable for model medicine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been expelled from the country. It had to be said that Yichui Manman and he were somehow destined for each other. He had strengthened Yichui Manman's early life gift, and Yichui Manman had turned around and defeated his talent in return. Shifeng opened the New Moon Kingdom forum and quickly found a post. "Justice starts with me. We must not let the Black Star's creation be taken for granted." This was a post by Yang Sasa. The game stated that the cost of a Qing Tong equipment piece was only 2 silver coins, but Black Star's starting bid was as high as 5 silver coins, which was simply outrageous. Therefore, he wanted to step forward and sell level 3 Qing Tong equipment indefinitely. Regarding the success rate, he only sold it for 4 silver coins to break even. After reading this, Shifeng felt the whole article was a smear campaign against him. It was obvious that they wanted to take advantage of his own reputation, to make the big players throw out the infection and inflate the price. The data from the underground trading platform proved that it was ridiculous in Shifeng's eyes. The success rate of crafting a level 3 Qing Tong equipment piece with a basic crafting diagram and an intermediate crafting diagram should only be 20%. At a price of 4 silver coins, they couldn't even afford the materials. The underground trading platform was definitely losing money. If it weren't for them taking advantage of his previous statement, he wouldn't want to have anything to do with this at all. However, since he had been offended, he had to be prepared to pay the price. Subsequently, Shifeng directly sold the Wei Guang Mutual Fiend for 4 silver coins. He sold a small portion first. He had a lot of paper and a few crafted items. The cost was only a few dozen points, and the price was something he never needed to worry about. Then he put it on the auction ship. Everyone looked. A batch of faintly glowing items appeared on the auction ship, and the price was only 4 silver coins. The crowd gathered. Then he started to advertise. This current style, handsome appearance, even a faint glowing grey color with a black flower on the left chest, simply too cool. The surrounding players immediately agreed that such handsome equipment with good attributes at this price was worth every coin. Even a dog would shake its head if it wasn't a chest armor. Some guild members directly notified their guild leaders not to waste their time looking elsewhere. At the same time, the entire hall of the Crafting Association was filled with players. The players present were all representatives of various guilds. They had come here for only one purpose, to invite this person to join their guild. However, they all received a message from their guild leader at the same time. Meanwhile, on the second floor, the ultimate breaking point had lost contact. Suddenly, a girl's voice rang out. "Brother Loser, you're amazing. You've made everyone submit to you. Before, those third-rate guilds wouldn't budge no matter what, but now they're all waiting outside like grandsons. You can't even be swayed. Why don't you just join the strongest guild? You'll be all smiles and laughter. This is nothing. It's all thanks to that idiot who cleared the way for you and made the big guilds aware of my importance. I really have to thank him. When I join a top-tier guild and reach the upper echelons, that'll be truly awesome. Right now I'm just a beginner. Let those third-rate guilds wait outside. It'll also help me increase my wealth and lethality." Suddenly, a berserker walked in from outside. Said with an incredibly rare and powerful voice, "Something's wrong. A lot of rare equipment has appeared in the auction and many guilds have noticed it." Everyone stopped caring about the boss situation and started fighting amongst themselves. His divine power instantly lost its composure. He didn't allow the leader of the top-tier guild to. How could he be so easily pulled away? Stepping outside, he immediately realized the truth. The once bustling hall was now almost empty. What exactly had happened? Zio Dada explained that a group of powerful guards had suddenly appeared. They only sold items. Several top-tier guilds had expressed their willingness to hire that crafting master as their guild's assistant. Those guild members had also rushed to the market. In reality, a pure trader was now frantically smashing things to find his share. "What audacity, trying to steal my thunder. Then don't mess around, I won't be polite. Such high-grade equipment must have high costs and extremely low success rates." Selling for £4, let's see how much you can lose. He had finally attracted the attention of top-tier guilds, but now that secret crafting expert had stolen his thunder. If he didn't regain it, those top-tier guilds would probably forget about him. But he didn't have enough pounds. He could only use credits to buy crafting materials. Yichuan Mai was like Dongzhu, who had lost his beloved, planning to use credits to buy materials. As long as he could join a top-tier guild, he could quickly pay off his credit debt and even regain his wealth. After a quick phone call, he readily agreed to buy 2 materials costing around 10,000 credits. So he reopened the forum and quickly started posting. Soon, another post appeared on the forum. For the sake of all players, I, Yichuan Mai, have decided to sell my research equipment for 3 stars. I will fight to the end against Black Star's destruction. This post was written by Liu Yun, one of the future top 10 Divine Wood Masters, and now he was being bullied. If you had foreseen this, what would you have done? Not long after, Shifeng saw Yichuan Mai's price reduction and couldn't help but think, you want to fight, then let's do it. He put all his equipment up for sale, setting each one to be sold within 1 hour, and also set the price to 3 stars. The auction house immediately became lively. Although Shifeng sold equipment easily, it was completely different for Yichuan Mai. After learning that Shifeng had also lowered his price, his fortunes plummeted. He was now losing money on every single item he sold. To compete with Shifeng, he relentlessly researched and crafted, spending all his credits on materials. He kicked Zhao Shen out of the market, continuing to lower prices until that damned shop was empty. Soon, the entire auction house was shaken. The price had dropped to 2 or 300 cents. Meanwhile, Shifeng didn't continue crafting equipment. He bought the white finger and the pen end, preparing to turn things around completely. He said to himself, I'm not just about lowering prices. With the design blueprints, all the guilds will buy my blueprints and train their own craftsmen. No one will come to fill your position anymore. Shifeng didn't spend much time on blueprints, only preparing 5 for the event. After Shifeng put the blueprints on the auction house, the crafting association in the killing town was in chaos. Upon learning that design blueprints had appeared on the auction house, Shifeng immediately panicked and started production. Nai Chunmeimai was already close to being banned. Seeing Shifeng directly start buying design blueprints, he immediately spat out a mouthful of 2-year-old snow. This stupid business was doomed. He withdrew from the divine realm. At the same time, Shifeng unexpectedly learned that since he sold the design blueprints, the stupid business had been so angry it was sent to the mortal realm. He thought to himself, you tricked me last time. This time I'll let you experience despair properly. Just then, the female player who was buying cold items was suddenly knocked to the ground because Uncle Wei Zhou walked up to her and said, this is a virtual game. You actually sell images to make money. Do you think you're a milk tea girl? Only a fool would buy this stuff. You look pretty good. Why don't you come to my house tonight? I'll give you a little pleasure. The red magic next to the emperor was hard to describe. What kind of skill was it to bully a girl? Simon picked up Chi Dun to eat noodles. The road was not dangerous. The emperor just brought him up to her with a smile. Come, 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 I'll give you a chance. If you dare repeat what you just said, I'll let that woman go, but you'll pay the price. I'll have the whole guild kill you back to 0. The red mage was terrified and trembled, hurriedly following instructions to avoid the debt. Then he shouted at the surrounding players, you bunch of players who only know how to hide in the grass, get out of my way. Xian Lidun only had one well. His eyes were filled with anger, but he couldn't win. He didn't even consider the difficult situation. Seeing the name Xian Lidun, Shifeng's heart skipped a beat. This girl was actually Xian Lidun, one of the top players. If he could recruit her, the future team would be secured. Shifeng immediately prepared to help Xian Lidun because he had already included her in his team. No one would have thought that Xian Lidun, one of the top players in the future, would be in such a situation. For the first 3 years, Xian Lidun was a member of the Shengjish. Until the Ice and Snow Girl left Shenyun, Xian Lidun also left the guild with her. From then on, he was always a player who read the game. He became a woodcutter and purely through his own efforts, won the 5th level of the Light Ash Woodcutter. Finally, Xian Lidun reached the pinnacle of the woodcutter profession and became one of the real Shenyun's great woodcutters. It was hard for Shifeng to imagine that the future legendary woodcutter would be in this clumsy situation now. Unlike those woodcutters created by centralized guild resources, he achieved everything by his own efforts alone. Simon Pyoksu casually picked up the silver item that had been knocked over and tasted it. Then he said, you also want to stand out. Luckily I'm here, I will directly kill you back to the silver level. With the sound of silver steel falling, Shifeng suddenly appeared in Simon Pyoksu's life. Then you come and try. Simon Pyoksu did not see how Shifeng appeared. He was immediately shocked. Then Shifeng suddenly exerted force and directly knocked Simon Pyoksu to the ground. His strength was great, simply a human murderer. Shifeng steadily rose to his feet. Why aren't you saying anything? You were so arrogant when you first arrived. Come and hit me. Even the microscopic little eagle chirped, taking Shifeng's power seriously. After all, the berserker's power was famously strong. Another player quickly reminded, Brothers, Red Knight Town doesn't allow players to use their butt chains. NPCs will come to capture you. Shifeng calmly drank his juice and said, I'm free to spread out, don't worry. He thought to himself, I'm only suppressing him with strength right now. I haven't used any skills to attack, so the NPCs won't come looking for trouble. Simon Pyoksu, as if alone in his world, stared at Shifeng. Kid, you've got guts. Watch how I kill you back to zero. In the blink of an eye, Simon Pyoksu slammed his feet to the ground. The power boost from the yellow violence skill directly damaged the entire area. Immediately afterward, Simon Pyoksu unleashed his great sword and charged directly at Shifeng. Shifeng withdrew his body and used a parry to block the sword. Simon Pyoksu's great sword landed on Shifeng's sword, but instead, the three-man army was forced back, and even the large bamboo scroll in his hand lost 2 points of internal energy. Shifeng did not continue to attack. Instead he said, Didn't you eat? Why are you so weak? Simon Pyoksu was immediately speechless. You little brat, you're going to die. See how I deal with you. He quickly stood up and raised the large bamboo scroll toward Shifeng. Just as Simon Pyoksu was about to hit, the guards appeared to stop him. Simon Pyoksu, you're a member of the Communist Party of China. You attacked other players within the formation. You will be sentenced to 12 hours of imprisonment as punishment. Simon Pyoksu was immediately frozen in place. His previous domineering aura vanished completely. As he was being carried away, Simon Pyoksu still threatened. You little brat, just wait. I'll remember you. We in the martial arts world will not let you go. In 12 hours, my father will come out as a hero again. By then, the entire Red Knight Town will be free of your life. After hearing this, Xian Lian stood up and thanked Shifeng for his help. Although she wanted to repay this kindness, she was just a novice and had no money. One of the future great trees, this person had unexpectedly encountered such a difficult situation. Shifeng, the more unscrupulous one, had Wei Bing intervene and remove Simon Pyoksu's vital parts. She immediately rose to thank Shifeng for his help and expressed her desire to repay his kindness. Shifeng remained silent, his eyes fixed on her. Fortunately, she hadn't yet joined any guild. Her expression suddenly became tense. She protected her money with both hands and involuntarily took a step back. After a moment, she turned around and shouted, I only sell juice, not my body. Her words made Shifeng feel somewhat uneasy. After saying this, he pulled out a silver coin and said, I need a chef to help me with this. This silver coin is my payment to you. She was somewhat at a loss. Was it really just a chef's job? Shifeng couldn't help but ask, Work with me, I'll give you a stable income. Or you can continue to suffer the difficult harassment from those around you. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. As Liu Yun looked at the silver bag that Shifeng had brought out, a hint of reluctance lingered in her eyes. However, due to initial hesitation, she still reluctantly agreed. Shifeng casually pulled out another silver bag and said, Take this money and buy cooking ingredients. Then rent a place and cook for me. No one will bother you anymore. Liu Yun suspected Shifeng had ulterior motives. She quickly replied, Why are you being so nice to me? Shifeng explained, It's just because you work so diligently, so I wanted to ask you to help me. He then turned and left without further ado. Liu Yun watched Shifeng's departing figure, feeling very grateful. She quickly said she would work hard. Shifeng's expression remained calm, but inwardly he was overjoyed, realizing this would be very useful. He would first let her practice her life skills, then gradually guide her to a more advanced level. Just a few coins spent, and a single interaction was enough to get her to work. As for the ice goddess, he could only say sorry. Finally, Shifeng headed to the library in Red Knight Town, located in the town's slums. He wanted to find someone to help him decipher the mysterious diary he had obtained after killing the werewolf Fei Luo Ti, since it was filled with spiritual script. The slums were a mixed bag of creatures. As soon as Shifeng entered, the rats lurking in the darkness surrounded him, ready to pounce. However, just then, a young woman suddenly smiled at him. Little brother, you've come to find the villain, haven't you? Come and solve this problem. I guarantee you'll have a wonderful night. Shifeng immediately used his observation skill, Xia Lion, Jing Jing, and Ba Jai, gaining 1200 HP. He glanced around and said calmly, I think you're trying to trick me into going somewhere deserted. Solved it, huh? The small fry around him, however, weren't taking the bait. Enraged, they attacked, ready to ambush Shifeng. Without a word, Shifeng immediately countered with a powerful wind and thunder attack, taking advantage of the increased damage. The machine alternated between flat and rapid return. A piece of equipment passed through the bodies of the two sneaking up on him, directly restoring their life points to 0. Xia Lion walked toward Shifeng with a faint smile. Little brother, you're really amazing. I admire you so much. I don't know where you are going. I can lead the way and save you a lot of trouble. You only need to pay a small price. Shifeng didn't want to get entangled with these people. He only wanted to find clues to the spiritual diary, so he coldly refused. No need to bother. I know the way to the outer gate. Hearing this, Xia Lion smiled even more happily. You can ask me about anything related to the outer gate. No one knows it better than me. Xia Lion straightened up with self-assured confidence and smiled. Because I am the outer gate manager, Xia Lion. This woman, just a second ago, had offered Shifeng a silly happy night. Xia Lion, the outer gate manager of Red Knight Town, the holy maiden Xia Lion with her divine views and countless Shang maidens' clothes, was as soft as a female angel descending to earth, incomparably holy. Shifeng laughed. Now do you believe it? Seeing Xia Lion's changed appearance, Shifeng still couldn't quite accept it. Just a moment ago she had been a powerful figure. Xia Lion smiled. Since you have something to say to me, let's talk in the management office. In the blink of an eye, the previously dilapidated Pingaming warehouse suddenly appeared with rows of shelves. In a short while the space was transformed into a government office. However, this office looked very run down, just a small two-story building. Seeing the messy house and the dilapidated books on the wooden table, Shifeng felt this office was more like a haunted house. Xia Lion put her legs on the table and asked, "What do you want to do here?" Shifeng couldn't stand Xia Lion's roguish appearance and got straight to the point. "My lord, I'm here because I want to detoxify and improve my health." Xia Lion didn't hesitate. "I'll give you 30 pounds. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll give you what you want." Xia Lion then took the opportunity to save face for both of them. She casually flipped through the diary, and after the mysterious March entries had been reviewed, Xia Lion's face suddenly showed a look of shock. She immediately stood up and quickly threw the diary from her hands. At the same time, the diary underwent changes. A black smoke suddenly rose from the broken wind turbine. Then a sound came from the diary, and a ball of black gas coldly pierced out from it. In the blink of an eye, the ball of black gas twisted into a terrifying giant monster. The monster burst out with a piercing sound. However, the giant monster was only active for less than 3 seconds. Xia Lion used the evil repulsion skill. The monster was instantly suppressed. Just as the monster was about to attack, Xia Lion raised a divine victory spear. The golden divine spear directly pierced the monster. The monster did not flinch. It easily crushed the divine victory spear with a casual wave of its hand. Xia Lion was immediately overwhelmed by the pressure. She dared not hesitate and quickly wrote divine gates in mid-air with both hands. The entire library was instantly shaken by golden light. Xia Lion, who usually controlled the library, was shocked by the terrifying energy coming from the front. This was actually a third-order divine energy. After finishing the divine energy, Xia Lion shouted, "Disappear!" Immediately afterward, a terrifying holy energy burst forth from the Dharma center. The energy that had just entered Xia Lion's body was directly attacked by the spiritual energy. Under the scorching heat of the third-order divine energy, Xia Lion's face was torn apart by the holy energy in the blink of an eye. She tore apart the stone seal next to her. "I won't be afraid of losing anything." The terrifying hunger model, unlike the evil drink mentioned in the diary, vanished. At the same time, the system reminded the player they had been attacked by the hunger model, resulting in a 15% decrease in all attributes and a 90% decrease in monster killing experience. The player had also been attacked by the great hunger model Ding Xiao, whose evil drink would seek them out in 90 days. If killed, the player's body would be cleansed by the Great Hunger model. After using her third-tier divine power to destroy the evil drink, Xia Lion was immediately sealed in the Hunger model's attack. If she failed, her body would be cleansed by the Hunger model. Xia Lion's head was covered in sweat, making her appear very weak. Seeing a series of system prompts, Shifeng thought, even if he has the yang energy, he can't withstand the great tide. This diary is too much of a trap. Xia Lion, still feeling uneasy, said, "Luckily, the immediate problem is solved now. If you had held on to it for a few more days, you would probably have been possessed by the great hungry demon and suffered eternally in the underworld." But Shifeng couldn't be happy. "The problem hasn't been solved yet. I'll still die in 90 days. Xia Lion explained, "This diary is from the 100th century. It records several great hungry demon battles. What you need to do is find this great hungry demon, enter through this diary, and find the Dark Bible stored inside. As long as you retrieve the Dark Bible and give it to me, I can destroy it. That way the great hungry demon can no longer possess you." The system prompt sounded. Player accepts the mission Dark Spirit Possession. Mission objective: find and destroy the Dark Bible to prevent the great hungry demon from possessing you. In his previous life, he had completed this mission in the Black Dragon Kingdom. He couldn't possibly go to the Black Dragon Kingdom now, could he? So he asked, "Lord God, could you give me some clues about the Dark Spirit Possession?" Upon hearing Shifeng's question, Xia Lion's expression revealed a distinct scheming effect. "To obtain clues about the Dark Affliction, you need to pay for the actual information. But I know you definitely don't have that much money right now. I can help you unravel the Great Hunger Formation first, so you can go earn money." Seeing the burning desire emanating from Xia Lion's expression, Shifeng felt a surge of suspicion. "Unraveling the formation definitely requires payment, right?" Xia Lion remained silent. "Unraveling the formation requires spending 3 jin to complete the task." Seeing Xia Lion's actions, Shifeng even wondered if Xia Lion had X-ray vision, since he happened to have exactly 3 jin. Xia Lion quickly put away her glittering appearance and randomly took out a completely transparent glass ball. I can also take you to the Yue Guang Spirit Land to collect 30 pieces of moonlight. Just bring the materials back to me. Afterwards, Shifeng bought a large bag of recovery materials. The Yue Guang Spirit Land was not a place of love. On the contrary, it was fraught with danger and extremely dangerous. Without preparation, it was absolutely certain death. He even went to the magic shop and bought more than 10 kinds of magical buildings. After making sufficient preparations, he felt ready to head to the Yue Guang Spirit Land. Then he found a deserted place, activated the teleportation orb, and disappeared from Red Night Town with a flash of white light. When he opened his eyes, he saw a gray sky with a bright moon shining high, casting a faint silver glow over the entire Yaojing forest. The Yue Guang Spirit Land was a monster zone with a high monster drop rate. More than 90% of players came here to kill monsters and hunt for treasure. The monsters here were rare, and the drop rate was not low. In particular, there were many rare items. If you spotted a rare item, there was an 80% chance of getting it. There were various resources on the map: gifts, anti-time resistant herbs, and game stones. However, the monsters here mostly came in groups of 3 to 5. If you were not careful, you would be wiped out. For players who frequently came here, death was commonplace. Therefore, it was also known as the Land of Frequent Deaths. The Yue Guang Spirit Land, a monster zone with a high drop rate, was a place of great respect for players at this stage. Shifeng, now suffering from the effects of the Great Hunger mode, had his attributes drastically reduced. His combat abilities were becoming increasingly difficult. Upon arriving, Shifeng immediately activated the Hidden Healer, unleashing its full potential. The Hidden Healer's ability to significantly reduce a player's presence made them harder for nearby enemies to detect. Its long duration made it a valuable item in dangerous areas. Using the Hidden Healer on ordinary monsters under 15G within the 30-man range was recommended. Shifeng quickly advanced to the central area of the Yue Guang Spirit Land to find Yue Zhaishi, just to get rid of this annoying situation as soon as possible. He was very familiar with the Yue Guang Spirit Land from his previous life. He moved swiftly along the edges of the monster horde. With his skillful dodging and the effect of the Hidden Healer, he felt like he was back in his own backyard. It took him over an hour to reach a vast, locked area. This area was known for producing gifts from Yuezhi. He quickly poured in 30 gifts and went into full-speed frantic mode, digging a pit. He noticed a patrol team of mountain warriors not far away. The appearance of mountain warriors meant their shadow area was nearby, and the probability of treasure chests spawning in the shadow area was very high. Moreover, the best treasures obtained from opening these chests were the King of Glory. Currently, the top players were only around Martial Master level, and very few players had ever been to the Yuezhi Spirit Land. He had a crazy idea. If he opened all the treasure chests now, wouldn't he be able to take off from the spot? Finally, he carefully let the patrol team pass and went directly into the shadow area. He didn't rush to attack but carefully observed the terrain, then mentally planned his treasure hunt. The area was guarded by mountain warriors on all sides, more than 40 in total, with even more nearby. He suddenly stopped after extending his steps forward. He felt that the mountain warriors' hideout was ahead, and there was a high probability that the treasures would spawn there. But unfortunately, the silver-armored mountain warrior at the entrance of the vault could break his advance. To clear the vault, this guy had to be dealt with first, but taking action directly would trigger an attack from all the monsters in the Silver Land. Just as Shifeng was caught between two sides, the silver-armored mountain warrior suddenly left the vault entrance and stopped in front of a bonfire not far away. He filled a large pot with an unknown substance and began to drink it. Shifeng's mind immediately clicked. A feasible plan appeared instantly. As soon as the silver-armored mountain warrior left the bonfire, Shifeng began to move quickly. He moved aside the group of monsters and came to the bonfire. He smelled the stench emanating from the pot. He couldn't help but think, this is too smelly. Then he pulled out a black iron plate from his bag and put it in the pot. In order to solve the problem of the monster's advance, Shifeng added a large amount of black iron plate to the mountain warrior's dinner. Soon, all the mountain warriors in the Silver Land were drinking the pot of food that Shifeng had added. They all collapsed to the ground. Watching the mighty mountain warriors being overwhelmed by the black iron poison, Shifeng and Shilatai moved in. The mountain warriors loved to put their collected treasures into the Silver Land treasury. Inside the treasury were several large treasure chests, one of which was a rare iron treasure chest, and many moons. Shifeng couldn't help but feel excited. Quite a few treasure chests. He dared not be careless and quickly opened the first one, obtaining 8 pieces of gold and 14 moons, as well as the silver moon headgear and the azure sky chicken plate armor. Requires 35 strength plus 43 defense plus 5 strength plus 4 stamina plus 4 endurance plus 1 combat recovery. Limited to Berserker class. Shifeng picked up the silver-white headgear, somewhat surprised. This was a good item. Could equip the full silver moon set, there would be additional attribute bonuses. He squatted down and exclaimed quietly. Inside the village, more silver moon set equipment was found. The moment it was opened, a system notification sounded. Obtained Void Ring. Void Ring equipped to increase intelligence by 1, strength by 1, reputation by 2, and intelligence by 2. The skill Void allows the user to enter a state of nothingness. The user cannot see others, and others cannot see the user. Duration 1 minute. Cooldown 5 minutes, can only be used in combat. Shifeng was actually unharmed. He had gained a treasure of the same level as the Silver Power Realm. At the same time, the Silver Armor Mountain Warrior outside the warehouse recovered from his drowsy state. Sure enough, the Silver Armor Mountain Warrior entered the warehouse and immediately spotted Shifeng. Shifeng turned around and was immediately surprised. He had not expected the Silver Armor Mountain Warrior to wake up in just 1 minute. The Silver Armor Mountain Warrior rushed in front of Shifeng in an instant, raised his giant body, and was about to kill him on the spot. Shifeng decisively used the transformation battle, directly transforming the summoned mountain warriors into transformation. Transformation buildings cost a staggering 5 billion. He had originally intended to obtain the guide from the package. Transformation buildings could turn enemies below 15G into invulnerable, unattackable entities. Soon, the mountain warriors recovered completely. The Silver Warrior was momentarily stunned and stood frozen in place. Then he got up and began searching everywhere, determined to find all the treasure chests. Meanwhile, Shifeng had already quickly escaped the mountain. He put on the ring in his hand. With this treasure to help him hide, he could steal all the treasure chests of the Moonlight Silver Emperor. Shifeng had done considerable research on the Moonlight Silver Emperor in his previous life, and knew many treasure chest spawn locations. So he put on the Order House ring, opened the Moonlight Silver Emperor map, and prepared to begin his treasure hunt. Holding the Order House ring, a magical artifact, Shifeng, relying on his knowledge of the Moonlight Silver Emperor, arrived at a treasure chest location and directly activated the Order House shadow, entering Order House state. When the safe was opened again, the pre-order status didn't disappear, so the poison removal went smoothly. However, when the safe was fully opened and people started touching it, the pre-order status disappeared. It was quite difficult for people to find him, and they were immediately furious, rushing toward him as if they were in the living room. If Shifeng had prepared a lot of electric warriors in advance, he would not have given them a chance to get close. The entire Moonlight Silver Emperor was very large. Shifeng insisted on not abandoning it. It took a lot of time to finally clean out the Moonlight Silver Emperor's guide. He was overjoyed when he saw his backpack full. The harvest from opening the safes this time was really good. He got the Moonlight Silver Emperor set and also the Silver Emperor set. He could quickly equip it after organizing everything. Suddenly he saw that the items in his backpack could no longer hold up. Is this for real? I can actually get such treasure at this level. If I have it, the later missions will be much easier. After sorting everything out and confirming that the Moonlight Silver Emperor had no more trouble, Shifeng opened the teleportation orb. Leaving the Moonlight Silver Emperor and returning to the Red Knight Town Library, Zia Lion looked at Shifeng with some confusion. "Little brother, you're pretty fast. Did you finish leveling up so quickly?" Shifeng asked after taking out the required items. "Miss Zia Lion, I've brought what you wanted. Can you help me dissolve the organization now?" Zia Lion's eyes lit up when she saw the golden experience items. "Little brother, it seems you've had a great harvest this time." Zia Lion suddenly said to Shifeng, "The low-level item is a very ancient thing. It not only has the effect of dissolving the organization, but if you pay 3 more experience items, I can complete the Moonlight low-level item. The materials needed for this item, besides dissolving the organization, will also give you an unexpected great reward." Shifeng felt uneasy. Why does he feel like he's trying to scam me? He tried to refuse. "Respected Miss Zia Lion, just give me a low-level one." Zia Lion stood up and said gently, "Don't be in such a hurry to refuse, little brother. Do you know the legend of the demon sword Sirios?" Shifeng was instantly captivated when he heard the word sword. Zia Lion paused to explain. The legend of Sirios, who had been under the organization of the Great Demon King for a long time, was finally able to break free. The solution was the complete Moon's End. After the Moon's End, Sirios was reborn and gained immense power, thus becoming half of the Great Demon King and a legendary figure on the Divine Jade Continent. After Zia Lion's explanation, Shifeng was shocked. Zia Lion secretly said that by paying 3 gold coins, a total of 5 gold coins, one could obtain the complete Moon's End. Shifeng glanced at Zia Lion's explanation and said helplessly, "Okay, if it can lead to future success, it's worth it." Shifeng reluctantly paid 3 gold coins. The system notification then indicated that the player had accepted the complete Moon's End. Under Zia Lion's influence, Shifeng paid 5 gold coins to complete the Moon's End. Led by Zia Lion, Shifeng arrived at the slum map in the mangrove forest outside the book management office. Zia Lion stood between 2 main platforms and directed, "Just stand in that position." Shifeng asked with some concern, "Miss Zia Lion, what dangers might I face in this?" Zia Lion straightened her back and said, "Don't worry, Although this is my first time, my technique is excellent. Even the most skilled players would say I'm a genius. Let's begin now. Immediately, Zia Lion began to chant, her fingers moving rapidly, writing divine messages. These messages floated in the air, rising toward the sky. Compared to the previous 3 magic spells, this time the written messages were far more numerous. At the same time, a golden light began to emanate from her body. After more than 10 minutes, the magic beneath Shifeng's feet began to emit a green light. The moonlight shone on him, and many black threads emerged from his body. The black threads, in pain, reluctantly left his body. In a short time, the black threads quickly detached from Shifeng's body. At this moment, sweat began to drip from Zia Lion's forehead, her face turning pale, as if she were suffering from intense pain. After several minutes, the black threads finally completely detached from his body. The breakthrough did not disappear. Instead, it formed a black-clad clone identical to him. Human with a cup and pen, do you think that separating me from your body will free you from my control? The hungry demon clone was an elite monster of the 4 seasons, written with 2,000 points of light. The Zia Lion Federation reminded him that it was a clone created by the hungry demon within him. He could break free from the group after a few hundred towers. However, the people of Shifeng were incredibly powerful. The elite of the 4 seasons was obviously not easy to deal with. Just then, the hungry demon clone roared angrily. The first human can never be left with a powerful hungry demon. He drew a black sword and rushed to Shifeng's side in the blink of an eye. A faint black mist followed. When Shifeng saw this, he was immediately shocked. He hurriedly used a parry to defend himself. The hungry demon clone completely exceeded the strength of a normal elite. The power of this sword was far beyond Shifeng's imagination. The entire ground was directly blasted open. The Zia Lion Federation must maintain the one thing a day. It has 100% of your attributes, while you are only half of your attributes. Freezing is just courting death. In terms of strength, speed, and life, the hungry demon clone has a direct advantage. Shifeng can't even attack. Shifeng was directly slapped away. He adjusted his body and steadied himself, while the hungry demon clone quickly charged up again. Shifeng's pressure increased dramatically. He began to think quickly. This power is twice as much as mine. The hungry demon clone was relentless. It was always the hungry demon clone that attacked. Shifeng could only parry. The hungry demon clone couldn't help but retreat slightly. It was like a thief attacking a sibling. The hungry demon clone couldn't help but follow suit. You will gain supreme power and become the ultimate human. From now on, you will be able to defeat all humans. Shifeng was not grateful. Do you want me to become yours? Don't dream. The hungry demon clone was confused. It suddenly exerted force and directly slapped Shifeng away. Then the hungry demon clone attacked Shifeng's chest. This was the official attack skill. It activated its body shaking ability and weakened its attributes by more than half. Shifeng couldn't withstand this attack and was slapped away again. He took several steps back before stabilizing himself. The hungry demon clone raised its body again and began to attack. Disobey and you'll die. Weakened by 5%, this was a devastating situation for Shifeng. Jing Yingyun's hungry demon clone was closing in. Chengfu immediately raised 5 chi ready to kill. In the blink of an eye, 3 sword energies formed from 7 black demonic artifacts flashed out. This was Shifeng's thunder strike. Seeing the lightning strike approaching, Shifeng instantly turned cold and furious. Just as the thunder strike landed, a massive burst of red light erupted from Shifeng's location. The entire area was slashed by this violent attack. The hungry demon clone, lacking courage, flew through the air for a while before dissipating. Shifeng had withstood this attack, but his condition was now on the verge of death. He kept gasping for breath to adjust his breathing. The system warned simultaneously that he only had 10 points of life left. The hungry demon clone didn't intend to give Shifeng a chance to recover. It launched a pursuit arrow, swiftly and rapidly thrusting at Shifeng, aiming for a fatal blow. The next second, just as Shifeng was about to be killed, the hungry demon clone suddenly stopped. Looking at the spectacular scene at its feet, it was stunned. Its body was immobilized. A magic town. The hungry demon clone wanted nothing more than to devour Shifeng whole. You lowly human, you actually use such a lowly method, Shifeng thought. I'll wait and see the long-term effects. Didn't expect I had a trick up my sleeve. This was the magic town he had obtained from the Moonlight Bell village, costing 110,000. The magic town, following the light, sealed the target, rendering them unable to move for an indefinite period. It also reduced all of the target's attributes by 15% and increased the caster's attributes by 100%. The effect was doubled against evil spirits. During the process, Shifeng used Shadow Strike to send his clone to the magic town. Even before the hungry demon clone was fully equipped with Shifeng's magic, Shifeng's hidden clone had already begun activating the magic town. However, this magic town's activation was delayed, but it was completed in a flash. The magic town's activation range was 100 units, with the user as the trigger. As long as the magic town succeeded, completing this task would no longer be difficult. The hungry demon clone, enraged, ran toward the human, who actually sensed the real body. And Shifeng, one of the Magic Town's tasks, was too exhausting. He had been almost killed, but this magic guide had been used on the clone before it could even spend 5 minutes raging. The hungry demon clone was immediately furious. "What do you mean, brat? Are you looking down on the real body?" Shifeng didn't waste any more words and suddenly launched an attack on the hungry demon clone. Immediately afterward, Feng Lei Shanjiao replaced Feng Quanghui. The weak hungry demon clone couldn't withstand this attack at all. His health dropped sharply and was cleared in no time. He turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. The hungry demon clone revealed a strange effect as it changed with the wind. "Don't think it's over. We will meet again." At the same time, the system announced that completing the Moon's End task would give 10,000 experience points and the title of Demon King. The affairs of the new Moon Kingdom and Base City. 100 deaths in Red Knight Town. One becomes a first-class citizen of Red Knight Town. 100 deaths more. One becomes a third-class noble of Red Knight Town. The fierce demon, a fearsome warrior, an exorcist admired by all, possesses a noble-like status in various places. A death god feared by dark creatures, capable of reducing the attributes of dark monsters within a 100-mile radius by 10%, while simultaneously increasing damage against dark monsters by 10%. After the hungry demon clone vanished as a wisp of smoke, it dropped a dark gray mask, the hungry demon mask. Afterward, it transformed into another person. Without advanced observation skills, it couldn't break through the tail armor. He happily put away the hungry demon mask. This mission was quite good. These resources were well spent. With it, I can transform into the true Flying Smoke Creation Stone. No one will know that Yi Feng and the Dark Creation Stone are actually the same. The hungry demon mask could transform him into someone else, thus possessing the dual identities of the Dark Creation Stone and Yi Feng. Xia Lion looked very tired and said, "Adventurer, the great hungry demons group has been completed and will not trouble you." "I'm very concerned. Are you all right?" Xia Lion directly opened a magic portal and said, "This incident has left me weak. I will rest for a while. If you need me, come to Base City to find me." After saying that, she walked directly into the portal. He understood that when he was in the New World, he needed to think about the dark date of the secret agreement between Bai Qing and Zhu. Every family had gathered. Discussions among players were heard in the square of Red Knight Town. Recently, the rate of guilds buying game currency has increased again. Now 1 yin can be exchanged for 600 star points. Now that the server has just opened, those big guilds are buying at high prices. When the price stabilizes later, we won't be able to make any money. Like me, sell all the equipment and items, then sell all the game currency to the guild. I've only played for a few days and I've already earned 2 months' worth of food money. At this moment, Shifeng looked at the equipment in his backpack and thought to himself, "Great, the warrior set just satisfies the attributes of the music set." Just then, a shout interrupted his good mood. A group of people in the challenge battle, all gone except for Shifeng, who was sneering. "Big brother, that's the guy. I saw him easily pull out 10 shadow pens the day before yesterday. He must be very rich." The man called Big Brother was cold. Heng Yisheng looked at Shifeng and asked, "Little brother, you're the one who hit my subordinate, right? What goes around comes around." The man called Big Brother was named Taijian Huangshi, once a top-tier player in a certain virtual martial arts game, a master of the game. Not long after, he had joined the Martial Arts Alliance, becoming incredibly powerful. He had killed Yanhu twice, and even the 4th-ranked member of the 4-star alliance had suffered at Taijian Huangshi's hands. But now, with the Shen Yangji and the music set, there was no need to fear him. Shifeng continued walking forward, completely ignoring their presence. "I'll definitely show you today." Shifeng turned around gracefully and asked, "Who are you?" Simon challenged Lu Haodao, who could understand. "You forgot me too." Shifeng suddenly realized this was the one who had been harassing Xian Lipan. "You're out of prison so quickly. Is old Li Pig comfortable?" Simon's face immediately turned pale. "You're doing this on purpose." Simon was about to explode in anger, but Taijian Huangshi stopped him. "All right, Pio-Zhan, watch your actions. Don't ruin the image of our martial arts alliance." Taijian Huangshi said, "We're not evil people, but since you hit my subordinate, pay up with 20 yin bai and this matter will be over. Otherwise, don't blame us for using our strength." A male wood master looked at the monkey like Xi Xing. Taijian Huangshi had already risen to the martial arts level, and his equipment was very powerful. This was grave danger. "Xi Xing, boss, shouldn't we go up and help him?" Xi Xing flashed out and said in a cold voice, "Don't rush, wait until the critical moment. We need to make a move first so that we can highlight the benefits of our deep-seated leader." Privately, he thought, "I also want to see how this mysterious expert handles this situation." At the same time, Shifeng suddenly pulled out a large amount of real yin-yang power from his inventory. "Only 20 yin-yang power. Isn't that too little?" Shifeng had encountered a martial arts master but went to the yin-yang realm, escaping with a large amount of yin-yang power, indicating that what they asked for was too little. Taijian Huangshi's eyes lit up. "Damn, you're really a tycoon. Why don't we become friends?" Ximen Piozu couldn't help but say, "The boss's habit of being blind to opportunity is hard to change." After giving Ximen Paiozhu a full amount, Taijian Huangshi continued, "Since you're so generous, I'll follow you from now on. Whoever recognizes you from now on is a martial arts master." Taijian Huangshi, who hadn't fully opened his eyes to the situation, blew his way out. "Let's trade quickly." He immediately initiated a trade request to Shifeng. However, at this moment, several black locks suddenly appeared on the ground. Taijian Huangshi had just come back to his senses. Many locks had bound him, making him unable to move. Shifeng suddenly pulled out the voice-activated device, which with a dazzling light blew at Taijian Huangshi, emitting a devastating effect. Taijian Huangshi realized he had been tricked and was furious. "How dare you make a move here?" Before he could finish speaking, the voice-activated device in Shifeng's hand began to move rapidly. The device landed on Taijian Huangshi's body, and his life force plummeted uncontrollably. Shifeng's series of actions were exactly the assassination sequence he was looking for. Meanwhile, the female player next to him raised her head. "Brother Shifeng, this Shifeng actually dares to kill people in the safe zone. He's too much." Taijian Huangshi didn't even have the ability to resist before he vanished in a flash of light. Shifeng asked Ximen Paiozhu and the other members of the Martial Arts Alliance, "Who else wants this 5 billion? Ximen Paiozhu was so shocked she retreated repeatedly. "Shifeng, don't be so arrogant. Openly killing in the safe zone. You'll just have to wait to be captured by Wei Bing and then arrested and imprisoned." Wei Bing arrived at the scene quickly. Seeing Wei Bing appear, the surrounding players exclaimed, "Oh no, Wei Bing arrived so quickly. This guy is brave, but the price is too high." Ximen Paiozhu was already worried. She pretended to be a coward and flew toward Wei Bing. She hugged Wei Bing's leg tightly and said in a very cool tone, "He's the one who killed my boss. Lock him up. We must keep him in jail." Ximen Paiozhu's heart was filled with anger. "You brat, you're finished. Not only will you lose a spot, but you'll also be imprisoned for 24 hours. After you come out, you'll be a second-rate player. Let's see how we deal with you." Wei Bing ignored Ximen Paiozhu and turned to say, "Respected lord, although you are a noble according to the laws of the game, you killed a player here. You must comply with the laws of the 4 camps. Otherwise, we can only ask you to supervise the execution." Hearing Wei Bing say this, everyone was dumbfounded. Ximen Paiozhu's mouth gaped open, big enough to fit 3 eggs. In various regions, the variant characters held noble status. The game's rules stipulated that nobles enjoyed numerous privileges. If a commoner player disturbed a noble, they would be punished severely or even killed. Even if a noble attacked a commoner in their own territory, Wei Bing wouldn't interfere. This was the difference in status. Shifeng hadn't expected the price to be so cheap. He directly handed 20 silver coins to Wei Bing, the leader. "Here are 20 silver coins. We still need to kill 4 more. Wei Bing didn't even need to ask a question. The Wulin Alliance members were stunned. They hadn't expected Shifeng to casually give away 20 silver coins just to max out their lives. It was incredibly generous. The players watched the fleeing Wulin Alliance. If the players weren't all laughing, they'd all be laughing. Haha, even the Wulin Alliance has its day. Within the Wulin monster's territory, Bai Qingsu's team was attacking. His command came through the message, "Clear the small monsters first, otherwise the attacks will be ineffective." This team's execution was excellent. Players quickly shifted their attacks to the small monsters. However, at this moment, the waiting leader suddenly turned around and shouted a reminder. At the same time, the elite monster next to the address suddenly appeared behind the girl. The elite monster also held a huge sword in its hand, ready to tear her apart. He was immediately shocked. It was too late for the girl. However, at this moment, a bright figure holding a long sword suddenly appeared and with a loud thud, cut the elite monster down. He used his memory to launch an attack and a set of flat attacks to directly kill the terrifying elite monster. The white blood of the girl turned around and commanded, "If you're not strong enough, go to the back to rest." The girl who had escaped death remembered what he said. "Okay, clear the blood." The white blood of the girl moved again. He charged toward the monster group in front of him, not flustered at all facing such monsters. He could easily kill several small monsters with a casual glance. He moved quickly through the monster group, flexibly dodging attacks while constantly harvesting. The overwhelming power he displayed even caused the lowly monsters to show expressions of panic. His seemingly casual gray arrows could simultaneously strike 2 monsters, and the combined damage from a single strike would instantly kill them. His eyes were icy as he stared at the monster horde, his voice cold and menacing. "Die!" He suddenly launched a series of attacks from a distance, and countless monsters were instantly caught in the crossfire. Fumo opened his eyes. The monster with internal injuries was so frightened by the sight of the humans before him that he suddenly opened his terrifying attack, rapidly gathering energy to prepare his ultimate move. In the blink of an eye, 2 terrifying purple beams of light suddenly shot out from the boss's attack. Wherever the beams went, no one survived. The destructive power was so great it was almost overwhelming. Bai Qingxi calmly commanded, "After the boss uses his ultimate move, he will enter a weakened state. All ranged DPS should unleash their full power." Upon receiving the order, Fei Yanmo knew Zhao Yu rose up as if to resolve the situation. Finally, he recited the last paragraph of his testimony. The final legal testimony was also written. He entered a moving bubble platform. The moment his eyes exploded and fell, a burst of extremely hot flames immediately spewed out from the spot where he died. All the monsters in the area were instantly killed by this skill. As the monsters bled, the weakened boss could not withstand his power, immediately killed by the red sand. Bai Qingxi did not rush to lose his combat power, but inquired about the situation of the warriors. He reported to the original alliance. 5 people had been lost, the main substitute had fallen, 2 competitors had been killed, 1 ranged attacker and 1 healer. Bai Qingxi took a breath and continued, "We'll have 10 minutes to clean up the battlefield and rest, then prepare to head to Fakesi." However, just then, a portal suddenly tore open in space, revealing a yellow ring. Zhang Renjian was somewhat surprised and quickly entered combat mode. Why did the portal appear? Was the battle not over yet? Immediately afterward, a man with a black body and an air of mystery walked out from the yellow ring. The man walked straight to a spot not far from Bai Qingxi and stopped. He took off his hat and introduced himself. "Excuse me, let me introduce myself. My ID is Black Eyes. This is a mysterious costume created by a demon mask and a teleporter to increase my mystique. I'm Black Eyes, the one who appeared in Bai Qingxi's battle." You must be wondering if Black Eyes is the mysterious creator. Another male warrior looked shrewd. Is he the great god who led the game to crash? Bai Qingxi formally introduced himself. "Is it because I know that you are from Shenjish?" Bai Qingxi said confidently. "We are from Shenjish and we are currently buying in Jiabing. We came here specifically to meet you and discuss cooperation. We are looking for a master craftsman. We are willing to join forces. We will take revenge." Xiaoyu from the Federation reminded, "Sister Qingxi, how can you be so sure that he is the real master craftsman? Have you forgotten how those swindlers cheated us? Not long ago, when we learned that Shinjish was looking for a master craftsman, many players who tried to craft a master craftsman went to the hard screen. In less than an hour, the materials in the warehouse were wasted by the swindlers. In the end, we didn't even manage to craft a master craftsman." Bai Qingxi said firmly, "This person appeared in this way, so he must be a master craftsman." Suddenly, someone interrupted. "Miss Bai, please don't misunderstand. I am cooperating with Shenjish on an equal footing. If you want me to become an assistant to Shenjish, then I can only tell you." Zhao Yueru was speechless. What a big tone. To cooperate with Shenjish on an equal footing, at least a top-tier guild of equal standing is required, Bai Qingxi said. "Aren't many forces qualified to talk to us on equal footing, let alone individual players? Do you think you're qualified?" Shifeng smiled knowingly at Bai Qingxi. He casually showed her the map making rights in his backpack. Bai Qingxi couldn't believe her eyes. This was a high-level map. Zhao Yuru's eyes widened even more. How could this person possibly have so many high-level map-making rights? Shifeng showed an expression that completely disregarded Shenjish. "Are you qualified now, Miss Bai?" Zhao Yuru kept asking about the source of the map. Shifeng smiled and said it was a business opportunity. Even the high-ranking Zhao Yuru could only marvel at such powerful forces. He no longer dared to underestimate Shifeng. 2 hours earlier, in the Lovers' Bar in Shifen Town, Haisu had touched the large lake of the Mozi level, very popular among adventurers. "Help me get some map-making rights that can end this. I'm willing to trade my treasure for you." At the same time, the system notification appeared. Obtained a repeatable quest. Submit 5 times the ice silver to Haisu. After accepting the quest, he casually took out the ice fruit he had prepared beforehand. The reason he had used Yanligun to make ice fruit was specifically for this quest. Haisu, after receiving the ice fruit, immediately showed a wonderful expression. "Perfect quality ice fruit. Thank you, adventurer." Each time this quest rewarded 5 times the ice fruit submission. You received stone coins, increased Haisu's favorability by 5 points, and received an experience bonus of 2550 points. Haisu immediately spent all 5 times the ice fruit points, then wore a worried expression. He was uneasy, wondering what to do if he couldn't get such good ice fruit. But Shifeng confidently said, "Don't worry, there's plenty of ice fruit." He immediately opened his bag, revealing it full of ice fruit. Then the system notification sounded. Completed quest. Haisu's request 340 times. Received 3,400 coins. Gained 85,000 experience points. Haisu's favorability increased to 1,000 points. Compared to reaching a higher level, obtaining the reward of the Black Void was exceptional. When Zhang Shifeng was in charge of the advanced earth-making technique, not only did he instantly level up to level 5 and gain the advanced earth-making technique, but he also obtained the hidden reward of the Black Void. This was the origin of the earth-making technique. Shifeng used the Black Void technique to find Bai Qingxi and showed her the advanced design blueprint of a cup bag to ask for cooperation. Not long ago, Bai Qingxi had doubted Shifeng's strength. She had said, "I will never allow someone with an advanced earth-making technique to cooperate with other guilds." She said, I agree to your request. If we level up, we will let the main members wear this equipment. Whether it is leveling up or running dungeons, the efficiency will be greatly improved. But Shifeng had turned around and become the one who leveled up. Left-handed, Bai Qingsu stood still, her face flushed red. I offended you before. I apologize. Please reconsider our guild. Shifeng's eyes glared at her. How can you bow down to him? He's just a failed craftsman. Bai Qingsu, however, revealed a cold expression and said, I've confirmed that the person who pawned the money is indeed the failed craftsman. With him, we can ensure the guild becomes a god. Hearing Bai Qingsu's apology, Shifeng stopped in his tracks. He nodded and said, As a partner in the guild, you are indeed very capable. I'm willing to cooperate with you and will only provide the best equipment. Of course, the price will also be the most reasonable. Bai Qingsu said formally, I thought it was a guild partnership. Our cooperative relationship should be as solid as a rock. Shifeng couldn't pretend too much, so he shook hands with her. But Bai Qingsu unexpectedly found a familiar feeling. She suddenly looked at Shifeng and invited, We're going to Flying West Canyon. Are you interested in teaming up to level up? Shifeng readily agreed. It just so happens I also need to do a mission there. The mission to hide the Black Void requires obtaining the heart of the Titan in the remote, weak lands of Fassi's Canyon. Bai Qingsu was filled with curiosity about Shifeng's strength. Great, this way I can show him my strength. Then Shifeng, using the name Hai Yan, joined Bai Qingsu's duel. The duel immediately sparked a competitive spirit. Hai Yan is just a lowly craftsman. What right does he have to join Bai Qingsu's duel? You're just a novice. Why are you always talking nonsense? Don't worry, we'll see him make his move soon. This large number of level 6 strange monsters performed the twisting dance called the heroic voice you want. A large group of twisting creatures filled the air. The secret type was very elite. Bai Qingsu dared not be careless. She quickly ordered everyone to pay attention to the sky and protect the healer at critical moments. Dunjan suddenly spoke up. I saw in the discussion that players want to encounter the heroic voice you want, buddy. He said the heroic voice you want will grab people in the air and then take them down. Players who are taken down to the ground will be instantly killed. Zhou Wenyan immediately stepped forward. Bai Shifeng said without hesitation, What are you afraid? If anyone gets grabbed, it only means that your positioning skills are too poor. The female character instantly exploded on the spot. What are you pretending to be on the battlefield, you nameless craftsman? However, at this moment, the you want character's legs dropped in time. Just like in the old days, it grabbed the female character. Before the other person could react, the you want character quickly took off and created distance. Only the female character's cry for help was left in the sky. Shifeng couldn't help but wonder if the heroic voice you want character would prioritize the loudest person as a target. As Bai Qingsu entered the core of Fakesi Valley, Suyu was quickly grabbed by a birdman and lifted into the air. The warrior immediately jumped high into the air, shouting, I'm here to save you. But his attributes were still too low, just a tiny bit short of the target height. Suyu was instantly terrified. I don't want to die. The warrior could only express his helplessness. At the same time, Zhao Yi quickly finished his chant and suddenly threw out a birdman. The explosion struck the birdman's body, instantly swallowing it whole. The swallowing birdman immediately released Suyu, who fell rapidly before she could even react. The injured birdman looked terrible, but for the sake of life, this damage was nothing. As Suyu fell, she unleashed a burst of killing intent. In the blink of an eye, a loud bang rang out, and she exploded onto the ground, her body scattering everywhere. A damage indicator with a staggering 1530 points suddenly appeared above Suyu's head, instantly reducing her to near death. She muttered in disbelief, I thought I was going to die this time. Zhao Yuru straightened her back, and the two sides of the flames began to clash again. At the same time, the powerful figure mentioned earlier didn't appear. Suyu even explained to the cat, It's all that God who ruined the world and caused my death. She couldn't help but secretly curse. You're quite the expert, although I've killed you, you assassin. But the birdman who had regained his senses suddenly let out a furious, piercing sound and flew straight down toward the giant. However, this time his target wasn't Suyu, it was Shifeng, who had been standing by indifferently. Just as the birdman approached, Shifeng's long sword moved rapidly. With a flash, he slashed at the birdman's groin, sending him flying. The severed birdman then flew straight towards Suyu. Suyu, who had just managed to get up from the ground, was suddenly stunned in place. She snapped out of her daze and quickly moved aside, checking if she had dodged the birdman. If she had been hit hard, her already low health would have meant she would have had to dodge on the spot. Shifeng slowly turned to Suyu and said, It's a piece of cake. Suyu glanced at the birdman beside her and was immediately impressed. Then she shouted defiantly, What? It was just luck that broke his wings. Just then, another birdman swooped down from the sky. With a whoosh, the birdman grabbed at Suyu as she landed. Suyu reacted quickly, eyes and hands moving fast. She rolled to the side. The birdman's terrifying force hit the ground the instant it landed. The next moment, Shifeng's lightning-fast finger flashed again, striking the birdman's wings once more and instantly shattering them. The birdman immediately became a dead bird, crashing heavily to the ground and scattering debris and feathers. Suyu stood frozen in place, face full of disbelief. Feng slowly sheathed his twin swords and looked down at her from above. His eyes revealed unwavering respect. Feng, whose strength had been questioned, had casually killed the birdman with a single click. Su Yu, who had looked down on Feng, was stunned and speechless. Just moments ago she had thought Feng was just an ordinary craftsman, now she was completely dumbfounded. The strength Feng displayed completely exceeded their understanding. Bai Qingsu thought, this sword technique, I've only ever seen Feng use it. Is this black-eyed craftsman really just a craftsman? Feng continued walking toward his destination, saying, what are we doing? Let's finish reducing our strength and keep going. Zhao Yuru looked at the birdmen being roasted in the sky and couldn't help but grind her teeth slightly. Thinking of the terrifying damage she had just suffered and the superhuman combat skills, she felt even more unable to understand this black-eyed craftsman. She couldn't help but mutter, could it be that I've encountered another Feng? Soon, Feng and the others finally arrived at the hidden land. It was called the Hidden Land, but it was actually a giant pit. Giant pit was filled with stone caves. If you entered the stone caves, it was easy to get lost. The large pit was filled with the return of various mechanical monsters. These were ordinary monsters, level 1500 with 1500 HP. The mechanical warriors wielding weapons were elite monsters, level 1500 with 3000 HP. The most terrifying of all were the mechanical warriors wielding weapons, elite monsters, level 1500 with 7000 HP. Bai Qingsu frowned slightly. What kind of mission did you take? It requires dealing with so many powerful monsters. Feng replied, it requires obtaining the heart of the Great Tan, it's just a hidden mission. Bai Qingsu looked at the monster horde in the pit and said, we only have 6 units per person. Facing these monsters above level 1500 is practically suicide. She suddenly turned and said, for safety, we can only take them down one by one. Yue, you're responsible for using magic to attract the monsters' aggro. Once the monsters are mostly gathered, Liu Dungeon will take over their aggro, and then we'll eliminate them. Zhao Yuru nodded, indicating she would prepare immediately. The hidden monsters were the easiest to handle, and with his skill, even if the monsters were concentrated, he could only aggro 2 or 3 at a time, making them easy to clear. However, just then, Feng suddenly stopped Zhao Yuru, who was about to pull the monsters. Zhao Yuru immediately retorted, what are you doing? Don't you believe in my strength? Feng ignored her and directly analyzed. Mechanical classes usually have stronger movement abilities than biological classes. If your rank isn't high enough, you can't outrun them. Who among you has a rank over 14 points? Zhao Yue from the Alliance said she only had 4 points. Zhao Yuru said magic classes themselves had very little rank. Only Bai Qingsu and Su Yu met the rank requirement. Feng took out 2 speed-enhancing cards and said to Bai Qingsu, use your speed points, Su Yu. Rely on your high movement speed to gather all the outer mechanical monsters in one place. I'll handle the rest. Bai Qingsu turned around calmly and said, I believe in your strategy. It's just that I don't need this speed. They can't catch up with me at all. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Qingsu quickly rushed toward the monster group. Before she even got close to the 30-mile range, the mechanical monsters' eyes flashed red, and they all turned their heads toward Feng. To complete the hidden mission, this man had forbidden his 2 younger sisters from risking their lives to help them. As Bai Qingsu approached the monster horde, an alarm sounded. Alert, intruder detected. Simultaneously, the mechanical monsters within 40 meters, including Qi Lei and the mechanical warrior, were activated. A swarm of mechanical monsters locked onto her, and the same was true for Su Yu. The two were relentlessly pursued by the mechanical army. If it weren't for their high vantage point and timely evasion, they would likely be finished. After attracting all the outer mechanical monsters, their stealth skills became apparent. Soon, 2 waves of mechanical monsters joined the attack. The mechanical Qi Lei and mechanical warriors relentlessly pursued them. The number easily exceeded 800, with over 100 mechanical warriors among them. The surrounding buildings were instantly filled with cold sweat. Zhao Yuru didn't need a massage with so many monsters. How was Hai Yan planning to deal with them? Just then, a sudden rustling sound rang out. Feng took out a beautifully crafted building blazing with flames from her bag. She immediately unfolded it, revealing a design larger than a pair of shoes. The mere sight of it caused the surrounding magical fire elements to tremble. Even a layman could tell this was no ordinary object. As an elementalist, Zhao Yuru sensed the surrounding fire elements and immediately felt the immense magical energy. Feng activated the magical building and simultaneously drew out the magical artifact, the Deep Aid. The design within the building quickly manifested a thermal effect, instantly causing the surrounding fire elements to rapidly gather, raging fiercely. Suddenly, the fire elements on the magical building became as clear as water, forcing the fire serpent lord into the Deep Aid. The Deep Aid's body released a powerful flame, instantly transforming into a blazing inferno. A phoenix-like sound echoed all around. At this moment, Bai Qing and the other had lured all the mechanical monsters to the center, rushing toward Feng. The mechanical monsters drew closer, but Shifeng made no move, remaining silent, the building in her hand gleaming with unparalleled sharpness. Just as Bai Qingxi and the other person passed through the stone seal suddenly moved. Liang Xiao's flames were suddenly raised, and at the same time a cold, sharp voice rang out. Second-tier magic, left behind fire. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly spun around in the air, and at the same time, countless giant fireballs with violent firepower appeared all around him. Each of these terrifying fireballs was almost stronger than Yue Ru's strongest skill, Yan Long. Then the stone seal suddenly moved again. Liang Xiao's flames suddenly turned around, and the giant fireballs that had been jumping in the air began to fall one after another. In the blink of an eye, the booming sound was incessant. Like a meteor shower, the giant fireballs released countless red flames the moment they landed. The extremely hot flames were like a sea, instantly engulfing the entire mechanical legion. The high-energy machines immediately realized the situation was bad. Even the machines with a health value of 7,000 were not stronger than this move. They all turned into a massive waste. The second-tier magic wasn't over yet. It continued its bombardment, burning everything within 60 units of the area in front of Shifeng to ashes. The initial wave of the second-tier magic even affected those fighting at a distance. Su Yu was even sent flying into the air. Bai Qingxi, while resisting the impact, was secretly shocked. Such powerful force. Facing hundreds of mechanical monsters, Shifeng remained completely calm. The second-tier magic, swirling with fiery energy, burned everything within 60 units to ashes. Soon, the booming subsided and the electrical pollution began to dissipate. There were no more living monsters in the area. The ground around Shifeng was littered with the debris dropped by the dead mechanical monsters. The sheer quantity was astonishing. Shifeng's experience points surged dramatically, reaching over 60%. The others also quickly broke through to level 6, progressing incredibly fast. The three highest level players, Bai Qingxi and the others, even reached level 70. Immediately afterward, the group began collecting the dropped items. Shifeng, who had just emerged from the fray, casually glanced at them and said, "These mid-level drops are far inferior to what I crafted. If you need them, just collect them yourself." Bai Qingxi looked at Shifeng somewhat embarrassed. "I was planning to slowly grind levels, but with your help I achieved my goal in an instant. How can I thank you enough?" Shifeng smiled and replied, "No need to thank me. You've helped me a lot just getting here safely." Bai Qingxi said with some regret, "Unfortunately, the risks of deeper exploration are too high for our small group. You'll have to walk the rest of the way yourself." Shifeng took out a few scrolls and said to Bai Qingxi, "It's all right. Helping to pull monsters has already helped me a lot. Take these scrolls, they'll help you get back faster." Suddenly, Zhao Yueru said with a stern face, "Brother Black Eye, we're having a team dungeon run tomorrow afternoon. Why don't you come too?" Bai Qingxi quickly replied, "With Black Eye here, the chances of passing the 5-part team dungeon run are much higher." However, Shifeng, being very polite, turned around and refused. "I'm very busy. Let's talk about it next time." Zhao Yue said in a tone suggesting she wasn't taking no for an answer. She hadn't expected her invitation to be rejected. Bai Qingxi, with her back to the stone seal, muttered to herself, "Truly worthy of being called Black-Eyed Stone Forger." Just then, a sharp sound rang out. He didn't think much of it and directly rejected the case. If there were too many cases, it would be easy to be exposed. She wasn't someone others knew about with dark eyes. Yifeng was the one who had agreed. Behind Shifeng, Zhao Yueru's running voice came. "She actually dared to refuse me. Shifeng, when Sheng didn't have a case, did she promise again? She really deserves to be called a righteous person." Finally, Shifeng stopped in front of the iron gate. He stopped and began to examine it carefully. He found an old platform and inserted the broken black obsidian given by Hai Su into the bird's stone hole inside. The bird's stone had been stored for nearly 1,000 years. Hai Su was not sure if it could still open the gate. Shifeng turned the bird's stone in his hand with some hesitation. Suddenly, when he touched the bird's stone hole of the gate, it emitted a bird-eye light. Countless energies began to flash on the platform. A mysterious sign suddenly appeared. The 2 gates of the mountain opened with a piercing sound, opening a path for strange people to enter and exit. The few mechanical monsters still in the distance immediately sensed Shifeng's presence the moment the gate opened. All the remaining monsters instantly swarmed toward Shifeng's location and began rapidly charging toward her, the newcomer. Seeing the horde of mechanical monsters approaching, Shifeng didn't hesitate and pulled out the key. The gate instantly stopped moving. Then, she turned around and entered the gate. Just as Shifeng recorded the situation inside the gate, a system notification sounded, indicating that she needed to enter the 8 Birds Cave. With the help of the Bai Qing bird team, Shifeng successfully entered the 8 Birds Cave. Immediately afterward, the system notification appeared. 8 Birds Cave, 11th mission updated. Looking at the structure, one could only occasionally hear low water sounds and the red sun sound of internal operation. Most of the gas could still operate for thousands of years. It was amazing how advanced the technology was. After passing through, she arrived at a large molten core. The surrounding molten core was connected to a steel staircase. The burning molten core was like a stone pool rising from the bottom. There was no extended staircase leading to another exit. Instead, he plummeted downwards, jumping into the water. After falling a certain distance, he quickly activated his gravity release, slowing his descent like raindrops. During his fall, Shifeng suddenly noticed a passage in the iron structure, large enough for one person to pass through. This wasn't mentioned in his previous life's information, and he felt somewhat curious. He quickly moved forward, landing at the entrance of the hidden passage. Not far away was a large iron box inscribed with the characters for Pig's Fortune, clearly not simple. Shifeng immediately recognized it as a Xuan Ti Extreme Protector. He couldn't help but be slightly surprised. There was a protector here. Hadn't the informant in his previous life discovered it? However, he didn't immediately rush over to open the protector. Instead, he used Shadow Strike to send his clone to investigate. Just as the clone opened the protector, a sound suddenly rang out, followed by a cool, tower-shaped pattern appearing on the protector, constantly flashing and swirling. The strange, cool building pattern suddenly exploded. The clone, unable to dodge in time, was instantly blasted. After the explosion, the clone fell backward, its yellowish-brown body still oozing thick black smoke. The clone was instantly killed by the blast. Soon, the clone, whose life force was almost gone, began to dissipate, leaving only a mess on the ground. Not far away, Shifeng, who had been watching the clone being bombed, was now completely unfazed. After seeing that the treasure chest had been opened by the clone, Shifeng finally felt relieved and walked toward the treasure chest. At the same time, he thought to himself that it was fortunate he had developed the habit of being a low-level star saint. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been the clone that was killed. The items inside the treasure chest didn't seem to be few. What caught his eye was a 7 black cloth and several neatly arranged pieces of paper. The black cloth was a symbol of the time. Equipment requirement, 25.2%. The equipment level and time level defense increased by 6%. The defense rate was 29%. Strength increased by 7%. Endurance increased by 10%. Life force increased by 2%. After equipping the item, all positive damage received is reduced by 10%. Shifeng was very satisfied after reviewing the attributes. This was definitely a top-tier item. If he equipped it on Cola, casting would be much easier. There was also a random easy throw. Crafting the throw would grant the corresponding attribute mastery. This was definitely a rare find. Many people spent a fortune to acquire it back then. This was far more valuable than non-time-based items because mastery points were permanent. However, Shifeng wasn't short of money. He quickly threw the mastery throw on the ground, intending to try it out himself. The throw quickly stopped, and the number 20 was displayed above. The system then announced the achievement. Soloist Carnival, crafted 20 points, reversed the power level, gained 40 points in single-handed skill. Shifeng looked at his hands and was overjoyed. When luck comes, it's unstoppable. 40 points instantly upgraded him from a low level to a high-level skill. The final build has 15% more base damage than the lower level build, and this base damage is amplified after skill bonuses. Finally, there were the 3 counties, resistance to fire weapons and lightning weapons, each capable of reducing the corresponding damage received by 50%. The Shifeng Alliance would take the counties into its territory. These were all life-saving items and must be used. Just then, the alarm sounded. He immediately realized that the fortress alarm had sounded. This man used the first-level skill of the alarm cylinder. Now that the time was up, he finally logged off. Just now, Shifeng's luck had exploded. He gained 40 gold points, directly upgrading to the final build. Before he could even get to the top, the alarm sounded. The red alarm sound made Shifeng's eyes freeze. He didn't expect this move, but he knew this place was not safe for long. He quickly turned around and started to run away. Without thinking, Shifeng directly drank a screen that allowed players to breathe underwater for 20 minutes. Forbidden to go to the pool below, there was no time. Immediately afterward, a sound of water rippled through the air. Shifeng plunged directly into the pool and swam rapidly toward the deeper parts. After swimming for more than 10 minutes, he finally saw a dark passage. Although the current was strong, he still managed to swim to the other side of the passage. Soon, Shifeng surfaced. He remembered to breathe underwater and within a short time, arrived at another pool. This was the core area where he was about to propose to Balu, an area with several levels up to 12. Time was running out, and he couldn't help but report to the academy. It would be better to just come here. It turned out that the deadline was approaching. However, he also knew that finding the heart of the Great Tan was not something that could be done in a short time. So he directly brought up the system and selected the lower limit. While selecting the lower limit, he suddenly saw a micro-direction. Dad, I've gained quite a few credit points these past few days. I'll upgrade my equipment. At the same time, in the school's old uncle's club, a student named Zheng Zixia was talking to Haizai. Didn't you say you were a game master? I work in swimming. I've been waiting for you for several days. Why haven't I seen you? Haizai replied stiffly, didn't I already say that I joined another studio, so I didn't go to the swimming assessment? Don't lie to me, Haizai. Are there any other studios in the entire Jinhai University? What are their names? Haizai was immediately embarrassed when asked this. He suddenly realized that he hadn't told him the name of his studio. As for the number of people, it seemed that there were only the two of them. They didn't even have the equipment to complete the game. They were practically penniless. Seeing that Haizai was not at ease, Wu Yi continued with a smug look on his face. Don't bother with me, I know you didn't pass the swimming test. If it's really not possible, I'll put in a good word for you. Being an outside member is still possible. When he accidentally saw Haizai's game avatar, he pretended to be serious and said, no way, the game avatar you're using now is actually a promotional avatar. Is your studio any good? He smiled smugly and said, joining the swimming team will give you a formal avatar. The main members are even equipped with a driving system. The first delay avatar with 20,000 credits. You tell me if it's true or not. Seeing that Haizai was not at ease, Wu Yi was overjoyed. He continued to scare him. I'm serious, you must have been cheated by that black-hearted boss. Just then, the room door was suddenly pushed open, and Shifeng's voice came through at the same time. I am the boss who set up the studio. Then Shifeng looked at Wu Yi with a cold expression and said in a cold voice, do you have a problem with that? Shifeng had accidentally discovered Haizai being humiliated by the coffee shop owner from the Yaoying Guild, and directly declared himself to be the black-hearted guy's boss. Seeing Shifeng walk in, Wu Yi glanced at him first, then immediately sized him up. Seeing Shifeng's deep-seated smirk and expensive sportswear, he concluded that Shifeng wasn't from a wealthy family. His eyes immediately sharpened. Feng Yu, I didn't know Jinghai University had someone like you. Then Wu Yi burst into laughter. Sure enough, even a dog can open a studio. Don't you know your own limitations? You think you can just open a studio like that? Don't make me laugh. You can't even afford a stinky pair of shoes, yet you want to open a studio. He then repeatedly smacked Shifeng's head with his finger, saying, do you know how big our Yaoying studio is? Do you know how many people we have? Do you know who's backing us? Do you know how big our studio's connections are? We don't need your insignificant studio to poach our feet. The next moment, Shifeng suddenly reached out and, with the doctor terrified, grabbed the finger that was smacking him. Then, with precise and focused force, the broken grass broke. Shifeng then rose to a high position and said coldly, now you know who I am, right? Then Shifeng nodded to Haizai, giving him a reassuring look. He suddenly smiled and said to Haizai, the things have arrived. The deliveryman outside brought the things in. When Haizai saw what the deliveryman was holding, he immediately exclaimed, this is the latest transformation of the divine realm. 2 birds lead the broken head gate, and there's also a matching nerve transmission acceleration medical device. Haizai was overjoyed. Fengji, this is too smooth. Bai Shifeng didn't explain much. He turned around and said to the deliveryman, change the network of the love affairs to a dedicated network with ultra-low latency for me as well. Just then, an unintentional heavy voice came from behind Shifeng. Damn it, you stinky scumbag, what are you doing in the love affairs? He quickly stepped forward and said to Shifeng, so what if you're rich? Be careful, or I'll tell you that the boss made you unable to survive in the game. Haizai was furious at this incompetence and didn't want to suffer this loss. He put his arm around Shifeng's shoulder and boasted, Yaoying is nothing but a little brother in front of Shenjai Shen. Fengji is someone chosen by Bai Kingsu of Shenjai Shen. Wu Yi was met with a chilling silence. Having the ability to become a formal member of Yaoying, he naturally knew what Shenjai Shen represented, a top-tier guild in the gaming world. He didn't believe the hater's words. He stubbornly turned and left while Shifeng continued to lecture him. You've been bragging for half a year, what's so great about that? If you're so awesome, you haven't joined Shenjai Shen either. Otherwise, why would you be the head of a studio? But Fengji acted as if he hadn't heard. This little brat didn't attract his attention. After all, he had been a guild leader in a game in his previous life. Seeing that Shifeng was about to leave, Wu Yi quickly demanded, tell me what's the name of your studio? Only then did Shifeng stop. Turning to look at Wu Yi, he said, the studio's name is Linye. Death is the beginning of everything, one of the soaring trends. If you have nothing else, please go back. Tell your boss not to keep thinking about poaching members from other studios. Just mind your own business, and avoid one day finding yourself in a mess. The scene shifts to a well-decorated office. A burly man sits at the desk, while Wu Yi, his finger bandaged, stands nervously before the desk and whispers, Brother Zhang, things are almost done. Zhang Liwei was the second most important person in the Yaoying Guild. In Yaoying, besides Lan Harongyue, Zhang Liwei had the most power and influence. Zhang Liwei's words immediately caused dissatisfaction. He glanced at the documents in Zhang's hand and simultaneously turned cold. What do you mean by almost? Wu Yi thought for a moment, slightly correcting the mistake, and then said, the others have already agreed. It's just that the black-hearted guy is like a rock in a ditch, smelly and hard, and he absolutely refuses to come. Because of the Lingyi studio that popped up in the school, he had already joined them and even said he was welcome to join a trash studio like Yaoying. Zhang Liwei smiled slightly, but his eyes flashed with a hint of something else. What kind of background did this hearing room have? The game studio had only gone to buy it that day. He He also asked me to pass on a message. Don't always think about poaching members from other studios, just mind your own business. Zhang Yue felt a vague familiarity. I've heard this name before, but I couldn't remember where. He couldn't help but ask, how many people are in the Lingy studio now? We replied, only 6. Zhang Yue laughed loudly. A small studio with only 6 people. You really think highly of them. Well, I suggest you focus your energy on the school's annual meeting this year. This is a good opportunity for us to achieve great things again. Don't waste time on these trash studios. By the way, go and stop the recruits, let them quickly train. Soon, the workers in Beihicheng area will be competing for more than 20 people to complete the manual. We must also strengthen the manual of the Wuji team. You will benefit a lot then. Wu was somewhat reluctant. Okay, brother Zhang, but what about that master and his studio? Just let them go. Beneath Zhang Yue's friendly exterior lay a terrifyingly ruthless nature. He smiled coldly, wondering if there was any intention behind it, and not to rush. He moved his palms and said, these are not problems. This man was invincible in the game and was once a genius, but in reality, he hadn't even finished university before being driven to tears. The last time he was a university student, he had devoted almost all his time to games, neglecting his studies. His parents were also heartbroken and seriously ill during this time, and the family had suffered a lot of hardship. This time, Shifeng had a chance to start over, and he absolutely could not repeat the same mistakes. He immediately took out his phone and sent his parents a message with all his might. The message told them that he had persevered and reminded them to take preventative measures before their health deteriorated, which should be able to resolve the family crisis. Next, he needed to solve his academic problems. The last time, it was because of his degree in the world that the whole thing happened. Even though that degree was useless to him, he still wanted to know why his degree had failed. After dealing with the matters at hand, Shifeng called the school's 400 cloud teacher. As soon as he entered the classroom, Shifeng sensed something was off about the atmosphere. His classmates were all focusing on him, their expressions strange, as if something unexpected had appeared. The boys were surprised by his arrival. Why was he here? He was usually a guest. Why was he here today? Who sent him? Another girl explained that the class monitor must have notified him. They didn't expect him to actually come. Some of the girls, dressed in flamboyant ways, gave him disdainful looks. He was just a bad student in the class, they all disliked him. Although these voices were not loud, Shifeng still heard them. Or rather, he heard them differently now. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Looking back now, he realized he had failed as a person. Everyone had disliked him. Just then, a girl suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Shifeng, you finally arrived. This girl was none other than the class monitor, Zhao Ruoxi. No one in the class paid attention to Shifeng, except for one person. Back then, he was ostracized by everyone in the class, and Zhao Ruoxi was the only one who didn't have a prejudice against him. Zhao Ruoxi suddenly spoke to him quietly. If anything bad happens at the meeting, you must not clash with Lin Feilong. Shifeng didn't say much. He was no longer a child, so why would he get angry with these kids? He was only concerned about the degree certificate. Just then, the figure of Chu Huang suddenly appeared beside Zhao Ruoxi. Zhao Ruoxi and Shifeng looked at each other. This young man was very strong, with a muscular build that looked incredibly powerful. His body was about a meter long. He suddenly glared at Shifeng. Shifeng, what are you doing here? Shifeng didn't react, but glanced at him indifferently. He immediately recognized that this person was Lin Feilong. Shifeng already felt that the degree certificate issue was probably related to this person. In Shifeng's memory, Lin Feilong was quite resourceful. He was resourceful because after graduating from university, he pursued a rich heiress from a large corporation and became the chairman of the corporation in just 3 years. And if the influence of the virtual world on the real world was getting bigger and bigger, Lin Feilong had invested almost all of his money in the divine realm. The two had even cooperated in the divine realm before. Although Lin Feilong had helped Yao Ying earn a lot, he himself earned even more and cultivated many powerful subordinates. Later, for some reason, he joined another top-tier guild, which angered Yao Ying. Shifeng couldn't help but analyze. He was so sure I wouldn't use this method, so he joined forces with others at this meeting to prevent me from continuing my studies. This was also a turning point in my life in my previous life. After Shifeng finished his analysis, he said coldly, I'll start the meeting, okay? Lin Feilong immediately put on a satisfied expression. He was a single-level student, a top-tier student. He couldn't possibly talk to someone like that. Then Lin Feilong said, let's not start the meeting, I'll just look at the mountain. As you all know, my academic performance isn't ideal, so here I ask you all to give me your degree so I can graduate smoothly. This person will be chosen by your vote. What do you all think? Students stood up, and even the previous generation loudly expressed support for this topic. Then Lin Feilong looked at Shifeng with a smug face and said, I have a nomination, classmate Shifeng. Anyway, you don't come to school, so your degree is probably useless to you. Shifeng felt a surge of anger in his heart. He was really useless in the previous life. He had even cooperated with Lin Feilong, but he wouldn't do that in this life. If Lin Feilong wanted to find him, he shouldn't blame him for being impolite. At this moment, the class was full of resentment and one-sidedness. That's right. Anyway, Shifeng's university life was like not going to school at all. Brother Long is a fighting can. The 6 classes are extremely limited in their ability to resist. You should let Brother Long decide. Shifeng, however, showed a cold and indifferent expression. The situation was exactly the same as in the previous life, but now the person he had become was here to make Lin Feilong no longer bear the burden of his own destiny. Although he was a little bold, he just said something. How can such a thing be decided like this? Lin Feilong immediately questioned him. Shut up, who asked you? Shifeng, without turning his head, replied to Dairan. I disagree, leaving the entire class in stunned silence. No one expected that Shifeng, who was often bullied by students from other classes, would actually fight back against Lin Feilong. This performance was too extraordinary. Immediately afterward, Lin Feilong shouted, "You fucking dare to count again." At the same time, Lin Feilong also challenged Shifeng, stepping forward in his slicked-back shirt. Shifeng, however, didn't care at all, even flashing a knowing smile. Then Lin Feilong, who was supposed to be unruly, was directly thrown to the ground by Shifeng with a backhand flick. For the entire class, everyone was stunned by this scene. They never expected that the physically weak Shifeng would actually defeat Lin Feilong, the school's fighting champion, in one move. Zhao Luoxi didn't even react at first, and only after opening his eyes did he seriously look at the not-so-tall Shifeng. He was a little surprised. When did Shifeng become so manly? Lin Feilong, this seemingly weak man, with delicate eyebrows and a sharp, shrewd demeanor, who remained unfazed when facing the school's several fighting champions, had been defeated with just a flick of Shifeng's wrist, collapsing to the ground with his eyes white and losing all consciousness. The entire school was in a state of shock. Shifeng, however, simply clapped his hands, saying, "Even a fighting champion's strength is nothing special." Just then, a golden sound suddenly came from outside. Xiao Long had been hit and was now in a state of shock. Everyone outside was watching what had just happened, because the tall, burly, black-haired youth was also watching Shifeng. Beside him stood a sexy young woman in a short military uniform. The tall, muscular, dark-haired youth was Yan, whose real name was Zhou Yuwu. Like Shifeng, he was a student at a prestigious university and a skilled fighter. He also recognized the young woman next to Zhou Yuwu. Yan was his classmate and had been a classmate in high school. Shifeng hadn't expected to run into Zhou Yuwu right after logging off the game. Not long ago, the two had achieved a 1-4 kill in the game. Shifeng glanced at the two of them without any sign of trouble. Zhou Yuwu was truly a powerful figure. In his previous life, Shifeng had worked at Yaoying, where Zhou Yuwu had assigned him many tedious tasks, hindering his early development in the game. Just then, Qing Shuyu saw Shifeng and his expression immediately darkened. He was somewhat surprised and asked, "You're Shifeng, you've returned to the game." Zhou Yuwu asked in a slightly surprised tone, "Do you know him?" Shifeng smiled and explained, "I know Qing Shuyu. I didn't expect you to have gotten involved with him recently." Zhou Yuwu's expression darkened. He was now in a game where he was anxiously waiting for a chance to win a prize, surrounded by plants that had grown taller and taller. Right now, Shifeng, who was reading a book, was standing there looking at him. Then Zhou Yuwu grabbed the love letter and water and actually walked toward Shifeng, wanting to give him a good talking to. He said with a sneer, "You hit my person and made me lose face. I'll make you cry now." When Zhou Yuwu reached Shifeng, he carefully looked at his face. Shifeng said with some surprise, "I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." However, at this moment, Zhao Luoxi, who was usually quiet and gentle, suddenly stood in front of Shifeng. Instead of being intimidated by Zhou Yuwu's anger, she said, "This is our class. No one else is allowed to interfere here." Zhao Luoxi's actions undoubtedly surprised everyone. The usually quiet Zhao Luoxi, who looked very weak, was now fighting for the class's top student. Zhou Yuwu's eyes lit up when he saw Zhao Luoxi. He was very pleased with her. Thus he deliberately raised the corners of his mouth and reached toward Zhao Luoxi's small face, saying, "You must be interested." But before his hand could touch Zhao Luoxi, it was suddenly blocked by another hand. Zhao Luoxi was completely caught off guard and looked at Shifeng's suddenly extended hand. This man, who couldn't stand by while others were threatened, had stepped forward. He looked at Zhou Yuwu and said, "Zhou Yuwu, since you want to make a mistake, I can agree. But just making a mistake is not interesting. How about some stomping?" Zhou Yuwu did not expect Shifeng's words to be so bold. He looked at Shifeng with wide eyes and smiled. "This kid actually dares to challenge me. How interesting. I'll put up 1,000 credits as stomping. If you win, the 1,000 credits are yours. If you lose, you have to apologize to me and pay me back 1,000 credits. Do you dare agree?" Shifeng immediately shook his head, then straightened up. Shijai had already forced him to this point. "You can't stand this petty stomping. 0 at home, love letters on the side. Can your family even afford 10,000 credit points?" He knew Shifeng's family. Shifeng couldn't even afford 1,000 credit points. He actually dared to bring up family background, as if he hadn't died fast enough. But Shifeng just smiled rudely and directly took out his phone and opened Fish. "This little bit of money is nothing to me." Zhou Yuwu didn't expect that Shifeng was actually a hidden tycoon. To him, the physically weak Xifeng was simply using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He didn't hesitate to write down the contract. The little weak man you see is not so simple, is he? Soon the two arrived at the fighting arena built by the school. Under the monitoring of the main brain, the two signed a contract. A contract recognized by the main brain would also be recognized by law. He was doomed this time. The love letter and the calm, composed Xifeng on the inner platform, though completely different from before, gave off a strange sense of security, but he still shook his head and smiled. A weakling who hadn't even learned combat techniques, wasn't he just a fool who only knew how to use egg-shaped stones? This wasn't an equal fighting match. The cruel laws of the real world, the original sin of the weak. Xifeng could just wait and see. Zhou Yuwu, while exercising his golden weapon, laughed. Was he regretting his boasting earlier? Xifeng, however, didn't take Zhou Yuwu seriously. His consciousness came from the world 10 years in the future. Having experienced so many extremely realistic life and death battles, his combat experience and skills were arguably far superior to what they were a month ago. His only problem was that while this person's mind could keep up, his physical body couldn't fully utilize his strength. It was like level suppression in a game. No matter how much you manipulated your mind, if you couldn't break through, you were still at a disadvantage. But a game was a game, and reality was reality. Many parts of the human body were untouchable no matter how much you trained, but they could not become stronger. The eyes, attacking them, could cause citizens to lose their fighting ability. It could cause brain damage such as internal dislocation. Attacking the throat could forcefully compress the trachea, stimulate the vagus nerve and the pyloric nerve, causing reflexive breathing difficulties and separation, thereby causing incapacitation. Attacking the groin could quickly make the opponent lose their fighting consciousness. Compared to the upper body, these were the weaknesses unrelated to the level of training, causing real damage regardless of the opponent's strength. Even if Xifeng lacked the power of training, he could still end the game smoothly. Zhou Yu built himself up and entered the fighting ring. He was immediately furious and said, "I'll let you laugh, let's see how I deal with you." He rushed toward Xifeng, his large palm aimed at Xifeng's face, intending to humiliate him first. This man had spent 10 years in the world of combat. He had countless times more practical experience than even strong fighting champions. He had fallen into reality now, but the fighting champion actually wanted to challenge him. Knowing the weaknesses of the human body, Xifeng remained calm despite the danger. Zhou Yu moved first, rushing toward Xifeng. His large hand shot toward Xifeng's face. Seeing the approaching hand, Xifeng noticed it, but didn't react immediately. His eyes silently watched the hand fall. The next second, Xifeng moved, quickly raising his hand to block the attack. He knew that standing still against someone stronger was irrational. Then a loud thud was heard. Ignoring Zhou Yu's slap, Xifeng casually struck Zhou Yu's throat. Xifeng's speed was lightning fast. Zhou Yu couldn't react in time. The blow to his throat compressed his trachea, instantly causing a respiratory block. His opponent, caught completely off guard, felt a blur before his eyes, a feeling of not being able to breathe, and his entire body went limp. Just moments before, he had been quite strong. It could only make a painful dance with its face. Zhou Yu was still slightly assessing his condition when he inexplicably opened his mouth. But before he could finish speaking, Xifeng didn't give him a chance. The attack struck Zhou Yu's head. Zhou Yu wanted to fight back, but his weak body wouldn't obey. Xifeng's 2 direct palm strikes, targeting the body's weaknesses, caused him to lose his balance instantly. The next moment, Zhou Yu's vision became blurry. He couldn't even scream. He fell to the ground like a dog. The entire audience froze. It all happened too fast. Everyone couldn't react in time. All eyes turned to Xifeng. Seeing that Xifeng's weak body could unleash such terrifying power, the crowd breathed a cold sigh of disbelief. Not only Lin Feilong, but even Zhou Yu had been defeated by him. Zhou Yu was a fighting champion. How could Xifeng be so strong? After winning the prize, Xifeng secretly thought about the group and tried to use the no-screen meat nutrition traces to promote rapid body development. Even if he stayed in the game for a long time, he wouldn't become a meat monster. This was something he hadn't known much about in his previous life. After seeing Xifeng's indifferent eyes, Uncle Qin suddenly felt as if he had lost something important. His heart was like a fish pill. He had gone back to how he had looked back then. In this life, Xifeng was very focused on the spirit-flying dragon. At the same time, he preserved the blood taste disease and finally eliminated his wish from his previous life. Just as Xifeng was about to walk out of the management office, Zhao Ruoxi rushed out and stopped him. After being stopped, Xifeng couldn't help but look at Zhao Ruoxi. Zhao Ruoxi's beautiful eyes seemed to see a strange animal. There was shock and joy, so she asked him uncertainly, "Are you really Xifeng?" Zhao Ruoxi suddenly realized something and said again, "I didn't come here to talk about this." Xifeng thought about it. Jinhai University's annual cheating tournament was a big event, and that person might participate, so he nodded in agreement. "Thank you, class monitor. I'll definitely go." This man with 10 years of gaming experience had been challenged by a fighting champion, and he had handled it without thinking twice. First, he used a group of wind spells to make his opponent think hard, then took the opportunity to use a group of red spells on the opponent's sun, directly knocking his opponent into shock. Shifeng picked up his newly bought high-level virtual head and started pressing the 4 buttons. The cheating tournament was exactly the place he couldn't get into in his previous life. This time, it seemed like he had a new opportunity. He immediately decided to seize it. In order to prepare for the cheating tournament, he had to go back to the game and make more money. Thinking this, he put on his virtual head and returned to the Divine Realm. Then he remembered the system prompt. High-level gaming device detected. Installing the Divine Experience driver for the player room, complete. Congratulations on unlocking the neural enhancement function. You can now control your game character more precisely and complete consistent action commands. This time, after entering the Divine Realm, Shifeng felt completely different. The newly adjusted power clearly showed signs of refinement, and he could smell a faint scent of memory. Controlling his body also became much easier. Before Shifeng even arrived at his destination, the system notification reminded him again. Task tracking, find the heart of the Great Talk. Shifeng and his allies noted that this was the staircase leading directly to the top core control area. He started running. After changing to advanced equipment, their speed had increased significantly. Shifeng ran wildly for more than 10 minutes, climbing countless steps before finally stopping. What came into view was a dilapidated building. In the center of the control area was a huge boundary building. Floating inside the boundary was a large, shimmering metal sphere. This sphere seemed to be brimming with boundless energy, and violent energy was constantly leaking out from it. Shifeng immediately focused his gaze on the large iron sphere. This metal was the heart of the entire Divine Realm and the source of energy. Before Shifeng could even properly observe the entire control system, he heard Ying Cheng's cold laughter coming from above the central boundary. It hadn't expected anyone to come here after all these years. The voice was icy cold, unlike anything a human could produce, seeming more like something that could utter such an emotionless sound. The small hand that had been moving suddenly stopped and opened its mouth, saying, "Welcome to my medicine block. Upon the arrival of a player, I thought I should use their fiery flesh to nourish my precious treasure." Just as the words fell, a loud thud suddenly came from not far from Shifeng. A dog suddenly landed on the ground shattering instantly. Immediately afterward, a 3-headed dog appeared from below the heart of the Great Talk, slowly approaching Shifeng. The 3-headed dog was elite level 15 with a reputation of 6,000. Upon seeing the 3-headed dog, Shifeng couldn't help but gasp. The data from his previous life showed that there were no creatures or monsters here. Could it be that fate had changed, and the observations within the game had also altered? This report seems to be out of my memory. As the 3-way selection of the land was getting closer, Shifeng felt the surroundings becoming increasingly hot. He directly pulled out his weapons and paid attention to the land that was coming around. He didn't care anymore, just kill it. This man had finally arrived at the mission location with great difficulty, but found himself greeted by a level 15 elite. Before April 3rd, although this report seemed completely absent from his memories of his previous life, he was confident that Shifeng would handle it. In the battle between the two sides, the land was the stronger party, so naturally it would not wait any longer. It opened its true spirit power, and the magical fire source around it moved quickly. There was an incomparable energy ball that quickly reached him. Then the dog head in the middle suddenly emitted a life-ending roar. Finally, the green of the training Earth West, the raging training Earth West, began selling its power to the surroundings. Shifeng's location was immediately engulfed in flames. Shifeng simultaneously unleashed his gravity release and shadow strike, soaring into the air. He held the sword high in his hand and began to plan. He would first release gravity release to deflect the attack, then use shadow strike to reduce the opponent's health by several hundred points. That should be fine. Just then another dog-like head suddenly appeared, unleashing a torrent of icy energy. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and Shifeng, now suspended in midair, had nowhere to escape. He involuntarily gasped, realizing there was another element at play. Damn it, did I use gravity release too early? The next moment, a double blast of ice erupted, directly hitting Shifeng. The icy aura instantly covered his entire body, and he felt an unprecedented chill. As the energy dissipated, Shifeng's body began to tremble. This attack had directly taken away 30% of his health and left him frozen solid. However, just then, the sudden lightning interrupted Shifeng's situation. A dark cloud suddenly appeared above his head, from which countless lightning bolts shot out, all targeting him. Seeing the oncoming lightning, Shifeng, already drenched in ice, was instantly encased, unable to react. The Dark Realm unleashed a chilling effect but didn't relax its gaze, its eyes still fixed on the spot where Shifeng had landed. As the Dark Realm dissipated, 2 beams of light appeared beside Shifeng. Although he was currently crippled, he had survived the blast. The Dark Realm's strength was already formidable, and he was still alive, truly a guy who plays the strong card. Shifeng secretly analyzed in his mind. Not only did the Dark Realm coordinate, but it also used wide-range, high-powered elemental skills. If it weren't for the fact that he had just used the newly learned Jade chapter Return to Heaven, it would probably already have swallowed him. The three-headed power of the region was really powerful. Just then the darkness was so strong that it was not as effective as the platform's air force. It was only the few keys that saved the little silver. The high-level area dispersed. The dispersed evolution hero fell. All the lights around Shifeng quickly dissipated. The system prompt immediately came. The region saw the return of heaven was dispersed and used in this battle. When Shifeng was interrupted, the pressure increased. At this time, its life-saving skills were all used up. But in order to get in and out, this was a three-handed region with three different attribute attacks. Shifeng thought of its raging wind and dark explosion. It could only use the Jade Key Return of Heaven to save its life. Shifeng had clearly felt the power of the region. Such damage was definitely not something a level 15 Golden Hero Dragon could do. He secretly analyzed in his heart. The darkness was so strong. He only remembered that this guy was not that strong, but his skills were full of emotion. However, his purpose was not to fight it, it was too calm. After making up his mind, he needed to use the fastest and most convenient passage to get out quickly. However, Shifeng had only rushed out a few steps when the regional power directly pushed off the ground with both legs. A powerful strike was directly facing Shifeng. Although he used both hands to block, he was still hit. In the heart of Shifeng, not in the air, the physical attack was so fast, and the power was higher than the attribute attack. This hit took away at least 60% of his health. Shifeng had just landed and hadn't even stabilized his body when the regional power opened its large body and split the flames around him, making him unable to resist. He landed in a dense ball of fire. Shifeng turned around and began to attack the head of the king. The regional power's fierce attack pressed him down. He could not get close to the heart of the Titan. The dark blade transformed into a world-like shape, entering and exiting in cold directions. It was really deadly. How can I deal with this? The regional power suddenly rose up and slammed its hands onto the ground. Several wisps of energy swiftly shot out from its hands, freezing everything in their path. In the blink of an eye, the energy reached Shifeng's feet. His feet stopped abruptly, frozen in place. The energy could only freeze for a few seconds. Shifeng looked at the regional power not far away. In 3 seconds, any further attack would be certain death. Just then, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait, I still have 3 attributes that are on cooldown. Damage detection is still active. There is still hope for survival, but I can only activate one at a time, with only a 1/3 success rate. Finally, Shifeng took out a gray model from his backpack and spoke softly. Using it wrong could lead to death. Immediately following, the dark blade transformed, and with a sudden high-level command of the territorial authority, it went to kill Shifeng. The dog head on the far right, its 10-sided gaze fixed on the passive seal, was instantly killed. The next moment, a sudden, crimson lightning struck the ground. A layer of elemental light suddenly appeared on Shifeng's body, directly knocking the attack down. The book in his hand clearly showed the word lightning. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Looks like we used it wrong again." The dark blade transformed, losing its 4-fold power, and sneered. "What, you've got bad luck, haven't you? You fooled me." But Shifeng was unfazed. "You'll see if I've had bad luck," the dark blade said, feeling a little uneasy about Shifeng's confidence. Shifeng, however, remained calm as he watched the attack coming from the air. His next move was indeed a physical strike, the gravitational release energy just completed. The next moment, the territorial authority's crimson lightning struck the ground. The attack landed directly on the stone seal's location, but the stone seal decisively released its gravity release. The stone seal leaped up to dodge the rotor, while the dark blade transformed, seeing the stone seal rushing toward it, attacked. "What are you doing? Don't come any closer." The stone seal stood up, its power seemingly unaffected. "Do you want me to tell you what your money's next move is?" This was a regional power that could unleash 3 elemental attacks: fire, lightning, and earth. After experiencing the battle, the stone seal had become less familiar with its tactics, thus using the building it had obtained from the village to become immune to the attack. After dodging the attack, it directly ascended and rushed toward the owner of the regional power. Then the stone seal took out a building from its backpack and suddenly said, "You like your money so much, why don't you try his moves?" Next, the stone seal directly used the fire element resistance that could reduce damage by 50%. And behind it, the regional power, that real dog head, was a fire-type machine with a huge amount of energy. The dark blade transformed, seeing the stone seal rushing toward it, never expected that Shifeng would actually be able to obtain the territorial authority's attack. Immediately afterward, a bright red attack from the territorial authority struck Shifeng and the dark blade form directly. The raging fire instantly engulfed the dark blade form. After Shifeng landed, the system immediately reminded him that most of the fire damage had been dealt. He had no idea that the territorial authority's attack mechanism followed a fire-based physical method that would continuously cycle. As long as he knew the previous attack's effect, he could guess the next attack's countermeasure. However, at this moment, a red light suddenly appeared behind Xifeng. He couldn't help but turn around to investigate. When he saw the territorial authority, he couldn't help but notice that it, without its master's command, had lost its desire to attack. Without its resistance, Xifeng, like a young ghost, headed toward his target, the heart of the Titan. However, getting to the heart of the Titan was not easy. Either he had to consume all his energy to break the barrier, or he had to have the necessary time. He broke free of the barrier on his hand. Fortunately, Xifeng was there in time. He directly opened the barrier on the hand of the Titan heart, and a dazzling light emanated from his hand. He directly put away the Titan heart. Immediately afterward, a system notification sounded. Completed the maintenance of the steel, but it's about to dissipate. He has learned about the Black Spider, obtained the Black Spider's introduction, obtained the advanced model book, and gained 100,000 experience points. The death of Shishui Town has reached the level of recovery. Then, Xifeng looked at the unusable equipment in his bag and collected it. Although these miscellaneous equipment were excellent, they were level limited and unusable. It would be better to use them to enhance the strength of this legendary weapon. Xifeng randomly opened the upgrade system of the weapon and let the weapon absorb these pieces of equipment. Immediately afterward, a dragon suddenly appeared in the weapon, and a book appeared on the body in response. The flames transformed into a dragon head and directly bit the weapon to be absorbed. It absorbed the weapon bit by bit. In an instant, the equipment was absorbed by the dragon eye. All the essence flowed into the weapon's body, making the weapon no longer burn like iron. The cold, sharp light emanating from the weapon made the color of the exercise equipment even more intelligent, like a health product passed down for many years. Upon holding it, the Shenzhen weapon immediately felt heavier than before. Even holding it in one's hand felt a sharp, piercing sensation. Several random movements made the air seem to be sliced open, producing a cracking sound. Xifeng couldn't help but think, this is truly a fine weapon. It felt that this exercise equipment suited it even better. Then he checked the weapon's attributes. Shenzhen weapon, one-handed sharp weapon, attack power 39, all attributes plus 14, attack speed plus 5, virtually invincible against monsters, 10% chance to deal 2x damage, 10% chance to inflict a fatal attack, all attributes of the target reduced by 40% for 30 seconds. The weapon was a straight leaf weapon, all skills are increased, each skill and gained free attribute increases by 2 points, equipment is virtually invincible, upgradable, can realize actual blue-haired weapons and one opportunity selected weapons can be upgraded to time level, can be refined. Attached skill 1, Shadow Strike instantly creates a clone. The clone has 50% of the original's attributes and all skills. Duration, 35 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Attached skill 2, Abyss Replication, immobilizes multiple enemies, reducing their defense by 30% for 3 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Attached skill 3, Nine-Headed Dragon Spread instantly creates 9 shadow clones of the Abyss Finger. The user deals 30% damage even without using the shadow clone. Duration, 24 seconds. Cooldown 15 minutes. This was a legendary weapon that could be upgraded through equipment. The upgraded Abyss Finger possessed the destructive power of a two-handed weapon while also having the speed and agility of a one-handed weapon. This was the terrifying aspect of the weapon. After successfully completing the mission of the Heart of the Titan, he returned to Red Knight Town. He looked around and couldn't help but ponder. He had received an invitation from Bai Qingsu, who gave him 2 extra slots, allowing him to bring his strongest team to participate. He needed to understand the hidden secrets of the Dark Academy. Just then, Kijai saw the approaching Kola and Fengji walking toward them. We're here, Kijai thought to himself. I've chosen to bring Haizai and Kola along to fight them. One of them is a magic damage dealer, and the other is a powerful tank. This perfectly addresses my weaknesses. Finally, Fengji took out all the equipment that the two of them could use, equipment obtained from opening chests in the Moonlight Territory. Every attribute was excellent. Haizai and Kola are going to be great. Fengji, your arms are too big, I can't wait to try it on now. Kijai nodded in satisfaction. After all, it was a domain and the equipment couldn't be substandard. I've already sent the others some equipment. Once you've drawn your equipment, come with me. The Niue Mountain ancient site was located near a dilapidated church. The sound of an Heya Sheng, who was always in pain, came from the site. This is the most famous place in a Niue Mountain ancient site because this is the Red Industry government. Please, the first 20-person team to start, copy this. At this time, the entire Niue Mountain site was packed with people. For the Red Industry Guild, this was a huge challenge. The importance of the 20-person team dungeon could not be overstated. The Martial Alliance, ranked 5th in overall strength, was also present. Furthermore, Heaven's Crown, ranked 4th in overall strength, was also at the dungeon entrance with its guild management team. Compared to the previous 6-person dungeons, this was the dungeon that all guilds were most concerned about. Team dungeons were different from small team dungeons. The difficulty was not only higher, but the dropped equipment and items were also better. Even assassin Yanlun, ranked 3rd in overall strength, was confident of a perfect clear. Clearing a team dungeon was the only way to prove a guild's strength. In addition, each team dungeon's teleportation hall had huge importance. The order recorded the names of the teams and players who cleared it, so that future guilds could benefit. Yaoyan, ranked 2nd in overall strength, would also be present, because besides clearing it manually, there was also a record for the shortest clear time. The reserved record was 3 hours. As long as a team exceeded the record, their name would be recorded. However, this record was not permanent but temporary. It would be replaced if another team cleared it in a shorter time. At the time of the upgrade, the current overall strength ranking was the highest, but they found one person was missing. Looking at the guild leaders, Xiaoda couldn't help but exclaim, "What a grand scene. All the leaders of major guilds have gathered. Their equipment is top of the line." Finally, seeing that the group of players didn't move, Xiaoda wondered, why haven't they started calling yet? They seem to be waiting for someone. After waiting for a while, they still hadn't arrived. Xiao Yue, with her family and relatives, probably knew that coming would be embarrassing, so she didn't dare to come. However, just then, a whooshing sound came from behind Xiao Yue, and a figure appeared. Xiaoda couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the one we've been waiting for?" Brother Feng, who had arrived late, accompanied by Hai Zian the hateful man, heading toward the place. This man, after upgrading his legendary character and model, was preparing to participate in the Divine Jade Hand raid. The late-arriving Shi Feng, accompanied by Hai Zian the hateful man, soon they arrived at the meeting point of the Dark Source destination. Xiaoda, the young man who had lost his shadow, recognized Shi Feng. He whispered, "Brother Jiang, this kid ruined our Earth before." Shi Feng, who was now under the control of the media, paid even more attention to him. He didn't respond, but instead carefully examined Shi Feng and the others. Shi Feng and the others were simultaneously pondering. Brother Jiang, seeing his disrespect for Yao Ying's leader, we absolutely cannot let him go. Zhang Liuwei directly interrupted Bai Shu. He patted Bai Shu's short hair and said, "Don't mess with Yao Ying's current situation. The current task is to reach the Dark Source destination." Bai Shu waited. Shi Feng could only agree. Just after Zhang Liuwei left, he suddenly revealed a cold expression and said, "I will find a way to deal with this guy, Shi Feng." Shi Feng then looked closely at Yao Ying's team. "In my previous life, I was a key member of Yao Ying, but in this life, he had become the founder of the field. Now, the relationship between Yao Ying and him had become that of competitors." Just then, Bai Qingsu and Shi Feng arrived at the sidelines and immediately filled in the gaps in this cooperative mission. As the commander, Shi Feng was responsible for the distribution of power items. Based on the allocation of Dark Void, the game system randomly assigned items. Shi Feng immediately said, "This is not what we agreed on. I should have priority to obtain the high-level blueprints. His purpose in coming here is to get the high-level blueprints. Equipment is not important." Xiao Yue and Wen Yan, the Order Master, kept saying, "Before we Qingsu looked at you with high standards. Now that our equipment level has improved, it's not a problem to complete the case without you." The guild members on the side immediately chimed in. "Yes, for someone who has completed the group, it's already good that we are willing to be randomly assigned with you." Shen Qin, the cold Bai Qingsu, also spoke up at this moment. "I'm sorry, Yi Feng, I cannot agree to your previous request. This is based on the consideration of the time." After cooperating with Hai Yan, Bai Qingsu had realized the importance of life professions. Knowing that such a large guild like Shenjaishi couldn't possibly go back on its word, Shi Feng sensed Bai Qingsu's demeanor and was quite troubled by it. However, arguing with Bai Qingsu here would be unwise, so he could only helplessly reply, all right, it's up to you." Shi Feng couldn't help but ponder. Was she trying to get him to offer something of greater value to negotiate on equal footing with Shenjaishi? Bai Qingsu wasn't a woman easily persuaded. Seeing Shi Feng's response, Bai Qingsu turned to the guild members and shouted, "According to the agreement, we must achieve the best results." The entire team began to shout with passion. This woman, as the guild leader, seemed to have no power to override. The items were randomly assigned by the system, and the blueprints were chosen based on personal preference. Shi Feng was helpless in this situation, and could only shrug and clear the dungeon first before making any further plans. Then, one by one, the guild members entered the portal. As soon as the white light entered the portal, the guild member turned around and felt a cold wind. The entire body of the person who stepped out was covered in ropes. At this moment, the sky was dark and the red moon shone on the earth. This place was a world where everything was in a state of confusion, with huge delays everywhere, forming a massive maze. Everywhere there was an opportunity for someone to go astray, and there were also countless ghostly voices. All the teams in the Divine Realm were focused on finding the exit and leaving. As long as they could leave the instance, they would be considered to have passed the level. After leaving, they would also receive corresponding rewards. After walking for a while, Kola suddenly asked with a pale face, "Boss, how long have we been walking? We haven't reached the end yet." Shi Feng responded, "Cheer up, we've reached the exit." Just then Xiao Yue walked up to Shifeng's side and asked, "How's it going?" Indeed, Bai Qingsu's command and coordination were incredibly impressive. It was thanks to his leadership that the entire team was able to escape unscathed from powerful monsters like the kobolds. He then looked up at the sky and saw Yan Yuan, his heart filled with joy. Although no one in the team was injured, achieving their objective wouldn't be so simple. However, not long after, Xiao Yue heard 2 tanks in the team check go silent. She quickly turned around and asked, "What happened? What happened to the team? Tell me." Bai Qingsu then saw a system notification. Player Bai Yi had died and player Feng Zhangyan had died. He was immediately alarmed. The fact that the team's main members hadn't even had time to send a message meant they had encountered monsters far stronger than their own. Bai Qingsu didn't panic. He immediately issued instructions. The whole team healers fight in the center, protect the healers. One-man squads activate survival skills. The whole team prepare for battle. Suddenly 2 warnings were issued simultaneously. "Something's coming, MT, be careful." Everyone tensed up and peered toward the direction of Shifeng. At that moment during the battle, only a faint sound could be heard from within the cargo. The sound was so indistinct that its shape was impossible to discern. All that could be seen was that it was slowly approaching, step by step. As it drew closer, the wailing grew louder, sending chills down one's spine. "What the hell is this?" Shifeng thought. The sound was about to leave the cargo. Shifeng immediately activated his life-saving device, ready for whatever came next.